April 6, 2021. Welcome all my fellow councillors, and we have city staff members here. We have our Deputy CAO, Gordon McFarlane, and we have our Director of Finance, Kristen Dunsford, with us tonight, and we have the Director of Economic Development, Mike DeSuska, and we have the Director of Electrical and Municipal Engineer, Greg Goody, and we have our Fire Chief, Ron Inman, and we have Brian Harlick here on the left on the controls. And we have Aaron McDonald, I think is here. He's over here, yeah. Aaron is the engineer for technical services. Welcome to our viewing audience on YouTube. And welcome to members of the media, I understand, who may be watching on YouTube. And Mr. McCarville, welcome as well. And we have some members in the audience. So welcome everybody, and we'll continue on with the meeting. I believe Economic Development is first, but I believe as part of that, or the first presentation will be Angie Arsenault, welcome, from Director from Downtown Business Association. So, Councillor McFeely, do you want to take it from here? Chair of Planning Board?
I think what I will, thank you, Your Worship. I think what I do will defer to Deputy Mayor, because she has really been the liaison with Downtown Summerside to welcome our guest and introduce. So,
and also at this time too, Council, we welcome Colin McLean from the Journal Pioneer. Welcome, Colin. We just barely hit the start button, so you didn't miss anything yet. But the first presentation is going to be from the Downtown Business Association. Angie, but Deputy Mayor McCollum.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Economic Chair, Councillor Brian McFeely. I think we all know Angie as the Executive Director, and we know how hard you do work and all of the initiative and energy that you put into that into the work. So on behalf of Mayor and Council, we want to welcome you, and we are very excited to hear what some of the ideas and thought processes that you have since the AGM and all of the other things that have taken place. So welcome on behalf of us.
On. Oh, there we go. All right, can everyone hear me all right? Wonderful. Okay. Well, first I want to start off by saying thank you to Mayor and Council for having me in to chat. I get to see a lot of you one-on-one, but not very often I get to sit right here and present plans. So thank you for your time. My plan basically was to come in and give you a heads up on some new things. As everyone here knows, I've been almost a year with Downtown Summerside, and last year being the first very unique situation that it was with the COVID shutdowns, and it was a good year for learning. Going forward, I still definitely am doing a lot of learning. The resources that I've had and the people that I've been able to speak with here at City Hall and all of you have been so wonderful. So thank you for that. And I wouldn't be able to move forward with all these plans if I wasn't able to bounce texts off people or shoot emails and have them come back to me quickly, and it's been great. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. And now I'm going to move right into work that we're going to work on. So I'm going to start off my presentation here with that was my thank you for the partnership with you guys. I'm going to go into a little bit more detail on that. Community services would be the group we work with next to Norma. That would be our most common collaboration. And been in contact with JP and a lot of Trent and his department as well. So we've actually created a document this year, which is a new thing, paper documents back and forth of collaborative planning initiatives that were going forward. Having it on paper, it was really rough coming into this position and not seeing things on paper that had been done before. So we're establishing and creating a paper trail to go forward, just for the continuity, which is great. And again, great to respond to text messages and like last minute emails and stuff like that. So I can't say enough about community services. And so here's what we're doing, collaborative planning. So bear with me, I'm getting old. As you all already know, streetscapes in downtown Summerside and the beautification of downtown Summerside certainly falls under my mandate. Just going to angle a little bit here. Ongoing cleaning, painting, general maintenance, very mild maintenance is stuff that I am lucky enough to have some summer staff that help me out with. the planters and the benches. I want to also give a thank you publicly, although we've done this on Facebook, the benches and planters that had been damaged in the removal from the ice a couple years ago had been fully replaced, very gratefully so, and 3 seasons from now on. But we're very grateful and thank you for covering the cost of that. So thank you very much on that one. Graffiti removal, I've noticed over this past season, there seems to be an increase of graffiti, more so than there was last summer, I think just because people were still at home a lot, but I've noticed over the fall and a little bit over the winter. So graffiti removal that we've done in the past has been adequate, not, I wouldn't say, the products that we've been using have been probably up to standard that they could have been. So we've actually looked at hiring someone who does it professionally, and we've received a quote, and I think we're going to move in that direction. Does a wonderful job and can do any surface. So there's a lot of brick, which is what we had the most trouble with. So we've hired, and it's a local company, which is great. It's just actually a young fella that does it. So it's great. We've spoken with Trent on this issue, but we're hoping to get some cigarette butt receptacles put in the downtown core area because that was an issue last year, and we think with increased walking traffic, we're going to probably see more of that. And there's some ones that you can get there that are aesthetically pleasing and not just cans. So we're going to do a little bit of new cozy spaces in the downtown key areas. And when I say cozy spaces with some shade, we're basically taking spaces that are already existing for public use and we're just adding, you know, some strategic Adirondack chairs, some shade, some planting. So Trent and I have collaborated on some places where we can put some good shade trees. And just make it more walkable. We have a beautiful walkable city. And then the downtown area, if you want to sit and take a rest, or if you want to plan to come and spend a couple hours reading a book under shade, we've got some spots for that, and we're going to kind of just place them strategically. Again, first year, I was kind of winging it. This year, I've been able to see where people like to migrate to on their lunch breaks, etc. So we're going to target those locations. I didn't replace the map that's in between Scotiabank and the National Bank. So this year, we're going to have a new map installed there, and we're working with Explore Summerside on what that map will look like. So there will be a little bit more. We've given some thought to a digital map as well, but I don't think this is the year for that. That might be on next year's plan. But a nice map of all the businesses and, you know, the dining and the shopping and everything in the downtown, similar to what's there, but updated. Some art initiatives that we're working on. The Holman building downtown last summer, we did the grad walk. The Three Oaks graduates. It was a year where the graduation ceremonies were going to look much different. There was a lot of success with that. We got positive feedback from the people who operate inside of that building. It's the school board that operates in there. And we were hesitant because we thought there might be some concern about people being able to see in, but you really can't see in, and there's no hindrance to seeing out either. So we're looking at some new art initiatives. I'm actually meeting with Fred Horn in the near future, and we're going to chat about what we can do and collaborate on that. So collaborations are key going forward this year. Going to try and work with all groups. Okay, so the facade program. As you know, the facade program was very successful the year that it was launched. Last year we didn't actually target a specific building. A lot of buildings were closed down, a lot of businesses were shut down, and when they were reopened, there was no work going to be done to the facades just because of the restrictions that were in place last year. So this year, we've got a lineup, basically, of businesses that are looking to have some improved aesthetic appeal, if you will, and upgrades done, you know, everything that falls under that facade program. So currently, right now, the applications that I have in definitely exceed what we have in our budget. Might be something that we can work around once I get down and I'm able to pick through them, but we have a committee that deals with those. We'll look at some targeted, probably some buildings that are needing it more so than others. There are some that applied that have had aesthetic upgrades in the past, not through the facade program, but they've had some. And then there are other businesses that have never had anything because they just didn't have the funds there. So we'll prioritize those, but you'll see some facade improvements in the downtown this year for sure. I think right now there's 11 applications in right now. Here we go with collaborative planning again. Vacant property and targeted needs. The core block definitely was a huge step for the city to take, and I, for one, want to applaud you on that. I think it was a fantastic initiative, and I've been sharing, and I really hope that we get some developers in there, and we get some developers that keep in mind that, you know, what we are as a city and how we would like our downtown to be. And I'm confident that we'll have someone in there to develop that. Coming forward in later in April, we're going to come back to see you guys with a presentation. I've got a group of local, I guess I can say physicians, that are interested in developing a waterfront park. And I'm just going to leave that for the next meeting. But they've got a full presentation. They've done their research. They've done some homework. And I think it's going to be a very interesting concept to put forward. So I look forward to seeing you all again in a few weeks on that. Since last year, I've kind of been trying to reach out and try and attract market or grocery store. You know, the need is there. I'm not saying anything that I don't think anyone here hasn't been aware of. But the need for a grocery store or a market, like us, you know, grocery store ideally, is certainly felt in the downtown area. So I tried to get creative and put some ideas out there to people I thought would, you know, it would suit. There is some interest. It's the location issue, so that's the thing, is trying to figure out where the best spot. There, am I back? Okay, so, but we are looking at all the vacant spaces that are around to see if something could be worked to suit a market. And as you know, there's a big vacancy for the postal outlet as well. And I don't know if there's probably nothing that we can do on that. That's federal. But if there was anything, if anybody knows of a way that we can attract a postal outlet, or what the protocol would be there, I'm willing to gun for it, because having a postal outlet downtown is certainly adds to the walkability of our downtown. And with our increased number of residents coming, I think that it would be something that we should definitely look into, if there's anything we can do. I'm not sure if there is. Certainly I think Murphy's have the contract. They definitely are not reopening down in that location. So I'm not sure what can be done on that. Is there any, I don't think any of you guys have anything that you know of. This is federal, right? This is not a municipal thing. For postal, yeah. Yeah, okay, great.
Sorry, which one was that again?
For the postal outlet, what we could
postal,
do
yeah.
to try and push and see if we can get, like I said, I know that Murphy's have that contract. I don't know if it's open for someone else to apply for a contract to have a postal outlet.
I think the downtown business should approach the Bobby Morrissey,
Yep.
the MP.
Okay.
I would start there, and then,
Sure.
you know, if we need help from the city, or you know, we can definitely recommend it. But I think
Murphy's have the one up where they are. They moved the postal to their drugstore up
On
Oh.
Central?
on Central and Polk.
Is there a postal outlet in there as well?
Yeah,
Okay.
So
And they're
both-
definitely not reopening in the downtown.
Both of them are uptown now.
But one of the things that we're finding out when any applications come in is that there is a need for the municipality to put voice to a request. This is something where we're trying to revitalize the downtown. We do have a lot more tenancies in the downtown with the apartment buildings. So I think even if the ask was to come through the city, there might be a bit of a door open that would get, you know, but I know MP Morrissey is fantastic to give us the information, but I just wondered if that would help open it.
all I was saying is I think it should be initiated by the downtown, and if we want to support it, which I'm sure we all would, you should have a letter. We should give her a letter of support to go forward to the
MP.
That's just the MP, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I have no
Yeah.
problem making an
Yeah.
appointment to go and chat with Bobby. He's been great as well. I've actually met with him several times since I've been in this position, and very, very forward-thinking and supportive in, you know, whatever he can possibly help with, for sure. Okay, so now I'm just going to talk about some collaborations, and I don't know if the word events is the right term for everything I'm about to show you, but this is what you can expect over the next, you know, year in the downtown. Little Black Dress is having a fashion show. As you know, they've moved into the downtown core, and they're promoting an inclusive fashion show, and I think it's fantastic. So we're supporting that initiative just in a sponsorship format. It's all being led by the Little Black Dress Company, but you know, she was wonderful to give me a call right away and ask if there was any, you know, restrictions, or if, you know, she was nervous. And so yeah, absolutely, we're behind that. So I think that's going to be coming up this month, actually in April. So you can look for news on that. We are hoping to do the Taste of Downtown Summerside, the Walkable Food Festival. It will be a little bit different than it was in previous years. It'll all be COVID friendly if we can make it happen. We're pretty sure that we can do takeout version of it anyway. It might not be on the scale that it was before, but we're certainly still going to do that event. We're hoping to have it span 2 days this year instead of previously 2 years ago it was done in a 1 day. We're hoping to make it a Friday and Saturday thing as well. So we've got more dining in the downtown now than we had even then. So we're hoping that it'll be certainly another reason to attract people into the downtown, and we're going to follow the same format, the affordable appetizers, and I'm hoping that with affordable appetizers, people will stick around for the evening for a main course. And that's going to be the last weekend in June. So I think July 1st this year falls on a Thursday, so it would be the weekend previous to that. So it's kind of our summer kickoff, if you will. Play the Park is going to happen again this year. We're collaborating with 30 Russell. The venue might change a little bit, but not much, and I'll come back to that here a little further. But we will be doing the Thursday lunchtime outdoor concert series. We were successful last year with it. We did, mass attendance wasn't a thing last year, but it was still worth it for the people that we got out, and certainly worth it for the entertainers who were unable to perform most of the year. And that made it worthwhile. Getting artists out and being able to get that chance to perform and do what they love to do, that made it worthwhile. And we definitely had people attend every week. We are hoping to do the Downtown Summerside Classic Car Night, which was a raging success 2 years ago. We're hoping to make this an every summer thing. Obviously, Robert at Michael's Pizzeria is in charge of it. We're just kind of supporting him in any way that we can, and so you can expect more. Right now, I think that the unknown, with the bubble in the summer, we're not 100% sure on how that's going to look this year. That's kind of on Robert, but we're ready to keep this going because as all of you know, I'm sure you all attended the event. I wasn't lucky enough. That was the year I was gone, so I've only seen videos, and last year the amount of feedback I got, it was the very first question people asked me was, are we going to have Classic Car Night again this year? So that was a huge draw for people to the downtown on a Friday night. And from what I've been told and what little experience I had with it last year with the little teasers that we did, it fostered a sense of community, an old-fashioned sense of community. People walking around, talking to each other, not on their phones, seeing people they hadn't seen in many, many years. And, pardon?
Without a mask.
Yeah, well, hey, this year, who's to say? Yeah, I've got a few designs of how we might be able to get it through approval for the health office, but again, this is kind of Robert's baby by far, and we don't want to jeopardize anyone. So that'll be 100% up to him, and we're just going to sponsor in any way that we can and support it. As I'm sure everyone in this room would agree, it's definitely an event worth investing in. Here's a new thing. So this is a picture of Victoria Row in Charlottetown, but I would like to draw your attention to the pergola and the dining furniture. So working right now on a plan we had the pods on the street last year. They were successful. They were well received. To my knowledge, they didn't impede anything, although I would definitely this year, going forward, it was a learning curve. We would like to do more tailored locations that look like this. There's a few key food service places right on that widened section of sidewalk, working on what's going to be required, for distance-wise and everything like that. But I have been talking to officials from the city and realistically, we think we can make this happen. So some nice covered pergolas that are removable. They're not permanent. They are removable. And then some dining furniture in front of the restaurants. And we're working on making that available to everybody that has a dining restaurant in the downtown, and at an extremely low cost to the operators. So that is something that you might be excited to see. So if we have a dine around food weekend, they'd be able to eat outside, which is great. Craig Laidlaw has a lovely design done up for me on those, and I've got a steel manufacturer to manufacture the post holds there, the stands that you can see in the picture. So yeah, they'd be up for and secure for the summer and then come back down in the fall. And we have storage already, so that's something that we're working towards. Definitely a reaction to COVID, with restaurants at 50% capacity, if they're open at all, depending on shutdowns. This has been identified as a need, so it's one that we're answering, hopefully. Here's the big drop. So this is the biggest project that I've currently been working on, the street dining and this combined. So Port Summerside has a location that they've identified that would work for food trucks. So we're going to create a food court for food trucks. It's in the corner of the HQ parking lot. It's a green space existing right now. It's where the giant snow hill usually is. And we're going to create a covered dining area with washrooms and all amenities. And we are going to headhunt and put some strategic food trucks in there. So instead of having them over on the wharf, where they catch the wind and they have to shut down whenever trucks come in with gravel and that sort of thing, we've basically moved them across the street. And where we're partnering up with Port is we had a couple of pods down there last year, and they were very grateful to have them down there. So we're just basically providing the same thing again. We're going to bring them some pods, the covered dining, and then we're going to help with some advertising. We've got a radio budget and a media budget this year. We're just going to talk about Summerside Street Eats whenever we mention everything else. Sure.
Would you think that play the park, like some music, that kind of thing around that food court at certain times?
Yep, so as I said earlier, we're moving the venue of the Play the Park on Thursdays. So where we used to be at the gazebo, which we think the gazebo is going to be under construction this year anyway, so this worked out well, needs a new roof. So we're going to move our lunchtime concert series over to the Street Eats. Yeah. So definitely works for the businesses. It's no further walking distance to most of the people who would go there. It was typically people in the Holman building and in the downtown. Walk them a little bit further, and this is a lunch venue option, and with entertainment on Thursdays. I can also tell you that we're talking with Port Summerside on some other entertainment ideas as well. 30 Russell is very open to getting, and I can't say enough about Darren. He promotes local music with more heart than anyone I've ever met. And I've met a lot of people, but Darren's got a drive to support local musicians. And so I'm trying to embrace that. So he's looking at doing maybe an open mic night over between there and over on Spinnaker's Landing as well. Whatever, he's flexible, which is great. And he knows everyone, so yeah. So any of you musicians might get a phone call. Yeah, we're actually hoping to have, I actually mentioned this to Dallas Desjardins as well with regards to Atlanticade, as the Friday night of Atlanticade, if we're having a classic car night and these food trucks are open later in the evening as well, that might be something that we could work together on with the Atlanticade, have some kind of an event that will, showcase the bikes that night or something. We're going to try and figure some way to blend them together. And
That date for the Atlanticade is late July?
August, I think, yeah.
Or first or second of August?
I think it's the first long weekend there, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Thank you.
So, yeah, we've spoken a few times on this, totally willing to work together. Some of the food truck operators that we anticipate having here would also be probably on site with Atlanticade, and luckily they have more than one truck. So, we're hoping to support if it's set up on Green Shore. But even if we do bring in another food truck to this location and they want to go to Green Shore for Atlanticade, we're all in the same area. So they're going to go wherever people are going to be buying food. Down here, they're going to be with us for the summer. So this is going to open in June, and it's going to operate into September, the food court. We're going to have the amenities there for them. Well, that was the last of my, oh no, sorry. Right, I forgot about Downtown Lights for Life. Okay, well, everyone here knows about the initiative that we started last year for the Lights for Life. We are planning a small fundraiser this year to have another boost in that direction. All of it going to Prince County Hospital Foundation, but we're making it a fun little way to get people into the downtown as well. We're going to do a $10,000 cash prize giveaway that's going to be downtown dollars. So there's going to be $10,000 go right back into the downtown, and then hopefully from the rest of it, they're going to be able to purchase some more lights for in front of their businesses. And it's all going to be in support of the Prince County Hospital Foundation. So that was a great partnership. I was very grateful for Heather and the team that she has at the PCH Foundation up there for the initiative. And of course, we certainly want to expand what we've done at the boardwalk as well. There will be, like last year, all of the lights that we put up sold right away. So that means there's already a pool of funding for next year's. We'll be adding stuff every year. The idea is that we could grow this into like all of the downtown area. We'd like to do the whole boardwalk with lights.
And Angie, I need to congratulate you on that because it looked beautiful
It did.
driving down
Yeah,
Water
thank you.
Street West with all those lights in support of the Lights for Life.
Thank you. Well, my vision, and Heather has the same vision, is that we would go all in along the boardwalk, some strategic ones, right on the waterfront. We could get a light, right down by where the Coast Guard is. We could get one there that's shaped like some kind of a vessel, down on the waterfront. There's so many different, and we can be as creative as we want to be with that. I mean, look at the soldier that we put in for the park as well. So they were very well received. They're, and I have to say, shout out to the electrical team here, Rob and his group. They're fantastic. They answered all my questions. There's another one who answered texts at random times, but answered all my questions about powering things up and the best strategic place to put the lights. It's been great, and this definitely was a really good initiative. And what better year to support your hospital, right? Yeah. That was the last of what I had. Does anybody have any questions for me?
Sounds exciting.
Yeah. It wouldn't be possible without you guys. So thank you.
Looks like an exciting summer, so hopefully we
Get COVID behind us.
Right, yeah.
get COVID behind us and all the best, Angie. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any
Great.
questions or comments made to the
Just
councillors?
a really great presentation, so thank you. And I believe that you and CAO Rob are supposed to be meeting, if you haven't had it yet, just to discuss some of these ideas.
Mhm,
Okay,
yep.
great.
Yeah, we haven't had it yet. We are
No,
going to meet.
that's good.
Yeah. Great. Thank you.
I do not see any other speaker lights on, so thank you for your presentation,
All right.
and all the best to you and the Downtown Association, and we look forward to an exciting year.
Thank you.
So you're
do
welcome to
I.
stay for the council meeting, or you have other things to do,
I
probably?
do have another commitment, but thank you all very, very much.
Thank you.
So,
Yeah.
so when you mentioned Play the Park and you kind of did a shout out if any counselors sing or play instruments.
Might
so
have been directed
some of us,
in that direction.
Yeah, some
Yeah.
of us might have to take lessons, but there might be a few.
Well, you know what? That was the only one that got rained out last year, unfortunately.
That's good.
Yeah. But listen, I have a feeling that Darren knows your number, so. All right. Thank you.
We'll be practicing in the committee of the whole tonight. Huh? Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, we'll continue on with the agenda. And after that presentation, economic development, I guess you're still on, Councillor McFeely. Oh, that's all you have on that one? Just the economic, oh, that was under economic development, sorry. Okay. Councillor Drawn, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just before we get underway, I wouldn't mind offering if the planning board wanted to move up, since there's folks here to, I think they're kind of waiting around for that, but it's up to everybody.
The only thing, I don't know if there was anybody else that was supposed to come for the Willow Avenue, Elm Street.
For
There
6
was two
o'clock?
here,
For what time
there was
was it?
one that left, so I don't know if the two in attendance know of any others coming, or not sure.
Was it advertised for 5? For 5? For 5.
Up to everybody, it doesn't matter. I just thought I'd
Go ahead.
want to carry on with tech services.
Floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, okay. Are we just carrying on with tech services, or do you want to move up to?
Okay, that's fine. I'm easy, whatever is more convenient for council. Do you want to go to planning board then, Councillor McFeely?
Just because there's people here and they're here for that, and we're going to be here anyway, so.
Go ahead, sir.
So I'll move it over to Councillor McFeely then, and we'll carry on after.
Okay, we will call the planning board meeting to order. The April 6th meeting of planning board is called to order, and we'll ask for a motion to approve the agenda. Moved by Councillor Ramsey, seconded by Councillor Adams, that the agenda be approved as circulated. All those in favor say aye.
All right.
Contrary? Motion carried. So our first order of business is a discretionary use at 80 Bayview Drive, and this is a city-initiated initiative. I'm going to remain seated, Your Worship, because I'm closer to the mic there, and they can
Sure.
hear you on. So the recommendation and the supporting explanation. The purpose of the discretionary use is to allow a solar energy collection system, Summerside Sunbank project, on the site of Linkletter Well Field at 80 Bayview Drive. A solar energy collection system requires a discretionary use approval from council in the institutional I zone. Solar energy collector system means devices designed to collect, store, and distribute solar energy collector systems. The background. An application was initiated by the City of Summerside, represented by Greg Goody, Director of Municipal Services, for 80 Bayview Drive, PID number 1106988, requesting a solar energy collection system as a discretionary use in special use S zone. The solar energy collector system being proposed consists of ground-mounted solar panels covering a buildable area of 66.8 acres, and there's a diagram there displaying the project there, Your Worship. And the report, under section 5.7 of the zoning bylaw, when planning board reviews a discretionary use, it shall consider the following general criteria as applicable. A, conformity with all requirements of this bylaw, the zoning bylaw. Staff commented, discretionary use conforms to the zoning bylaw subject to council's approval. If council approves the discretionary use for the solar energy collection system, the applicant will be permitted to install the proposed ground-mounted solar panels. B, conformity with the official plan. Staff comment, the discretionary use conforms to the official plan. C, suitability of the site for the proposed development. Staff comment, this site is suitable for this development. The proposed site location of the Summerside Sunbank project will have a 9-meter setback from the panels to the boundary of the abutting properties, with the exception of a 45-meter setback from the panels to the boundary of the existing wetlands. The city's well field occupies the property. The Summerside Sunbank project would be a second use of the property, using the same land for dual purpose. D, compatibility of the proposed development with surrounding land uses, including both existing and projected uses. Staff comment. The property is zoned special use S. The abutting property to the west are a mix of R2 and R4 uses. The properties to the north are R1 uses, with the C3 a convenience store use. The properties to the east are a mix of vacant R1 and R4 uses and an occupied special use property. The property is to the south is a conservation wetland use, and there's a diagram map there depicting those various uses. E, any comment from residents or other interested persons? The public meeting was held on March 8, 2021. The public meeting notice was advertised in the February 18th edition of The Guardian. 32 letters were mailed to 40 property owners. Greg Goody spoke at the public meeting, provided an overview of the solar project. Staff comment. No written comments were received prior to the public meeting regarding this application. The only public comment was from Colin Dickey of Sun Air Energy Solutions of 170 Duke Street, Summerside, indicating he had an interest in the project as he offers services in solar collection system and would welcome the city to consider his Sun Air services. F, adequacy of existing water, sewer, roads, stormwater, and electrical services, city parking, and parklands for accommodating the development and any projected infrastructure requirements. Staff comment, the city has adequate water supply and sewage capacity to service the project area. On-site storm sewer will be managed on-site and directed to the wetland area. Service roads will be constructed on-site and are not required to be constructed to the city standards. The site will be accessible from Bayview Drive and Seaweed Road. G, impacts from the development on pedestrian vehicular access and safety and on public safety generally. Staff comment, the proposed development does not impact on pedestrian vehicular access and safety. The site will be secured by means of fencing and public access is prohibited. Construction activities will be restricted to 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on the site for consideration of noise. Dust control will be on site. Noise levels from long-term operations will not exceed 55 dBAs. H, compatibility of the development with environmental, scenic, and heritage resources. Staff comment, the Sunbank project is a green energy initiative. An environmental screening report was conducted and a letter of approval to construct was received from the Department of Environment upon conditions of replanting trees. The perimeter of the site will include a raised berm with vegetation to soften the scenic impact. There are no impacts on heritage resources. The wellfield lands have been taken into consideration for all constructs of the project. I, impact on the city finance and budget. Staff comment, this development will involve a shared costing by the city. J, other matters as specified by this bylaw, not applicable. K, other matters as considered relevant. Staff comment, the Sunbank project will be the first of its kind in Summerside and possibly the first in Atlantic Canada. The staff review, city staff support the application initiated by the City of Summerside as represented by Greg Goody to allow a solar collector energy system as a discretionary use at 80 Bayview Drive. As per section 5.10, subsection B3 of the zoning bylaw, the planning board shall make a recommendation to council on this application before it is approved or denied. The planning board recommendation, whether carried or defeated, will be brought forward to council for a final decision. So the planning board recommendation, the application initiated by the City of Summerside is represented by Greg Goody, Director of Municipal Affairs for 80 Bayview Drive, PID number 1106988, requesting a solar energy collector system, the Summerside Sunbank project, as a discretionary use in special use S zone be recommended to be approved by council. And we would look for a mover and a second, and we'll open the floor to the discussion. Moved by Councillor Ramsey, seconded by Councillor Adams. Any comments or questions from council?
I just have one. I know that we had a rezoning on this back, I think it was March sometime. And I had talked to a lot of the residents around there. They all support it. It was very clear, but what has changed? I was asked that question today. What has changed since we did the rezoning and now we're doing a
Discretionary use.
discretionary use? Why couldn't we have done that all at once? Or is that something we don't do?
At the time of the rezoning,
Yeah.
to make it a well field,
Yeah,
this wasn't deemed to be a site where this was going to happen, nor were they prepared at that time to come forward with what it was going to look like if they're in development stages. And there was no idea until the environmental portion was completed, how much of the site was going to be occupied. It was 40, 50, 80 acres.
so what am I missing?
So the
At
initial,
the time of the initial zoning, to make it institutional for a well field, this project was not at the stage to be considered for development. And your conditional use discretionary use you hear is valid for 1 year.
so the initial rezoning was for the well field.
Correct.
For the well field, yeah. But didn't we
That's
have
probably, I'm thinking 4
Didn't-
years ago, maybe 3 years ago.
Yeah, but didn't we have something on the
On this,
wellfield site a while ago?
March 8th, we had the first, was it? March 8th was our first meeting that we had for this process.
Yeah,
That was the first public meeting. This is the planning board to deal with it.
okay, all right.
We had the clearing of
Like
the
the
land
Yeah.
last summer.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But there was a rezoning in the upper portion that's
Yes.
maybe to some of the residents, that was for the residential
was for the-
component,
okay.
not this property. Like that
All
was
right.
probably a year ago, I'm thinking, or,
Yeah,
you know.
okay, no, I
It was
understand that now.
R2 to R4, the top portion of that residential went to R4.
Yeah.
The same sort of people might have been notified.
Yeah,
I'm
okay, that's
not
what
sure
it
if that's
is.
where you're.
Good, thanks.
Any other questions or comments? If not, we will have the vote of planning board. Just to be clear for the public that it's a planning board meeting, and the voting members of planning board are Councillor Ramsey, Adams, the mayor, and myself as the chair. So seeing no lights on, we will call for the vote. You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Contrary? Motion carried. Okay. Moving on, your worship.
The next one is Willow Avenue, is it?
Willow Avenue,
Okay.
zoning amendment. And the recommendation, subject, 490, 486 Willow Street and 230 Elm Street, the zoning amendment. The purpose of the zoning amendment is to allow apartment building development. The applicant is proposing an apartment building development. Apartment building means a building containing more than 2 dwelling units except a row house and townhouse as defined in this bylaw. Background, an application was received from Riley Cameron, agent for property owners Philip and Colleen Cameron for PID number 305-839, PID number 305-821, and PID number 305-813 to amend the city zoning bylaw from medium residential R3 zone to high-density residential R4 zone. A public meeting was held on March 22nd, 2021, and council gave first reading on the same date. Report under section 5.7 of the zoning bylaw. When planning board reviews the zoning bylaw amendment, it considers the following general criteria as applicable. Under section 8.4 of the Parks and Green Space Plan, the criteria of B, C, E, G, and H must be considered. So A, conformity with all requirements of this bylaw. Staff comment, if council approves the zoning map amendment from R3 to R4, the applicant will be permitted to construct an apartment building buildings subject to the R4 development standards as noted below. Based on the proposed lot size, total of 3 properties, the lot area is 3,642.3 square meters, or 0.9 of an acre. The lot coverage, building footprint, cannot exceed 1,097 square meters, 11,762 square feet, and the floor area ratio, total floor area, cannot exceed 2,194 square meters, 23,617 square feet. The number of units allowed will be determined by the size of the units and the ability to meet the parking requirements, 1 space per unit. So there's a chart there, Your Worship, that lays out the R4 zone, defines the lot area, the lot depth. I won't read them all into the record, we'll table them. The floor area ratio, the lot coverage, the frontage, front yard, side yards, rear yard, maximum height, and the flankage yardage, and it's all defined there. B, conformity with the official plan. Staff comment, the rezoning conforms to the official plan, section 5.2.2, location of high-density housing, and has no impact on the Parks and Green Space Plan. 5.2.2, location of high-density housing. Council intentions about locating high-density housing are important to residents' concerns about potential location of row houses and apartment buildings into their predominantly low-density neighborhood. To help allay these concerns, Council lays out specific policies below on where they may allow future high-density housing, some which elaborate on their foregoing policies for special planning and development areas. So the location criteria defined in the official plan include Council's criteria for locating high-density housing in the city of Summerside include, and I think there's some that are highlighted there. I think those are the ones applicable to this particular application. The desirability of infilling properties which are already partly developed for higher density housing, the desirability of locating high-density housing close to jobs, community facilities and services, and of promoting pedestrian access. Opportunities for maximizing the number of opportunities for scenic views through higher density and taller residential buildings, but with protection of adequate view planes. Benefits of locating high-density housing in difficult-to-service areas so that they can help distribute expensive development costs among more users. Opportunities for innovative mixes of high-density housing with other residential development in comprehensive development areas. Opportunities for recycling older, non-heritage residential properties with higher density development. Opportunities for apartments in residential and commercial use buildings. Avoidance of negative economic and physical impacts on surrounding land uses, whether existing or proposed. And the objectives that Council has laid out in the official plan to encourage high-density housing in specific areas. The policy statements around that include promote high-density housing on properties already partly developed for high-density housing. 2, consider application for high-density housing in the following situations: a mix of housing types in comprehensive development areas, areas presently occupied by conforming mobile home parks, rezoning in areas presently designated for medium-density R3 zone residential use. Number 6, areas immediately north of the downtown defined as Notre Dame Street to the north, Granville Street to the east, Heather Moist Drive to the south, and Duke Street to the west, subject to no harmful impacts on local heritage housing. 7, downtown D-zone urban core plan, all districts. 8, city artillery or collector roads as referred to section 7.1, figure 7.1. 9, consider applications for high-density housing in other areas with careful consideration of Council's local criteria listed above. And those artillery areas referred to earlier include Water Street East, South Drive, Water Street, and Heather Moist Drive, C, the suitability of the site for the proposed development. Staff comment, this site is made up of 3 land parcels, 0.9 of an acre in total, and is suitable for high-density residential land use. Existing public street network and municipal services are available for this development. D, compatibility of the proposed development with surrounding land uses, including both existing and projected uses. Staff comment, the subject property abuts 3 land uses. The land use to the immediate north is institutional, Elm Street School. The land to the east and south are R3, and the land to the west is R4. There's also a large parcel, 6.7 acre, of R4 land on Willow Avenue as well. The rezoning from R3 to R4 would be compatible with the surrounding properties. The existing uses of the properties are a 3-unit row house, a 5-unit row house, and a warehouse. The current uses are considered non-conforming. The density change from the existing use row house 8 units to the proposed zoning R4 with proposed 24-unit apartment building would be minimal. And the map is there defining the property as well as the zonings around it. E, any comments from residents and other interested persons? Staff comment, a public meeting was held on March 22nd, 2021. The public meeting notice was advertised in the March 9th edition of The Guardian. 32 letters were mailed to 28 property owners. Riley Cameron provided an overview of the intended development, stating a possibility of 18 to 24 units. Gerald Arsenault, 428 Elm Street, Bethany Halupa, 403 Wood Avenue, Angela Arsenault, 111 Notre Dame Street, Twyla Arsenault, 428 Elm Street, and Paulette Halupa on Myrtle Street all spoke at the public meeting. The development officer received a call from Kevin Duguay, 41 Willow Avenue, requesting clarity on the number of stories. The development officer received an email from Bob Ashley, 146 Cedar Street, supporting the rezoning from R3 to R4. Councilors Ramsey, Adams, and Snow received an email from Paletta Lupa, Myrtle Street, expressing concern regarding the rezoning. The emails are attached to this report. The concerns raised by the public were pedestrian safety and traffic volumes, and those are addressed throughout this report. F, adequacy of the existing water, sewer, road, stormwater, and electrical services, city park, and parkland for accommodating the development and any projected infrastructure requirements. Staff comment, the city's water supply and sewer treatment systems can handle the additional loading created by the change in zoning from R3 to R4 for these 3 properties. The developer will be responsible for all servicing costs due to zoning changes and land development. Willow Avenue and Elm Street will handle the additional traffic. The existing city storm drainage infrastructure can accommodate the proposed development drainage. A drainage plan will be required from the developer for the new development. The existing electrical service on the property would need to be removed at the cost of the developer. There is existing 3-phase service on Willow Avenue and 1-phase service on Elm Street. Overhead extensions are at no charge up to 90 meters. All underground extensions of services are at the cost of the developer. A pad mount transformer will likely be required. A signed letter of intent and the service entrance size is required to place a pad mount transformer order. The lead time on pad mount transformers can be up to 6 months. The new service entrance location must be coordinated with Summerside Electric. There is ample existing parkland nearby with Billy Bishop Park, 2.6 acres located within 420 meters of the subject development, and Leger Park, 6 acres located at 550 meters of the subject development. Both parks are accessible by street and walkway networks and Credit Union Place facility located within 300 meters of the subject property. G, impact from the development on pedestrian, vehicular access and safety and on public safety generally. Staff comment, the proposed access will improve the pedestrian and vehicular safety at the intersection of Elm Street and Willow Avenue by means of eliminating the 4 existing accesses, one 13-meter access onto Willow, one 22-meter access onto Elm, and 2 3-meter accesses onto Elm. All of the existing accesses back out onto the street. The proposed access location on Elm Street has a 6-meter throat and exceeds the minimum setback 15.1 meters from the proposed access to the intersection of Willow Avenue and Willow Street intersection. Removing the building at 486 Willow Avenue will improve the sight lines for pedestrian vehicle traveling north on Elm Street, south of Willow Avenue. The proposed building location exceeds the required setback from both Willow Avenue and Elm Street, which improves the sight lines. There is currently a pedestrian crossing from the west side of Elm Street to the sidewalk on the north side of Willow Avenue to accommodate pedestrian traffic. The Confederation Trail also abuts the property, which provides pedestrian safe access across the city. And there's a map there showing the existing accesses as well as the proposed access at the last block at the bottom there. H, the compatibility of development with environmental, scenic, and heritage resources. Staff comment, there are no compatibility issues regarding environmental, scenic, or heritage resources. Impact on cities' finances and budget. Staff comment, not applicable. Other matters as specified by this bylaw. There's no staff comment. K, the matters as considered relevant. Staff comment, Councillor Durand raised the question of how many row house units could the site accommodate should the subject property be granted a discretionary use for row housing in the current R3 zone. Based on the size of the existing 5-unit row house, 5.8 meters times 9 meters per unit, it was determined 20 units could be situated on the property. Staff review. City staff supports the proposed zoning amendment from the Riley Cameron, from agent for property owners Philip and Colleen Cameron to rezone from R3 to R4. As per section 5.10, subsection B3 of the zoning bylaw, the planning board shall make a recommendation to council on this application before it is approved or denied. The planning board recommendation, whether carried or defeated, will be brought forward for council for a final decision. So the recommendation to be considered, the application received from Riley Cameron, agent for property owner Philip and Colleen Cameron for PID number 305-839, PID number 305-821, and PID number 305-813 to amend the city zoning bylaw from medium density residential R3 zone to high density residential R4 zone be recommended to be approved by council. And attached, your worship, is the various emails that were received. They were read into the record at the public meeting. I don't think there's a need to read them into the record again tonight.
Thank you. Just wondering, the one that came in yesterday, copied it to council. I know it was a week or two late, but it was copied around to council from a resident on Perry Avenue.
Leah Stetson.
Yeah, all council has received that.
Okay.
I don't know if we need to read it into the record because it wasn't part of the public meeting, but I think all council have received it. And we could acknowledge receipt of it, I guess.
And as we're acknowledging receipt of that, there was also several messages to myself over the weekend from residents on Perry that could not get either to the public meeting or did not receive notification, which I guess personally I have some questions how anybody on Perry would not receive a notification, given it's a 60-meter radius from the subject property and Perry's right there. It's sort of deceiving when we talk about Elm and Willow and not include Perry in there. It's definitely affected the residents of Perry.
Yeah. Okay.
Say that again? It's supposed to, but I'm just being told that people in that area didn't receive notification, so otherwise they would have been here that night. They're they're here tonight, so I'm sure they would've came the night we had a public meeting.
Yeah, no, that's just a question.
So, I'm just wondering if we can get the motion moved and seconded, and then we'll open the floor for discussion. So, if we could have a mover and a seconder from planning board. Moved by Councillor Adams. Do we have a seconder? Moved, seconded by Councillor Ramsey. Now we'll open the floor for comment or discussion. Councillor Ramsey?
Well, no, I was just wondering with Linda if the letters went out to like within 60 meters of that.
30 letters went out? 32?
Okay, so I was just concerned when Councillor Snow said that.
Would every house on Perry end up receiving a letter based on that? If I went 60 meters from the edge of that property, it's from the edge, right? It's not from the center of the property?
That's correct. It's from every boundary of that property measured out 60 meters.
I would have a hard time believing if I went from the edge of that property that I would not get over to Duke Street. I'm not measuring stuff, but you would get pretty close to Duke Street and include somewhat of every property on Perry.
So an average lot is about 75 feet wide, and so we go 60 meters from that, it's 200 feet, so you're talking, you do the math.
I don't know, I
We'll
still have a hard time believing, considering the way the property's laid out, and then the way Perry runs, it's like a hook. So I'm guessing that every property within that radius would, if we wanna bring the map up, I would think,
So
like.
this was the last property that would have been taken into account on Perry. And these would not have reached the 60-meter dimension from this corner of the property.
I would like to, I guess this is the best time to add this, and I know I mentioned it before, because we were talking, we just went through rezoning of other areas where there was one access point to it. The fact that those other residents, 3 houses, are not notified when it's definitely gonna impact them, that was my number one concern. It's not so much, the residents aren't concerned about an apartment building being built there. There's already some apartments there. It's the increased traffic that's going to end up on Perry, which there will be for sure. There's no doubt it might not be excessive, but there will be increased traffic on a very narrow street with no sidewalks and a blind corner with kids going to a school. So I just have issues with that us not finding a way or considering that when we're doing rezoning. It doesn't make sense to me that we wouldn't include all the residents on Perry on such a short street.
I guess we're to follow our planning act, and I'm not even sure the 60 meters is in the planning act, so we go beyond the planning act and notify 60 meters. We do a notification on the paper as well as our website.
So I guess to your point exactly, it's not in the planning act and we go beyond that, so why wouldn't we make a rational decision and say, hey, why don't we go a little farther when we consider there's a couple more houses there? Like the map's in front of me, I see there's 3 houses. It would make a lot of sense to extend it that distance, in my opinion.
And I guess a lot of times it's deemed on what's the level of effect of the properties most abutting, usually directly abutting, and they don't just go what's abutting. One property at 30 meters would be the properties that directly abut it. They go 2 properties beyond and say, a lot of times a consideration, if it was somebody 2 blocks away, councils will look and said, okay, how close are the ones that are actually making the comment and how much are they being affected? Yes, it may affect the people farther on the street, but that's the notification that's done consistent across the board, and typically it's who's affected most directly adjacent to the property or the subject property. That's some of the rationale that if someone was looking for, I'm not going to get into what the different scenarios would be, but typically it's going to be the direct neighbor, which is at least covers 30 meters, and 60 meters covers, if they're a 100-foot lot, 2 neighbors. And again, the city has chose to go to that method of 60 meters beyond what's required in the Planning Act for the last 20 years or so, I guess.
Go ahead.
So based on, are we comparable with other municipalities on who we're informing?
I can't say that.
Is our 60 meters the average of what people are being notified, say in Charlottetown, if there's a rezoning, what's the area they
I mean, we would
notify?
have to check that, but the most recent one that was on the news, they even post signs on it, and that wasn't enough for the neighbors. That was down in the most recent one that was published.
Yeah.
I don't understand what you're saying.
In the neighboring municipality, they even put signs up, and the complaints that I watched on the news was that they were, the signs wasn't enough. And although they do the notification, it's always what level is the next level to be satisfactory to everyone. We would have to confirm what other municipalities are doing as far as a notification distance.
Yeah,
But,
and,
you know.
and I understand that, Aaron. I guess when we look at it, and, I mean, I'll tell you, I drove that street more times in the last week than I probably have ever, just driving through and from hearing complaints that I'm receiving. And it's not really complaints, I don't wanna say it like that, it's just concern and wanting to
Comments,
know
yeah.
that if something proceeds, we all know we're in a housing, and I don't want it to sound like I'm against development at all, because that's not the case. But if we are going to proceed with things, then we need to make sure that in the areas that we're proceeding with, the residents in that area know that as a city, we're going to do stuff to make sure that their concerns are heard. So for example, they're concerned about drive-through traffic on Perry with kids walking, there's no sidewalks. Do we make that a cul-de-sac? Do we put in sidewalks? What do we do as a municipality? Because obviously we're excited to see more housing, more development. That's great, but we can't just do that and say, sorry, people on Perry, which we already did because we didn't notify half of them. 'Cause
But I
didn't think it
I
was
still think
concern.
you guys mentioned that was one means or one of 4 means of notification. Word spread, you still heard, and you guys can consider the emails and calls you got. You heard, the only time for notification or comment is not just at the public meeting. They can send in emails. We heard from the one that sent in an email the day after the public meeting. An email came in yesterday. They can take time to formulate their thoughts and bring them forward, which some have, and contact it. It doesn't have to be the night of the public meeting. They may be just hearing the information and thinking about the ideas and get home and have a discussion. And they still have all the time, like they did, to send in comments to you guys for consideration. You guys can deliberate how you choose to weigh those considerations they brought forward. And if it's in budget time where you need to do something to put a sidewalk on that street, you'll have to consider that. All the time is given for them to consider it. Just because the notification, they didn't get an exact letter, doesn't mean their opinions are not brought forward to you. It's for consideration. As you've seen, you've heard from 5 or 6 people that says they didn't get notification. They heard about the ongoing project. They brought forward their considerations to you. They just didn't get an exact letter.
I guess my concern is if we didn't have residents in the area that were proactive and informing those other residents that now do have absolute concerns, that they wouldn't have been notified, right? So it just happened that the residents in the area were paying attention either to a letter they got or something in the media or whatever and decide to act on it.
So I think in this particular case, the regulations, if you want to call them, were followed as the rules that we presently have in place. If we're not happy with the notification, then that's another topic that needs to be addressed at another meeting probably. And that's come up a few times recently, so maybe it is something that should be reviewed. But if I can bring us back to this particular application, we have followed the regulations that are presently in place, and I think we're probably compelled to give consideration based on the regulations that are in place now. If we want to change those regulations down the road.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. I don't
Yeah.
disagree with that. I have a hard time
Yeah.
believing that that isn't done. I guess
So-
in this situation particularly, I understand. I mean, again, I think that everybody would end up being in that 60-meter radius, but
Yeah.
maybe I'm measuring a little
Yeah,
off. But,
I don't know. Yeah.
I just think it's something moving forward we definitely should consider with future applications and how we're going to proceed, because Perry Avenue is definitely.
But I think we should give consideration to that at a time when we don't have an application in front of us and have that discussion. And Councillor, you good, Councillor Snow? For now. Yeah, for now. Councillor Durham.
Thanks, Councilor McFeely. And I was basically just going to say what you said, in that I don't think any of us think that Aaron and Lyndon and Tech Services team are up there picking, arbitrary numbers out. Yeah, let's make it 60 meters, 100 meters. Obviously, there's a number in our policy, then I think we should look at increasing it. But as I said, I think Aaron and Linda and the team, they're going by what is there now. So I think we should have the conversation, whether it's at a next, I don't know if it would be a policy and bylaw review meeting or maybe planning board meeting, but I think I would certainly support, and I think everyone here would support maybe kind of etching into stone, putting that radius up a little bit, because
Yeah.
I don't think they're eyeballing this, looking at a map. Obviously, it would be a computer program that takes and it's not
Can I just-
inaccurate.
To that point though, Counselor, they just said 60 meters is not in there, so that we decided 60 meters for whatever reason.
60 is, they're going to 100, I think, just to.
60 meters is not in the Planning Act.
Oh, okay.
Our bylaw goes
Our bylaw
beyond the
requires
Planning
it.
Act.
Yeah.
It is a
We don't,
standard.
we're not compelled to do the 60 meters, but we do.
So maybe we should look at,
Councillor Campbell?
yeah.
Oh, excuse me, are you done? Yeah.
And I'll
Councillor
have to,
Campbell?
I'll have to disagree too, because the last development was in my ward, and it encompassed me, and it would have put me in conflict. And it would, I went to see you, and I think it was obviously, Linda showed me that 60 meters, I think it was, which was quite reasonable, took in quite a bit of area, and it actually took me in, and I'd sooner have been outside again, so there's two sides to every story.
Yeah, and I think that's a debate we should have, but at a time when we don't have a request in front of us. Oh.
Yeah.
Councillor or McDougall?
That'll do. Thank you. I hear your concerns around the 60 meters, but, you know, most times the 60 meters works. I can see Councillor Snow's case here where Perry, that is definitely going to see some more traffic from it, and I'm sure that everybody on Perry has heard tell of it by now, but I think there's some special cases where we can look at this and review that 60 meters or whatever, or if we do it, you know, that's very obvious right there, what it's going to affect. But I'd have more concern with dumping the traffic onto Willow, but Willow will be cut off if this is approved, right?
Not cut off.
The accesses that are on Willow now
Will be stopped.
will be gone.
Will be
Yes,
gone,
there's
yeah.
a sketch that Linda had up there.
Yeah. Okay.
Not access to Perry.
No, access to the
The
lot.
access for the
Fro-
property
I guess
will not
dumping the
back onto
traffic
Willow.
onto
Yeah.
Willow is my main concern. Thank you.
Councillor Ramsey? Oh, excuse me. Go ahead, Councillor Ramsey.
Oh, I just have one question, because right now on, is that called Perry or Elm? Like it's still Elm, okay. So Perry is when you get around the corner. So right now on Elm, is that whole section where that apartment building is considered driveway? So people can just come and go as they please in that whole area?
Yes, what Linda's showing on the
Right.
sketch there, what's in the red shaded are existing driveways, and there's probably, as I say, that one there's 4 or 5 or 6 wide, and they all can just come and back out onto the street, yeah.
Right, okay, and if this gets approved and there's an apartment building there, do we have just one driveway?
The one that she's showing down there now at the bottom,
Oh,
the
okay.
One at
black
the bottom
highlight,
there.
they would just be coming down to one, all entrance and exits from one
Would be on that
location.
one driveway as opposed to cars being
The
able to
ones
come
on
and
Willow
go?
as well as the other existing wide area there on Elm.
And the one on Willow would be gone as well?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to,
Yep.
I thought that's what I saw, but I wasn't sure, so I just wanted to bring that up. Okay, thank you.
Your worship.
Thank you, Councillor. As was mentioned, this was discussed a few months ago about the possibility of extending that, and I agree with that, but I guess it was also mentioned, you know, something a few minutes ago, about 20 years ago. And I'm going to be speaking a little later to try in regards to our building bylaw. I mean, some of these things came in 20 years ago. I think we've got to have a look at some of these things and see if they can be changed. So some of the policies, as you know, when the new city was formed, it was a difficult process for staff and for council to come up with policies and the planning, the city planning situation and everything else. So I'm going to be talking about this a little later, but I agree that we have a look at that in regards to the extension. So people in a neighborhood can be notified. I'm not sure what the number would be, but it's worth a discussion to see what would be suggested and possibly changed. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other lights on, so are we ready for the vote, planning board?
Just one more question. That, is it something we can consider? I was talking to one of the residents on, I don't know if they're on Perry or Elm, they're pretty close to both. Anyway, without giving away the resident, they had mentioned not a roundabout, putting a cul-de-sac in there and cutting off access to Perry and having the apartment have their own access similar to the way it is. And I don't know if that works in that area or not. I know there's a couple of houses at the top of Elm, but if it's something staff could look at just to see what the options are in that area for, if it was to move ahead, what can be done in that area for safety that might, because right now, a lot of students there's a lot of kids that live on Perry, of course, but then there's a lot of students that use Perry as a cut through to get to Elm Street. So you got a lot of walking traffic there, and if we end up adding more cars to that area and people driving, that is a legitimate concern, and I would share that with the residents on Perry, that is something we need to look at on how we make sure that we address that moving forward if the development was to go ahead.
So where are you suggesting, sorry, through you, Mr. Chairman?
I'm just asking if staff can take a peek at that Perry Elm and see if that option's even an option for that area, and if it's not, then it's something we know is not an option. Sidewalks is always an option, but...
Is it suggestion for Elm or for Perry for the cul-de-sac?
Well, we'd have to look at that area, I guess, and see how the driveways and houses line up, and it was just one of the residents in that area, I think from talking to them, they said they had talked to some neighbors, and it was mentioned about possibly turning it into a cul-de-sac, and I said that's beyond my expertise. I'm not a traffic guy, but I would bring it forward as a...
Yeah, we can certainly look at it. You're not just gonna make one, it's a through street, so you'd be making both of them cul-de-sacs if you just get cut off of one.
Yeah.
And you're gonna need the space to make that turnaround, and then you have driveways that are on the existing Elm Street across there now as far as,
I guess that's
Yeah.
what I was asking, how those,
Yeah.
if that's even a possibility.
but
If the
we can
driveways
certainly, like
line
you say,
up
we can look at it, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? If not, we have, the motion is on the floor and it's been moved and seconded.
This is to take it to council.
Yeah, to advance it to council. So I'll read the recommendation again, just so everybody's clear. The application received from the Riley Cameron agent for property owners Philip and Colleen Cameron for PID number 305-839, PID number 305-821, and PID number 305-813 to amend the city zoning bylaw for medium density residential R3 zone to high density residential R4 zone be recommended to be approved by council. And that was moved by Councillor Adams and seconded by Councillor Ramsey. Seeing no further lights on, we will call for the question. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Contrary? Motion carried. So that will go to council on the 19th, is it?
6:30.
That's 6:30.
And our fire chief just had to leave, so I think the beeper went, so you can hear the sirens going now.
Okay, we'll continue on then, Your Worship, in the interest of time here, and we have a mobile home establishment application. Yeah, mobile sales, excuse me. Mobile sales establishment from Colin McKinnon. And the supporting explanation, the purpose of the application is to allow a mobile home sales establishment, Haas's Prime Rib, to operate at Heather Moyse Drive, exact site to be determined from April to October, weather permitting. Mr. McKinnon's proposed hours of operation are 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Sunday. Background, this is Mr. McKinnon's 7th year applying for a mobile sales establishment license, and to date there have been no issues with his business. The location being proposed is owned by Summerside Port Corporation, Inc. And the Summerside Port lands being considered, you can see them on the map there, Your Worship, and I think in our presentation earlier this evening, we heard reference to it as well. So, mobile sales establishment means a business located in a motorized vehicle or movable structure that is towed or moved by a motorized vehicle, and where all of the goods, wares, or foodstuff that are offered for sale are contained entirely within the motorized vehicle or movable structure, but does not include a lunch truck. The report under Section 13 of the City Licensing Bylaw CS-21, the bylaw states the following. Item 13, mobile sales establishment license. A, any person or company seeking a license to operate a mobile sales establishment in the city shall make application therefore to the council. B, licenses may be granted for a mobile sales establishment to conduct business on a maximum of 2 locations in the city, and each application shall be accompanied by a letter of permission from the owner of the property on which the mobile sales establishment will be located. Council shall allow or refuse the application based upon consideration of safety, desirability, impact on established businesses in the city, public convenience, and such other considerations as it deems appropriate. Council may attach terms and conditions to the approval of the license if granted, including, but not limited to, 1, hours of operation, 2, health code requirements, 3, litter control, 4, approved locations. The license for a mobile home sales establishment shall be valid for the calendar year in which the application is made only. A new application is required to council for each calendar year. No appeal shall lie from the decision of council respecting a mobile home establishment license, mobile sales establishment license. Staff comments. 1, Mr. McKinnon will provide written permission from the Summerside Port Corporation, and the site will be determined prior to his license being issued. Staff review. City staff support the application received from Colin McKinnon to operate the mobile home establishment. Here we go again. Mobile sales establishment. Haas's Prime Rib at Heather Moist Drive. Property owner by the Summerside Port Corporation, Inc. As per section 5.10, subsection B3 of the zoning bylaw, the planning board shall make recommendation to council on this application before it is approved or denied. The planning board recommendation, whether carried or defeated, will be brought forward for the council for a final decision. So the planning board recommendation, the application received from Colin McKinnon to operate a mobile sales establishment, Haas's Prime Rib, at Heather Moist Drive, property owned by the Summerside Port Authority, Inc., be recommended to be approved by council, and we will ask for a mover and a seconder from planning board. Moved by Councillor Ramsey, seconded by Councillor Adams. Any discussion or questions? Your Worship?
Go ahead.
Yeah, we're good?
I'm sorry, no, I guess my light is always on here.
We're good?
Go ahead.
I'm not seeing any lights, so we will call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Contrary? Motion carried. We'll move on to the next and final application for a mobile sales establishment, Redbridge Farms. Supporting explanation. It's a shame that we have to read all this same stuff back into the record again here, but here we go. Purpose. The purpose of the application is to allow a mobile sales establishment, the Mama Kitchen, to operate at 225 Reed Drive, PID number 406439. Background. The location being proposed is owned by Redbridge Farms and Landscaping Limited. The mobile sales establishment is a trailer-style establishment. The menu promotes local products. The application is for the 2021 calendar year to operate year-round, weather permitting, and the proposed hours of operation will be 11 a.m. to 7 p.m., 7 days a week. This is the 5th year the establishment will operate with no issues to date. And the location is shown on the diagram there. So a mobile sales establishment means a business located in a motorized vehicle or movable structure that is towed or moved by a motorized vehicle, and where all goods, wares, and foodstuff that are offered for sale are contained entirely within the motorized vehicle or movable structure, but does not include the lunch truck. The report under Section 13, the City of Summerside Licensing Bylaw, CS-21, the bylaw states the following. Item 13, mobile sales establishment license. A, any person or company seeking a license to operate a mobile sales establishment in the city shall make application therefore to the council. B, licenses may be granted for a mobile sales establishment to conduct business on a maximum of 2 locations in the city, and each application shall be accompanied by a letter of permission from the owners of the property on which the mobile sales establishment will be located. C, council shall allow or refuse the application based upon consideration of safety, desirability, impact on the established businesses in the city, public convenience, and such other considerations as it deems appropriate. D, council may attach terms and conditions to the approval of the license if granted, including but not limited to 1, hours of operation, 2, health code requirements, 3, litter control, 4, approved locations. E, the license for a mobile sales establishment shall be valid for the calendar year in which the application is made only. A new application is required to council for each calendar year. F, no appeal shall lie from a decision of council respecting a mobile sales establishment license. Staff comment. 1, the Redbridge Farm and Landscaping Limited is the property owner at the location chosen. The mobile sales chosen for the mobile sales establishment. The Mama's Kitchen is an affiliate company to the property owner. Staff review. Technical service staff recommend council approve the mobile sales establishment license to the applicant to operate. City staff support the application received from Redbridge Farm and Landscaping Limited to operate a mobile sales establishment, the Mama's Kitchen at 225 Reed Drive. As per section 5.10B3 of the zoning bylaw, the planning board shall make a recommendation to council on this application before it is approved or denied. The planning board recommendation, whether carried or defeated, will be brought forward to council for a final decision. So the planning board recommendation, the application received from Redbridge Farms and Landscape Limited to operate a mobile sales establishment, the Mama's Kitchen at 225 Reed Drive, be recommended to be approved by council. And we will ask for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Adams, seconded by Councillor Ramsey. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, motion carried. So that concludes the agenda of Planning Board.
Thank you, Councillor McFeely. So are we back up? Sorry, I had somebody hit the light on that. Are we back up to tech services, or where are we going now? Okay. Councillor Drawn, the floor is yours, sir.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. We have, I guess, 6 items on the Technical Services Committee agenda tonight. The first one, the building bylaw. I think we started to get into that during our March council meeting. And so I think I'll hand it over to Director Aaron, I guess, of Tech Services.
Just
and
before you do, Councillor Drawn, I'd like to just make a few comments, and I'll just, for the record, for the staff and for councillors as well.
Okay.
I know that the building bylaw is on tonight, and it was sent around, and I'm just going to make a couple of comments here, and I'm going to be asking councillors to see if they can table this for a month or so till we have another look at it. I think it was mentioned at the last meeting that there were a few clauses in there that were more stringent than the National Building Code, and I was circulated around, and those clauses were highlighted, and so I believe, and I mentioned this a number of times, I fully support regulations and fire regulations and those safety regulations and those kinds of things. But I'm just wondering, I would like to see developers, whether it's the Fitzgerald and Snow, or whether it's the R. Snow Brothers, or Wellington Construction, or Steve Mullaney, or Duffy's Construction, for these developers to have a look at our building bylaw to see if they have any recommendations for changes, that should be in there, or could be, or maybe change some wording to make it development a little more easier for commercial developments. We're doing great with residential developments here in the city, and but there may be some suggestions on that too that could be changed. And I think we just talked about something there earlier about the zoning or the sending out of the notice. That those kinds of things, I think was mentioned 20 years ago. Those regulations were put in place when the new city was formed, and when the new city was formed, a lot of things got put in there that the government said we had to have an official plan in place, which I agreed with. But things got in, and it's 20 years later now, and I'm just wondering if from experience, we're struggling to get commercial development, and I would like the commercial developers to read our building bylaw to see if they got any suggestions of anything that should be added or anything that should be taken out, to see if we could make it a little more easily for developers. So that's, you know, even building permit fees, there's all kinds of things that we can have a look at to see what could be done. So I would hope council would consider that. There's no real panic that we approve it tonight, but if there's anything we can do to improve, to make it easier for staff and to make it easier for developers, let's go through it with a fine-tooth comb, and, you know, what's another month? That's all I have to say, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, well, I guess we can discuss that before we get into anything, or we can
Well, we have
pick and
everybody
I kind of
here.
feel I kind of feel that putting it in the hands of the developers somewhat equivalent to putting, you know, making a teacher the Minister of Education. You know what I mean? Like, it might be the wrong person to be.
These are reputable developers, I mentioned.
The what, sorry?
They're very reputable developers.
Oh, absolutely, I know, but is it the developers that we want suggesting this, or is it
I
the
think
engineers? And that's not a question I can answer, but.
My personal opinion is we're here tonight, we have fine gentlemen here to present to us what is ahead of us, and we're not making a decision tonight, we're just deciding, so we can always table it at another time. I think it would be a waste of their time and my time today looking through it and reading through it and seeing what questions I have, and I'm sure other councillors have questions too. I guess, I know what you're saying, Your Worship.
I certainly want to hear the staff's
Okay, yeah,
comments too.
so I guess we're just, I guess I don't know what the purpose of tabling it tonight
Because I
would
think it was
be.
mentioned here a minute ago, but 20 years ago, he was a Don Jerry word, stuff that's in there. I think, you know, there's probably some that could be updated.
I don't, I agree with you 100% there. I guess I just don't know why we would table it tonight and not hear what the stuff is in there, so we can ask questions and everybody else can hear, and then we can get feedback from our residents, developers. I'm sure we'll reach out if they have major concerns. I'm sure we'll get a lot of that feedback through this process, because that's what this process is for.
Thank you.
That's just my, thanks.
I just wanted to ask, Chair, were they going to go through the changes and then we can ask questions afterwards, or do you want the questions as we go, which is easiest?
I think it's probably easier we highlight them, we can go through them, and we can give you an overview, and if you want to ask questions as we go, by all means.
I didn't want to interrupt.
Deputy CAO.
And just one comment on tying in what the mayor and councilors know, it's like our usual process for bylaw changes, right, is it first reading at a council meeting, goes to committee for discussion, and then usually it just goes on to the next council meeting. But it's not wrong at all to have first reading, go to a committee meeting, and then maybe it comes back to another committee meeting where some other stakeholders are involved, or like, it doesn't have to go council, committee, council. It it's not wrong to go council, committee, another committee meeting, and then finally go to council when everyone's satisfied for a final reading. So just, it's not a procedural question.
Okay, I'll turn it over to the experts and we can go through it. Oh, sorry, Councillor.
Yeah, no, I just had one comment. Whether we go through with it or not, that's beside the point, I guess. We got to go through it sometime. The highlighted, all the ones that were highlighted, I was looking for it, and I see it's highlighted on here, but we never received a copy with the highlighted changes. It was emailed? Oh, I picked this up. I never looked at the email. But can I ask a question before we start? I know that we have the National Building Code, and I swear by it, but are any of these putting us above the National Building Code? More stringent than the National Building Code? That's the only thing that I would,
There are a couple
Question.
items that
can we be?
can be seen as that.
Yeah, well, they can be seen. They would either be or they won't.
I can
be,
explain as we go through.
yeah. Okay, thank you.
That's what the highlighted. I guess council wanted to know, it's not just things that are more stringent, it was things that are in addition to the previous bylaw were highlighted.
Okay.
I'd like to explain that the bylaw is the lowest on the chain of the legislation. The act and the regulations are above the bylaw. And that's another 50 pages of legislation that are above the bylaw. So the bylaw is more the municipal level of administering the act. But the act and the regulations is the legislation. The committee I was on it was probably 7 years in total. And I was on the committee for 4.5 years to get it to where it passed last year. So it was a fairly involved process, and the shareholders, including developers, province-wide, had input at the public meetings for the act and regulations.
That's for the National Building Code?
The National Building Code is the code adopted by the act. It's the House and Wise. The legislation is the law, not the building code.
That's the federal legislation, you mean, or the provincial?
Provincial legislation?
Provincial.
Yes.
And our building code's the national code.
It's a code, it's not a law. The province adopted the code under the act.
Which one do we start on? What page?
Would you like to start with the first highlighted item?
Well, whatever, just so you can mention each page so we can all follow along. That's right.
Page 7, item 22. It's called residential garages. So this item 22.1, where it's all attached residential garages are to be constructed using 5/8 Type X gypsum board on the ceilings and walls. To explain, if I start talking in technical terms, please stop me if I need to explain something a little more basic. It's my habit. 5/8 gypsum board is what they call fire-rated drywall. It is used in situations where exposures to hazards could be greater, causing a greater fire hazard. To give you an example, 1/2-inch drywall, which is the standard drywall used, would give you about 15 minutes protection in a fire situation before it fails. Whereas the 5/8 drywall, the fire-rated drywall, will give you 40 minutes standalone as protection in a fire situation. So 15 minutes in a fire situation, from when the fire starts to when the fire department gets there, is cutting it pretty close.
Would that change in the insurance fee?
That I don't know. So the building code, if you were just parking your car in your attached garage, that's what the building code is referring to. But it doesn't allow for lawnmowers, gas cans, barbecues, solvents, woodworking shops that end up in residential garages.
So the Muskoshas and the Charlottetowns and the Kensingtons, they haven't got this extra?
I don't know if they have it in their bylaws, but it's the general practice, and it has been the
That sort
practice.
of makes those areas more attractive, and I wish them all the best.
We're talking about a couple $100 in a standard garage. As far
I'm
as
talking about
cost.
car garage, yeah, but I'm talking about, I guess I'm thinking about larger buildings.
No, this has nothing to do with commercial buildings. Commercial buildings are governed by what they call Part 3 of the building code. So it's professional design. So there's 2 tiers in the building code, if you will. There's what they call Part 9, which is your houses, small commercial buildings, up to a certain footprint, a certain size. Once they exceed those sizes of those criteria, it becomes what they call a Part 3 building, which requires professional design. That's architects, engineers, and certain occupancies of certain buildings require professional design. Example would be a restaurant or the credit union place or anything like that, where there's a lot of public present. So in this case, item 22 is referring to just your standard single-family house, residential garage, or row house garage, basically just a single dwelling. It's not commercial at all.
What if somebody had already purchased the gyprock that's suitable for the code, and then when they went to build, they couldn't get the permit, or they wouldn't issue it because if this was approved, they have to send the other gyprock back?
Potentially. It's a standard practice now. It's not something unusual. And it's listed as a permit condition currently.
So are most homes constructed like this now?
Oh, yeah, they have been.
And we're
quite a
just
while.
updating our bylaw?
Well, no, this was adopted by my predecessor. And that was, the reasoning was that the building code is
Yeah.
referring to parking your car in the garage,
Yeah.
and that's it.
So if somebody came in with their plans 2 months ago, and they had a garage on it, this would have been a requirement that you would have?
It's on the conditions of the permit, yeah.
Yeah.
If we say, though, it's been 7, 10 years, the predecessor was interpreting how I'll say, commercial or residential garage,
Yeah.
what the determination what should be there.
Right.
So it's been happening for 7, 10, 15 years.
Okay, so most of the homes that are out there have this on it anyway?
Yeah. And
Why wouldn't the fire marshal express that as well, or even the National Building Code? I wonder why they're less stringent.
The building code is a minimum construction requirement. It is the very basic requirement structurally and for fires. It primarily is for making sure people get out of a house, in this case, in a timely manner. It doesn't do anything really, it's not heavy on protecting property. It's heavy on protecting the occupants. This particular item has proven itself in previous fires in the city. Part of what I do is after there's a fire, I either see the fire marshal or I go in with the fire restoration company and do a walkthrough to see how the fire affected the structure, what works, what doesn't work, basically. There was a fire 3 or 4 years ago now, in a garage, and what happened was the fire did not penetrate the 5/8 drywall. There was a situation here not too long ago where the house did not have the drywall at all, and the house is now a vacant lot. So it has proven over time in different fire situations that it does create an extra, basically it's an extra time frame for the fire department to arrive on site, is what it does.
Likely causes or accelerants to aid a fire? Stuff that's stored in the garage versus not just a normal car. Anybody, the code was probably the understanding, here's a basic car, garage, now we have, look at my own garage.
And that's basically how it's worded in the code.
Generator, tires, I got a lawnmower, I got,
Just a question on that, though. I don't understand why the National Building Code are not updating theirs, or why.
It cycles every 5
and I-
years,
and I
so
understand-
things change.
I understand it's
Yeah.
the best way to do it, but if others are out there not doing it, then. But you,
category is still, they may deem it just for a residential garage, or just use it for a residential garage.
Right.
But they are mainly using it for
Right.
residential garage.
but that would be Canada-wide, right? That's most garages now. I understand that argument, I'm just wondering why. I hate that we're being more stringent, I do, but
it's a
it's
common
minor.
practice, yeah.
But I just, it boggles my mind why it's not the National Building Code addressing it.
Hazard, yes, that a lot of the rules and situations are the result of a number of incidents that happened, they write a rule for it.
Right.
I've seen a couple of examples here where it has
So is it safe to say that based on, like, when the next cycle comes around, this will probably be in the National Building Code? Would you don't
can't
know,
say.
but
Yeah.
is that's what I'm hearing you say, even if you don't want to say it,
No,
but I'm
not-
thinking,
I don't know.
you don't, yeah, yeah.
There's always
Because
surprises.
if it's not, then I'm wondering why we're doing it. I guess that, but if it's something we thought was the trending way of things to go, then it would make sense.
But it makes sense. If you're storing gasoline in your garage, it's not what the code intends. It intends that you're only parking your car in a single-car garage. It's not intended for other uses like that.
I think,
Can I just, okay, so my mind is straight with this. You said that we've been doing this for several years, but we've never,
My predecessor was questioned about it. And it had been a common practice then. But his explanation was what I just explained, that the garages weren't intended to store your lawnmowers and gas cans and propane cylinders and.
so if him or you had went into a house and seen that it wasn't done with this, would there be an issue?
No, the code can't be applied retroactively.
Okay. Yeah, no, yes. I know, I just don't get how we could have been enforcing something that wasn't written anywhere,
So if you went into,
when it was just a rule of thumb.
if you went into a house today and they were putting, what's the next one down, not 5/8?
The half-inch.
Half-inch drywall,
Mhm.
what would happen? So I come in, I get a building permit, and I decide to put the half-inch drywall instead of 5/8. What happens?
Technically, it meets the building code.
technically, what, sorry?
So,
Technically, it meets the building code if you're just parking your car in the garage.
but did we not say earlier that it's part of the permit process now is the 5/8?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I get lost in that one.
Yeah.
I get lost on who
It's,
decides. I know.
this is what's called building official interpretation. It's how the code gets interpreted. The code it is black and white, but the situations where it creates gray. And this is one of the situations where gray comes in because you're not just storing your car in the garage. So now we've created a greater hazard by bringing in gas cans, bringing in propane cylinders.
And I don't disagree with you, and I understand, I guess the argument would be, I guess we can't go out in the street and say you're getting charged for going 50 and a 40 when it's listed as 40, but we can go in and say you might put something in your garage that is not a car. I just don't know how we can justify doing that. I guess that's
Well, I think my view of the justification is between 15 minutes and 40 minutes.
Oh, and I'm not, listen, I
That's the
understand
difference I
the
get.
safety, I just,
Yeah.
So,
That
logically, I don't know.
plays into the interpretation.
no, I know.
The cost benefit, we're only dealing with a few $100 additional cost and materials. The process is the same.
Yeah.
I guess the question, so, like, do the insurance underwriters require, like a new house, if you're going to insure a new house, do you require 5/8?
That I don't know.
Seems to me they would be the ones that would, besides the safety factor. I think if we're going to err, we should err on the side of safety. The other question I have is, so the whole garage would need to be 5/8, not just the common wall?
Usually if they're going to, when they do it, they just do the whole garage.
What would the
But
heads
the minimum you would want would be the common walls with the living space and the ceilings.
Yeah, it seems to me that's just.
That would be the minimum, but what happens is they
15.
decide, well, if we're gonna do that, we'll just do the whole garage and not have two different materials.
But the way this is worded is that the whole garage is required. It's not it's the whole garage is required. The way I would interpret that sentence,
Mhm.
the whole garage. But the concern, as I understand it, is really just that common wall
That's the primary concern, yes.
So, could it be considered that the wording of the bylaw be that the common wall be the consideration, and that it's highly recommended that the whole garage be?
If every house was built the same, yes, but you have houses that have bonus rooms above garages, there's different scenarios.
Well, those are common walls and or ceilings.
Well,
whatever.
the walls are supporting that space above. So that's where you would get into wanting to have all the walls. If the fire travels up inside the wall, it's going to give into the living space above.
But if the intent is to provide that extra protection between where the fire is and where people might be, then to me it's the common wall. I guess, I mean, at the end of the day, you're not talking mega bucks, but if you add up all these things, you know, the incremental increase of each one of these could be meaningful over a build of a house, and that's the concern. So there's a couple of questions there. Really is, you know, I think our concern needs to be the safety of people. I'm very surprised that insurance underwriters wouldn't require it to protect their interests and their exposure. Well, we don't know that. And then I really kind of question whether you need to do the whole garage or just a common wall if it's really about protecting the people.
And the other regulation, like I said, the fire hydrant is supposed to be so many feet from a building, right? Whatever the national code or the provincial regulations are. But I would hope that we wouldn't come up with a regulation that there should be more close than what the average city and town have. I guess I'm kind of struggling here a little bit to see why our regulations are, or maybe if it's approved, stronger than Charlottetown, even though I agree with what Councillor McFeely said, you know, safety is the number one thing, but I guess I'm just trying to, I think it would be so much easier for the people too, to have the same regulations from Tignish to Surrey versus different municipalities. Maybe I'm just thinking out loud here, but.
If I may jump in for a moment, I think we've got a number of things that have been highlighted for you folks to consider. Okay, the Building Codes Act requires that there's a bylaw in place, and it sets the minimum standard. The things that have been highlighted are those things that have been identified as perhaps going above and beyond that, and I think we're hearing loud and clear that there are some concerns with some of those things. I might suggest if Mike is given an opportunity to provide his rationale for each of those things, and that you as council ultimately can decide whether or not to jettison these highlighted things or not.
All right.
Fair enough.
Just
I
one.
think, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
For me, I mean, everybody learns and listens in different ways, but I find when we're asking questions and we're not hearing the information, it's really hard to really understand the rationale that's coming. That's just me. That's how I learn. But I would appreciate it if we could just hear it, and then if we have questions.
Just one follow-up on the gypsum. You see a lot of people put metal siding in interior of their garage and that. So would I have to put the 5/8 gypsum before I put the siding on?
Ordinarily, yes. Yeah.
Ordinary. So we're on number one. The first highlighted item is going to cost us $200 or $300 more. And I'm just ready to go through, so whatever.
Is gypsum just a new name for gyp rock?
Yeah.
No, I think we should continue. I think we're on number one, and it's 7 o'clock. We've got some highlights to go.
The next item was number 24, secondary suites. A secondary suite is basically an apartment in your house. The issue currently, it crops up now and again, is there are two standards, one for a secondary suite, which is you have your own house, you decide that you're going to renovate the basement and create an apartment in the basement. The second scenario is you have a house and you decide that you want to rent out the main living area and also the existing apartment in the basement. The problem is each have different standards. And the one that is the most costly to renovate is the drywall or the gypsum board. If you were creating a secondary suite in your single-family house, you would only be required to put half-inch drywall, a gypsum board, up. If you were going to construct a duplex, the exact same building, but as a over-under duplex, you would be required to put the 5/8 fire-rated gypsum board instead of the half-inch gypsum board. So what has happened over time is houses were renovated with the apartment in the basement, and they're sold and they're turned into investment properties, and they want to make it a duplex, which technically the structure does not meet the requirements for a duplex because it doesn't have the proper fire separation between the upper and lower units. So to potentially take the biggest cost item to and involved with a renovation to take it from a secondary suite to a over-under duplex, the intention is to have the proper drywall, the Type X, put in place at the time the secondary suite is constructed in lieu of the half-inch drywall. Again, the work is no different. There is a cost premium, as I mentioned, for the 5/8 Type X. But that would solve some of the issues that have been cropping up with existing single-family houses with a basement apartment, that all of a sudden they want to create a investment property and it doesn't meet code for that use. It doesn't have the proper fire separation, yes. So they either have to remove what's existing and replace it, or put another layer of the 5/8 over the existing to bring it to code. The
But
item
if
after,
somebody, sorry, if I could just ask the question, sorry to jump in there, but if one of these places was for sale and the person wanting to buy it, whether it was somebody from Ontario or out west or Charlottetown or any place else, wanted to come in and do that, if they were told before they bought it by an inspection that this had to be done, is it possible it would prevent the sale?
it wouldn't be, I wouldn't be doing the inspection.
Oh, I know, so take that one step further then. So whoever did the inspection, would they go by this regulation or their own?
If they were intending to take a single-family house with a basement apartment and turn it into an over-under duplex, it would be highlighted that if it didn't have the sufficient drywall separation, that it didn't meet the code to do that.
Highlighted by whom? The person doing the inspection or you?
It wouldn't be me, because I don't do inspections of properties that are under contract for sale.
Oh, okay.
I only deal with the owner of the property either before or after. I don't do inspections for a buyer.
Well, just again, sorry to take a whole lot of time here, but I'm trying to separate this bylaw and the code. And from what you just said, if somebody was buying it and it met the other code, whatever it is, the provincial or national, could it be turned down because it didn't meet this one?
If the intention is to take a single-family house with a basement apartment that was built to code and change it into an over-under duplex with both units being rented, it would not meet the building code. It's not the bylaw, it would not meet the building code if it didn't have the proper fire separation.
So if I wanted to put an in-law suite at my home for my parents, which I wish I could, I wish they were here to do that for, but I would have to tear out everything that was already existing, put in new drywall. Is that what you're, like, so, yeah.
If you were, the intent of this provision is for anyone that's new,
Anyone
or
that's
one that
new.
you're doing a renovation to create it.
So if I was doing a renovation in my home for my parents to come and live
The
in my
intent
home.
would be to have that upgrade done.
Wow.
An in-law suite is an apartment. There's no differential between it.
That's just for the separation, though.
It's just a separation.
So just a
yes.
separating wall, just
Yes.
one wall,
The
it wouldn't be the
the
whole.
common separations.
Oh, okay.
So if there's
right.
any common stairwells, anything like that, this is where this would come in play. It's not the entire unit, it's only where the fire separation would occur. So the floor or
Ceiling?
common walls, yeah, well, the ceiling of the basement apartment, yes.
Right.
So in a 70-unit apartment building like the Arsenal one that just opened, I guess, or just been built, the common separation would be every unit.
That's a commercial building, it's done that way anyway.
Is that classed as commercial or residential?
It's a commercial building that's residential occupancy. That building's concrete and steel and fire-rated drywall.
Okay. So any of these clauses, would any of these clauses
No.
affect that building?
No,
So
this,
where he wouldn't have to go to the half-inch gyprock versus the 5/8?
this is for a secondary suite, which is basically an apartment in a house.
Okay, I just had one question. Can you put half-inch over existing half-inch? Or do you have to rip out the half-inch and then put in the 5/8?
You would put the 5/8 over the half-inch. The half-inch isn't sufficient, even 2 layers.
Even 2 layers,
Yeah.
okay. But you don't have to take out
No,
the half-inch, you can put the
no,
5/8 on
there's one
top.
being done right now that way.
So even with 2 layers, it's not enough.
2 layers of to the half-inch standard drywall, no, it's not enough.
Even though that would be thicker than,
It's not the same, it's not the same construction. It's different, it's constructed differently.
different material.
Yes.
Okay. Can we move on? If everyone's okay. That's the second one.
24-2, secondary suite shall have a separate metered electrical service. That is the electrical utility policy.
That's not there now. This is new, is it?
This is the current electrical utility policy,
So how come it's highlighted?
because it's not mentioned in the bylaw previously.
So currently you can't have a duplex 1 meter?
If you're constructing a duplex or an apartment secondary suite, it requires a second meter, a second service.
There's probably lots of them that were built over the last 50 years that have it,
That's correct.
but it's new ones from here on in.
That's correct.
Can somebody explain the reasoning for that?
It's a second metering point. That's part of the utilities policy. Well, yeah, the following policy, or the following item is the secondary suite shall have a separate electrical panel. That is a provincial requirement under the Rental Properties
So that
Act.
provides the second meter, so I guess why for both? Other than, like if I want to build a duplex and I want to have it, that electric's included, I'm paying the one bill, the one service charge, the one, what's,
That's-
other than,
It's
I'll
not,
tell you.
it's
I'll
not
tell you
my
what's
policy to address,
I know,
Counselor.
well, I'll tell you what's going through my head right now, is
You
that
know why
we're
it's
trying to
there.
get a second service charge, and that seems
Yeah.
a little sketchy to me, so.
That's what it's for.
That's exactly that's what's going through my head right now, is why would we, other than to get a second service charge where I don't see the other stuff I can jive with you, because we're saying, it's fire, you have 45 minutes instead of 15, but, Kristen.
Currently, if we have a house with a secondary suite and there's only 1 meter servicing, we will apply a second base charge. So there's either going to be 2 meters on that property, or there's going to be 2 base charges.
And that's just for the dollar end of it, not for any protection of fire like Mr. Strauss
That's
just
the
said.
electrical service charge,
Right.
monthly charge.
Yeah, just a way to get
And
extra
again, can
fee.
somebody explain that? I just, other than,
They do it for water and sewer too.
It takes money to run your electric utility. You guys have a rates and schedule policy manual that you've approved, and those are the current rules. So if you don't get the revenue from that second duplex, whatever it is in that second charge, if you don't get that revenue, that revenue requirement will be spread out against all the other ratepayers in the city.
okay,
So for an example, and this is I just found out about this 2 weeks ago, there's a duplex that I know of in town that has 3 meters on it, because each end has one, or up and down has one, plus then the third one is for the hot water heater and the heat, because the landlord pays that. So each tenant has, and then there's the third for the landlord. So there are some that have.
If I may, it's treated as a business operated. So basically, the individual dwelling units are considered individual premises, so require a second meter as a standard. If they don't have a second meter, then a second charge is levied. And that's only done because it's impractical or cost prohibitive to add a second meter in when they do the renovation. So the condition on that is usually the kitchen is the terminator. As I think Mike probably just explained, the in-law suite is just, if it's just an in-law suite with a bedroom or something, it probably doesn't apply for the second charge. So usually we've delineated to kitchen areas mainly. I mean, could be wrong there, Mike, you can correct me, but, and the third meter is for a general service account for the owner of the establishments that profiting as a business, which covers the common space of the heating and any hallways and lighting to get to those individual dwelling units. That's how it breaks down.
So like a 12-unit building, each unit would have its meter and then a general meter.
Then a general meter, yeah.
So,
Thank you.
and I,
24.3 is provincial regulation, we're just highlighting it.
Can we put that in there
so it is a provincial regulation?
as per, can we put that
24.3?
in there? Yeah.
24.3 is under the residential
Yeah.
tenant property.
I guess, oh, I'm sorry.
It's just to highlight that it is a requirement to have that meter.
I'm kind of like what a couple others have expressed here that, you know, if it's an in-law suite for, you know, for your mother or father, particularly even in the housing environment that we're in now for affordable housing, it just doesn't sit right with me that we're.
The code does not differentiate. It's all considered a secondary suite. I'm sorry.
Just something just doesn't seem right about that. So I don't know how. If it is the regulation, I don't know what we can do about it.
The reason why that second panel is required is the tenant has to have control over the circuits within their unit. They need to be able to reset in an emergency, shut off a breaker, reset a breaker within their unit. That's why the tenant has to have control of the circuits within their unit. That's why the meter's required, or the panel's
So
required.
if I want to put a little room in the back of my house to accommodate my mother, I'm like, Barb, I wish I could. You've got to go to the added expense of putting in the panel and all that kind of stuff.
That would be the city's regulation if they wanted to remove that regulation, wouldn't
No,
it?
it's not a, they're saying it's not a city regulation, it's,
I mean, our electric utility regulation?
24.3.
it's a requirement of the regulation.
If it's a rental property,
So if it's not a rental property,
we're digging pretty deep here, Counselor.
well, no.
Well, these are the questions we're gonna be
But it's
asked.
a real
Yes, but
situation. I mean,
there's more to this. This is just the tip, and it becomes, there's more regulation behind this.
Yeah, but what is the test? If it's not a rental property, if I say, well, my mother's living there, and I have a little in-law suite with a hot plate,
This,
That's a roommate. You got yourself a roommate.
like, what's the litmus test here?
this is a provincial requirement for a rental property,
A rental property.
which, believe it or not, in-law suites turn into rental properties long-term.
So how do you define rental property?
It's when you,
Exchange of money for,
again, you're, you're getting beyond my scope.
no, but those are,
It's a secondary, I deal with the building, it's a secondary suite. They come in and get the permit for the
Yeah.
secondary suite. These are the requirements for a secondary suite.
Yeah.
There's no differential between what's called an in-law suite or anything like that. It's a secondary suite if you're creating a second dwelling within the building. If you're just adding a bedroom and an ensuite, that is not a secondary suite. If you're adding a kitchen stove and a range, a kitchen stove or fridge, you're creating a separate dwelling, a second dwelling within the building. That's a secondary suite.
Maybe we should be after the provinces to change or loosen up some of these regulations. So if you want your mother or father in a suite.
One thing that we have to keep in mind, and with all these building code requirements, right? And Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, because your committee done a lot of work on it, but you're really protecting the second, third, fourth, fifth property owner of the property, right? The people who are building the property make informed decisions based on the code and and what have you, and they build what they're gonna build, but then they turn around and sell them, and uses change, and, right, so the rationale behind behind all the safety provisions for the, not, part of the rationale is protecting the second, third, fourth property owner. That's so when somebody buys a property, their home inspector is not going through necessarily and checking the width of the gyprock and the whatever, but they know that it's been built to a certain standard that it's safe, right?
That's got nothing
Yes.
to do with the electrical one we're talking about a minute ago.
It certainly does. The building inspector just talked about the safety
Well, I'm
requirements.
talking about the additional revenue you said because of,
Well, that's one piece, but
yeah, well, that's the piece I mean.
the building inspector just talked about the safety requirement of having control and having the panel. If you have a secondary suite, having that tenant having the control of the panel, and being able to shut things off in an emergency.
Can two panels go off 1 meter?
I'm just a lawyer. It's not mine.
You have like a sub panel, right?
Okay,
Yeah,
can I ask a question? If we are putting something in the policy, the bylaw, that is going in there because of another bylaw, another policy, can we reference that in here so people know where we're drawing it from?
It certainly could be.
I'm just thinking it might cause, like, if I looked at that, I'd be like, oh, well, why? I would never think to go back and look at, like, the electrical policy to reference one off the other.
So, yeah, I mean, with respect to the second electrical panel, like coming out of the Rental of Residential Properties Act, one of the challenges that you could imagine with that, if you did reference that in there, is someone could argue, well, this is just my roommate. This isn't, I'm not renting this out, this is just for my in-law, but then you get into the issue what Gordon was just talking about, the subsequent owner, the person who buys the property and is going to rent it out, then suddenly they're non-conforming. So a lot of these issues are forward-looking, I think, based on experience of someone who's seen a lot of these problems come up. So from a legal perspective, there's no issue with renting it. I'm just not sure. I'd want to look at it on a case-by-case basis and talk to council about it because some issues might cause more fights than they solve.
I just want to say, as Gordon said, that it's what's called the life cycle of the building. It's from the day it's being built to the day it's being torn down. That's how the view is taken on what gets done in renovations, upgrades over time, code requirements. It has to do with the life cycle of the building. It's not just what you want to do today, it's subsequent generations in that building.
Councillor Snow, did you have additional?
It reminds me of, just to take a second to tell this story, and we all know it. The Holman building was built 150 years ago, and that wouldn't fall down or anything if it got hit with a bomb. Posts and everything are that big, you know. When they did things without any of these kinds of things, one time, they were built to last for 150 years. But you had mentioned a generation or two or three, or whatever you were just talking about there. They said sold. Yeah, that was before your time. My time. Like I said, I
2x4 was less than $20 too.
I support all of the regulations and the fire regulations and the safety and all that, but I'm just kind of struggling here with some of this stuff in regards to why we're different than Charlottetown or Montague or other communities, but maybe we can narrow this down to something that we can all agree to. Hopefully.
27.1 is what's referred to as braced wall construction. And I'll try not to get too technical here. What it is it's basically usually a house that's constructed without any plywood sheathing. So the outside of your house does not have plywood on it. In place of that, they use metal straps to brace the wall. And usually that's covered with styrofoam insulation. So there's basically no panel behind your styrofoam, which is behind your siding. So these braces are allowed under code, but it's a detailed analysis that has to be done, and the code kind of gives you an idea how it's supposed to be done, but it depends on the product being used. So the requirement would be that it be designed by a professional engineer.
Is this a requirement of the National Building Code?
It's in the code, but the way it's being used or has been used in the past really doesn't meet the code.
So,
The hazard in this.
I guess
is-
that's the difference that I have with it, is if it's not required by our National Building Code, why are we being more stringent? And I guess you can
Because
say safety or whatever, but the
I'm not-
National Building Code is supposed to be, we were told the National Building Code is the code, that we
I am
have
not-
to live by the Charlottetowns, the Summersides, and now the island has adopted it.
Yeah.
And now we're going above and beyond. And that's just a concern I have, that the developers are gonna be looking at us and say, and throwing it at us again, it costs too much to do this, to do that, so.
I'm not a professional engineer, and I'm not comfortable with the analysis that has to be done to use this system. So in that capacity, I would have to say a professional engineer would have to be involved to design the system.
So are you saying, Mike, that a professional engineer would have to be hired
Yes,
by the builder?
Yep.
If you're building a home?
this particular process.
Do we have some of them
Okay.
There are a few, yeah.
They're using non-standard practice.
This is not your everyday builder doing this. This is
Putting plywood on top of your 2x4 is a standard practice. They're not putting plywood on to give lateral support to the studs. They're gonna put this type of bracing on. That's not standard practice. That Mike is comfortable dealing with, yes, here's the plywood going on, that's gonna give lateral stability to the house.
If it's done wrong, the whole house could do this. Instead of being straight, it could do this. If it's done wrong. So it's not something that you guess at.
This is above my pay grade as well.
Yep.
We're gonna be here all night.
Well, we're gonna keep going though.
Should,
Gotta go through it.
to that point, should we, or if we have a builder that thinks or tells us they know what they're doing, they're a professional, and they're doing this type of, using this strapping to build, and because we're unsure, we're penalizing the contractor? Do you know what I mean? Like, if in another municipality, let's say Charlottetown, the building inspector was trained and comfortable with saying, you know what, this is done right, proceed. They don't have to get an engineer, but we do.
You're asking me to assume liability for the city by approving a permit based on what a contractor tells me?
No, what I'm saying is, should we as a city be saying, you know what, our inspector is not comfortable, we'll get such and such to come in and inspect it.
The
that is
engineer.
An engineer that is comfortable with that. Do you know what I mean? As opposed to, I guess, if in another,
What you're saying is, if someone wants to propose an alternative standard design, you want the city to pay for that.
well,
That's what you're saying, I wanna make sure that's what you're
yeah, well, I'm saying if we don't have the in-house expertise, and they do in Charlottetown to do the exact same thing, and they don't have to bear that expense in Charlottetown, but we do in Summerside, I think that's our deficiency, not the person wanting to build the unit. Does that make sense? I think it does.
This is not a usual construction practice, and I would be surprised if anybody on the island has the qualifications to be able to say out of hand, yes, that's good, without being an engineer.
But they would be, okay.
I'd mentioned one of the developers a while ago, for example, as far as I know, he's a fine gentleman. Fitz and Snow was owned by a professional engineer, but I'm not sure what his background is in engineering, but I mean, he's not gonna, in my opinion, with the professionalism that they carry out and his good reputation, he's not gonna do something to cut corners.
Or to ruin his reputation.
Right, so, and I got a lot of respect for all of the developers, so anyway, I know what Corey's saying there, I understand, but anyway, we gotta keep going here to get through.
I guess, Mike, I just want to go back to, you know, if this is allowed in Charlottetown by the National Building Code, and they don't require a professional engineer, whether they got an engineer on staff or not. But if you went to a house and the house was going that way, wouldn't we stop construction? You know, until they have it fixed?
This issue may not appear for years afterwards.
Good.
Usually it's a wind load.
It's what?
A wind load, a high wind event, that would create this issue. Create an issue where there's a structural deficiency.
Yeah.
We got somebody moved in, they got their family there, we had a wind event that we had, and all of a sudden there's all this damage to the house, they come back on.
Yeah. Oh, I can see that. I just.
So, Mike, in your time, how many applications have we received with,
Applications
that we received with this?
for this kind of process?
Yeah,
2 or 3.
so it's not something that's happening.
But each time there was some uneasiness with the process.
Yeah. I'm like Councillor Snow was, yeah. Anyway, we'll have time to talk about.
Is it a method done to save money, or is it just?
Potentially, you would see it now based on the price of building materials. This may become a process that's used more and more, which is why it's being brought up now in the bylaw.
Okay, we're moving on to number 30.
Item 30 is multiple housing unit buildings, individually owned units. This provision has basically been in the bylaw since the late 90s, or probably the original bylaw. What it is semi-detached, which is basically your side-by-side duplex, and a townhouse, which is similar, just multiple units that are owned individually, are separated with a masonry or concrete, what they call a party wall, which is the common wall between the 2 units. And that goes from basically the basement or the first floor, if it's a slab on grade, to the roof line, basically creating a fire wall between the 2 units. What that does is, in the case of one unit burning down, the other one stays in place. That's correct. Those are townhouse units. Yeah.
You can see where the wall is.
They build it as it goes up. Same on, if you go down Putters, you can see all the semi-detached.
Those are all in place now, though, right?
Yes.
Is there any truth in the story at Motter Street, one of the new builds didn't put?
I'm sorry?
One of the new builds on Motter Street didn't put in a cement wall?
They've
A
all done it since I've been,
duplex.
the building inspector, they have.
So what's on the, is there masonry or concrete, but what's on there now? Is this is to change from what to concrete?
This has been the standard practice. This has been the practice per the bylaw since I mentioned the original bylaw.
Yeah, I know what's on practice.
It can be done in gypsum board, but it's a difficult detail to achieve compared to when you use concrete or masonry block.
Is there much difference in the cost from the gyp rock?
I couldn't say one way or the other.
Those are the kinds of things that I kind of like to know too. I know it's great to have the concrete in the walls, but if it's not required in Charlottetown and Scotia, Kensington.
The municipalities are all drifting that way. I believe Stratford has it now, and Charlottetown has it to a certain extent.
I know Bruce had mentioned comments there a while ago about, the building code was here and it was in Charlottetown, but not all across the island, but now, and that was creating some, people were phoning, well, how come the building code in Scotia will allow this and it won't Summerside? But now it's all across the island, the building code, I understand, the province has adopted it. But yet, there's some things here like this that may not be the same. This goes into a lot of the clauses we talked about earlier, I guess, too.
This is really the only one that has been, per the original bylaw, in place as a supplemental item.
Well, how come it's highlighted then?
I guess that was my question. How come it's highlighted? We've been doing it and it's in there.
Because I was asked to highlight everything that was additional to the code.
So that is additional? We didn't have that in before?
It was in the bylaw before. It's always been in the bylaw.
but it's
Yeah.
over and above the
The
code.
distinction, I think, is between what's in the National Building Code versus what was in the bylaw. So it's always been in the bylaw, but it's not in the code. And so the request was highlight what's goes above and beyond the code.
These aren't necessarily new, they're just
The
different from the
difference.
code.
They're something always done by the city.
It is the standard expected practice now in the city. The
And so-
requirement to have the rated assembly between the two units. In a fire situation, the block of concrete is going to withstand more than a gypsum board. So, property-wise, and structural-wise, the block of concrete is obviously above and beyond what a gypsum board assembly would be.
So we may be the only one on the island with this. I say maybe.
The other municipalities are drifting towards the same kind of thing, because they see the issues with the gypsum board assemblies.
So
Mike,
there,
could I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Just you made a point there. You said it's a standard expected, but I didn't catch the last word.
It's this practice, standard practice here, and it's just what's done now.
so you have no idea the additional cost?
I wouldn't be able to tell you right now with the way the prices are for materials and
So I
construction.
seen one being constructed around town with the styrofoam blocks.
It's ICF construction, yeah.
And they run cement inside of it?
That's correct. It's a 6-inch wall, 6-inch concrete wall with the form. The ICF is the form work that holds the concrete instead of
That
using
doesn't burn?
platforms. The foam will burn, but you still have a 6-inch solid concrete wall between the two units.
Okay.
And that is one of the things that the contractors, there's a shortage of masons on the island. So the one you saw is probably going to be the standard practice and not too much, not too distant future. The contractor can build it themselves. Yeah.
What number are we on?
31.
No, I mean the next one.
The
Or
multiple-
go to 31, sorry.
The multiple housing units, single property owner. So a row house is a single building with multiple dwellings in it, multiple units. There's a bunch that were built on Duke Street, just off of Duke Street, and last number of years, there's currently ones being built off of Pope Road. Those are row houses. They can never be separated as individual units. It's always one real estate entity, one building with multiple units. The supplemental item is to install what's referred to attic fire blocks at each fire separation between the individual units. A fire block is basically a material that's put on the attic truss to stop a fire from spreading over the top of one unit into the next unit. Currently, in those buildings, it has to be put in by code every second unit. What the amendment is to put it at every unit. The reason being, there's another code requirement, and I don't want to get too technical here, but it's a very hard requirement to achieve, and it's protecting the soffits above the windows to stop the fire from jumping into the attic space. And it's difficult to achieve because you're also trying to provide ventilation into your attic. So what was worked out is by adding this additional fire block in the attic, that requirement to protect the soffit of the building wouldn't be required. So it's an alternate provision to that requirement. And it has proven itself in fires in the city in the past, where one unit in a row house has had a fire and smoke had got into the attic spaces of that one unit, but because it had the separations between, that smoke did not carry into the unit adjoining it. And the issue with smoke damage, you can't just wipe it off. You basically, when they remediate a smoke damaged house, all the drywall comes off, all the insulation comes out. They usually spray a shellac-based coating on all the framing lumber and put it all back together. So you could be this remediation could run into, $100,000 in some of these restorations after a fire. So just by having that separation in that one particular scenario, the damage wasn't done to the adjoining unit. So all that work did not have to be done. There was a fire last week in Charlottetown, similar scenario. The fire started in one unit on a row building. That building did not have the fire blocks in the attic. And the adjoining units both had smoke and water damage, and those businesses are shut down until they all get renovated and reinstated. It's a similar scenario. So this has been presented as an option to developers. The last 18 row houses, basically every row house built since 2013 has incorporated this provision. That's 100 in Summerside. That's 124 building units, dwellings in 18 buildings. It was, you're having an awful hard time achieving this code requirement. Here's another provision, an alternate way of doing it that will cover off the issue you're having, but also increase the fire safety of your building. So that's how it was presented. It wasn't me telling them this is what you shall do. This is, here's what I've seen, real world situation. What do you think? To them it wasn't, there was never any second thought to it.
Did anything ever come up in that conversation around the additional cost or anything like that, or?
The building like this, a row house, you're into the $450,000 plus. We're talking about a fraction of 1% of the cost. It's not a huge cost. It's an extra. Sometimes it's an extra truss and some extra drywall. There's some extra labor, of course, but it's not a large item. The issue is, if they try to do the detail that is hard to achieve, they could end up having to take it all out and redoing it until it passes the inspection. That was the issue. So that's why this was looked at in the first place.
Is there anything, is there anything around, say, for example, that you would know of in past experience where if they go to the trouble of doing this type of a code, is there any type of, like a rebate or an incentive through the insurance companies if they meet the very high end of fire safety standards?
That I don't know.
Can I just remind, I just got a message come in, if people are asking questions to make sure they use the mic, and she just mentioned it's kind of quiet at times. And I know some of us, and I do it too, we start to ask a question and then halfway through we turn the mic on.
I just got the same
just something
message.
That came in, so.
Just got the same message that said when Aaron is speaking, he should use the mic because they couldn't hear him.
Any other questions on that one? No? So the next one is highlighted as item 35. And this has to do with solar panel installations on buildings, not on the ground, but specifically on the buildings. There are no building code requirements in regards to solar panels, aside from ensuring the structural capacity is there for the roof system. But it is something that is under the Fire Prevention Act, which is the province. And this Fire Prevention Act does cover Summerside. Under NFPA 1 Fire Code, what it does, it outlines the guidelines for, the requirements for clearances around solar panel installations on the roof to allow firefighter access. If a roof had to be vented during a fire, you need to ensure that there's a path wide enough for a firefighter to access the roof. So there's basically a zone around the perimeter, and depending on the size of the installation, there could be a path in the middle and a path along the top of the roof. There's also requirements in regards to safety shutoffs, signage, things of that nature, so the system could be deactivated in the event of a fire. So that's the reference to that, as I noted, is NFPA, National Fire Prevention Association, NFPA Fire Code number 1, which is also part of, it's referenced back in, I don't want to jump back in this, but it's also noted in Part 7 as adoption of codes under the Fire Prevention Act. The city hereby adopts the standards and codes adopted under the Fire Prevention Act, which standards may be used for inspection and review of in-use structures as well as conditions for permits granted under this bylaw. So it is a requirement, provincial requirement, that this be done. It's just being put into the bylaw to ensure it gets done under a building permit. This is also being coordinated with the electrical utility and the electrical inspector from the province.
So just a question on that. You said that, do they have to get a permit to get them on the roof? And if there's no rules, you said, but what about for safety purposes, if they slide off or blow off? You don't need a permit to be inspected to make sure they're mounted solidly?
That is up to the installer to ensure that they're installed properly. The structural element is to make sure the roof is structurally capable of supporting the load.
But after they're up, you don't need inspection?
That's not a part of what would be part of a code inspection or a building inspection. That's a system. It's no different than putting a roof-mounted ventilation system on top of the roof. I don't look at to make sure it's installed properly. I'm just making sure it's the unit they said they're going to put up there.
Because when signs go up, for example, around a business, whatever, they're inspected to make sure that they're hanging properly and secure. But you say these ones on the roofs, you just take the words of the...
Well, it's different. It's different systems. There's no standard system to it.
Thank you.
Move on. Item 36, referring to marijuana growing, processing, and extraction facilities. Again, this is covered under the Provincial Fire Code per Provincial Fire Prevention Act as under the fire code that they adopt. There are no specific regulations under the building code in regards to specifically to this use. It would fall under an industrial use. The issues with this kind of facility is with extraction, there's volatile solvents involved. If they're trying to, working with the bulk material, they could be doing fumigating, which is a highly hazardous process. And what this code does, it regulates how that's done, the notifications required, the fire separations, things of that nature for this kind of operation. It's the NFPA 1, there is a lot of provisions made for actual firefighting and firemen that have to enter these buildings or go on these buildings. So there are considerations there for that kind of issue. Item 37, daycare occupancies. Again, the Fire Prevention Act also has what they refer to as NFPA 101, which is the Life Safety Code. So explain that a bit better, that a building under construction is under a permit, which is the National Building Code. That's the code that's used. Once the permit closes, it's a building in use, and the building code is not applicable. And that drifts into the realm of the Life Safety Code adopted by the Fire Marshal and the Fire Prevention Act. So in order to make sure that these daycare uses coordinate with what the intention is at the end when the building is in use, the provisions of NFPA 1 will be brought in as the standard for a daycare for children under 30 months of age. The reason why they determine 30 months of age is a child that young is not capable of what they refer to as self-preservation. They may not know what a fire is and what to do in a fire, or panic and go hide, or they need supervision in order to get out of the building. So that's where the 30 months comes in. The building code does not have any provisions regarding the age of the child, and it's one of those gray areas that it kind of falls within the same kind of occupancy as someone that's elderly or a nursing home, where, again, they're not capable of self-preservation. It tends to drift into that. This makes it more specific as to the requirements, because it is specified as a daycare for a child that age or younger.
So this is not necessarily one that was built for a daycare. It could be a home that was made into a daycare.
That's the biggest challenge, when buildings are converted for a use they weren't intended to or built to begin with. So the provisions to do that kind of use in a house, and it'd only be at a certain threshold of how many children are in a house. Those provisions would incorporate specific items, such as, you can't have a wood frame house with using the second floor as the daycare where the children under 30 months are located, because it just takes too long to get them out.
And the numbers would be controlled by the Department of Health, or somebody.
There's a bunch of overlapping jurisdictions with daycares, but this is the starting point as far as the actual building. So a child over the age of 30 months, it would be considered what they refer to as a Group A2 occupancy under the building code, which is the same as a restaurant, or where there's public gathered, or a number of people occupying the building that don't live there.
So when you say building code, you always mean the national building code?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Not sure what the provincial one is called. Provincial building code?
Well, it's the Building Codes Act.
Building Codes Act.
Yeah.
Okay.
So again, Mike, I know this is for within the city. Would this apply to somebody outside the city?
It's province-wide except for Charlottetown.
And why is
Charlottetown has their own fire prevention bylaw, but it's still the same code.
Okay. Is it more stringent?
It's the same. It's the same code.
It's the same code.
Yeah. For a building in use, the life safety code is the code.
And the only other question I had on it is, I know that we have some daycares around that are constructed in homes or larger homes. If they were to do anything, is there anything grandfathered in, or if they were to make any changes, or are they compliant with this now? Or is every...
I can't speak to existing. That's under the fire marshal's jurisdiction, because they are the Fire Prevention Act. Like I said, once the building is outside the permit, it's no longer...
I guess where I'm going is, if we had a larger one and they came to build an extension, how...
A review would have to be done.
A review would have to be done,
Yeah.
not by us?
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was the province that did this.
No, because they're obtaining a permit.
Okay.
So just a couple other things I'd written down there. So these new towns that were formed, is it North Shore or South Shore and Three Rivers, are they brought right in line right quickly as soon as they're formed for all of these regulations?
They would have to adopt the National Building Code just lately.
They would have to adopt it, or would the province tell them?
My understanding is Stratford, Summerside, and Charlottetown are the only municipalities administering the building code or the Building Code Act. All the other jurisdictions are currently under the provincial jurisdiction.
What about a non-incorporated area like Slemon Park?
Provincial jurisdiction.
Still the same rules.
Yes.
Still the same planning act that applies. And, yeah, still the same planning act.
They're all the same act province-wide, yeah.
Correct. Charlottetown, Stratford, and Summerside administered ourselves. Other municipalities and unincorporated areas have the same rules applied by the province.
What about Cornwall? Why would they be off on their own?
I don't know.
They've just, some municipalities have chosen to allow the province to oversee these regulations.
they need to hire a building official and building inspectors and have a process for processing the building permits.
That way they wouldn't have to hire building inspectors, to let the province handle it.
The province has their building inspectors, yes.
So it's pretty obvious why they let the province have that expense rather than the other towns. Thank you.
Yep. The next item was under Schedule B, page 15, item 2. Under the heading Permit Required. Item D and item E both refer to buildings used for resource use. Under the Building Codes Act regulations, a building used for resource use, which is a building for the production, harvesting, or extraction of any agricultural, forestry, or fisheries product, under a certain capacity is not required to have a building permit. That capacity is basically, it's one person per 40 square meters, which is basically one person for the size of a single car garage, if you want to look at it that way. As long as that there are not two people in that similar space, they don't require a building permit regardless of what the use is for, if it relates to the definition of resource use. Under the bylaw, the modifications made that basically a building over 20 square meters, 215 square feet, it does require a building permit for both the resource use and the resource industrial use.
That's under our bylaw.
That changes, yes. So what that could potentially mean is a fish plant, agricultural, it could be anything to do with agriculture, as long as the capacity that one person per 40 square meters isn't exceeded. The building could be any size.
Well, we have one fish plant in town now, right?
It depends on, like I said, it's per the act. It depends on the size of the building and how many occupants are in the building.
I'm just thinking too, with Mike with us, our new
This
park that
this
we're
means
planning.
that what the act says, and pardon me for interrupting.
Yeah.
What the act says is they don't require a permit at all. At all. They would still have to meet zoning requirements, but there'd be no permit required or any conditions put on that permit as far as how the building's constructed. They wouldn't require a permit.
That's the way it is now, but we're adding this.
It is the way it's written on the act.
But we're adding something else?
We're saying you need a permit if the building's bigger than 215 square feet.
I guess I'm just wondering about our new eco park. Mike, you're probably listening to this too, what the possibilities would be as far as somebody wanting to, we know people are interested in the park, but somebody wanting to open a business or a new building there, if there's anything here that would maybe in the way of preventing something. You're still sifting through it as well.
This wouldn't impact us at all.
Thank you.
Next item is on the Schedule D, page 19. This is in regards to barrier-free units in basically residential buildings. The provision for 1 unit for every 12 has been in the bylaw. It is in the current bylaw. But the limitation on that was it was just accessibility. Excuse me. That the building had to be accessible. So as long as somebody that required barrier-free was able to leave the parking lot and get to their unit and into their unit, meeting the barrier-free requirements of the code, as long as that was done for every 1 in 12 units, it met the requirements of the bylaw. What's been added is item 3, which are basically the bathroom requirements. The issue has been that people have required the use of these barrier-free units, but the washrooms themselves are not barrier-free, which creates an issue. So the changes would be to incorporate basically the water closet, grab bars, certain amount of spacing on the side of the water closet to allow for transfer. Lavatory, which conforms to the code, and that's really not a cost item, it's just the way it's configured. A shower or a tub that meets the requirements of the barrier-free requirements. That is an item that is a cost compared to a standard shower, standard tub.
What?
So item A.
What is that, A, you say?
So the issue is the washroom is not necessarily accessible for an accessible unit. So the water closet, basically the toilet, it's a different height than a standard toilet, different configuration. Item B is the grab bars, so that's, everybody knows what those are. Item C was to ensure there's a clear space adjacent to the water closet to allow for a transfer over. D is the lavatory, basically the sink. There's really no special requirements aside from the configuration of it. Item E and F, it depends if there's a shower or a tub, and those two items would be would result in an additional cost because they're built with the grab bars or the seat in regards to a shower, and they're reinforced to allow for that extra weight to be basically hanging off the structure of the tub or the shower. So this would be single unit. Usually it's a single molded unit, tub or shower.
Thank you. This is intended solely for accessible units.
Exactly.
So it's, I don't know why an accessible unit wouldn't have a bathroom that's accessible. That sort of defeats the purpose of an accessible unit.
Which is why I'm bringing it up.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Okay.
This is not, I know Charlottetown just redid their bylaw and they have more on top of this. This is basically to get somebody that needs to get in this type of unit, they can actually use the washroom. So that, you know, I've been asked cost. I do know the tub could cost double what the standard tub is, but it's all that other considerations are all incorporated in it. So we're only talking.
Sorry, is this for a multi-unit building?
This is for, if you have 12 units, one of those units has to be barrier-free.
Okay. So just wondering too, with that, with the extra cost for the different size toilet you said and different size tub, and what about the architectural fees to design it? That would be probably many more thousands.
It is standard details when you get into
I know
apartment
standard,
buildings.
but I mean, the architects are, in all due respect, I mean, they don't work for very little.
It's all part of the building design.
Yes, I know that, but I'm just looking at the overall general cost of things that we may be putting in here that's adding and more stringent, I think is the word we've been using the last couple hours.
When you're into
Some of them are with this one here, I don't think would be any additional.
It's the facilities themselves, the water closet, the tub or the shower. Yes, it is an extra cost.
But design-wise?
Design-wise, it's a washroom. It's just a little more space for the washroom.
Personally, this one here makes a ton of sense. So there's no arguments or questions really.
Well,
I'm wondering. Currently, we would have other 12-unit buildings, some 24-unit buildings. I used to run apartment buildings, and there would be accessible apartment. But to your point, the bathroom wouldn't be really accessible. How can this affect those units? I guess in a positive way for people that have mobility issues, because I'm seeing this as a positive, to be quite honest. Like,
right.
You know, there's lots of people out there with mobility issues, and they're getting an accessible unit, but really it's not as accessible as it's let out to be. So Is there anything?
Are you referring to the aesthetics?
No, retroactively, like a building that's already built, that's constructed now, we have a 12-unit building, say, wherever, and so one of those units are supposed to be barrier-free, am I correct?
It would have been if it was a permit right now.
It's going forward.
It doesn't apply retroactively.
Okay,
And it'd be hard to do in existing buildings because provisions have to be made as it's being constructed to take the load of the grab bars, for an example. Or the tub units will not. You can't retrofit an existing tub with the grab bars. It's not structurally capable of it. Is there any other questions or?
So all of the provisions in this bylaw that are over and above the National Building Code were highlighted. There's no others there that.
The entire bylaw is new. It's
No.
not, it's not the
Yeah.
old bylaw rejigged. It's
Yeah.
completely new because the old bylaw has basically been overridden by the Act and regulations. And
I
then-
understand that, but when I read through this afternoon, I still couldn't differentiate if it was all
What was highlighted was,
new.
what was asked was, what is in addition to?
And that's what I was
to the
asking
code.
was, so everything that's in addition to has been highlighted here? So
Yes.
There's nothing else in there that
You know,
is
it's-
over and above the National Building Code or substantially different than what was in the old bylaw?
The old bylaw is, you can't compare the two. I just want to make that clear because we have the Act and the regulations.
Understood.
Yeah.
Yeah. All I'm trying to do is get at the things that we are putting in here that are over and above what might be in the Act or the regulations, have all been highlighted.
It's certainly my understanding, Councillor McPhilly, when we came for first reading, the request from council was provide us a version where we've highlighted all of those.
Yeah.
We've been calling them more stringent. I think that's what's been
Yeah,
presented to
okay, no,
council.
I'm comfortable then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thanks, Mike, for that.
You mean we've gotten to the end of it?
Oh, you put a lot of work into it.
Thank you. So where do we go from here?
Probably said you'd be home by 7. Dinner is getting cold.
Have another discussion on it at another time? Councillors? You want to think about this and have a discussion another
This
time?
will-
Is that it, Councillor Drawn?
We had the first reading, and, I mean, we had the chat tonight, so I guess we can decide now whether to take it to second reading at the next meeting, or if we want to take it to committee again.
My personal opinion is I think we should have another go at some of these things we talked about tonight.
Should we just maybe put it on the next committee meeting for
Further
for
discussion?
May to discuss it further, and then we can decide at that point if we want to take it to for a second reading?
If that's your desire, I would prefer that it not wait till May for a couple of reasons, that it doesn't end up on an agenda like this and we've got a whole raft of things. I would sooner call a meeting and have a meeting for it, it's a committee meeting, like for all to come, and then deal with it instead of being item number 16 on a 32 agenda item. No,
yeah.
It's a lengthy item, let's deal with it and process it, whether it's 2 weeks or 3 weeks or,
Do you know, Aaron, or sorry, Mr. McDonald,
Okay.
if local developers in the Summerside area were in on this? I know it was mentioned that developers had some say in it. I'm not sure how many years ago that was, whether it was there months ago. But if the developers were from Charlottetown, or where were they from?
Whenever they did the original product, we could have got Mike to elaborate that. There were probably, I think there might have been 10 of them, and over the 7 years, it kind of evolved to different people that would come in.
7 years.
It was 7 years creating it to get it to the point for the provincial act. Then the province did a traveling, I don't want to say roadshow, but they went from jurisdiction to jurisdiction to jurisdiction, providing people with the act they were going to roll out through their own processes. And then, as Mike mentioned, a lot of these items were over the course of time dealing with a builder, like when he mentioned the row houses, it's dealing with the owner and the builder saying, this is the issue you have, you own the building, it's a long-term build. Here's how we interpret
you're gonna need to try and make this work, what option's best? Working collaboratively with the developer and the owner and the contractor to say, okay, and then they're implementing that in their next builds, you know, as to a means to get the intent of the code covered, that they're probably having challenges with doing another way.
Developers probably may think a little differently than an owner who's a developer.
Yeah. And I guess that's kind of, as Gordon might have mentioned once, or Mike, is that our role is to look after the next person buying, or the next third person buying, that they understood it was built to a, and as Mike said, National Building Code, everyone's just, it's the minimum standard to build to. And we would, you know, some people choose to, I go a little closer in my joist spacing, so I don't have that spring or fuller, because that's the minimum, but do you want that springness in your floor? I would go a little narrower, some people do that, but you can build to the minimum, or others build beyond it, without being.
I have no problem with it coming back to committee again, I guess. I just would like to know what we're hoping or looking to achieve by bringing it back again. So if we had some goals set out that, you know, we wanna, you know, set it out there to get feedback, or just so we're all clear, if we say 2 weeks we're gonna meet, we come back and look at the exact same thing, what are we achieving other than just pushing it down the road? So I'm fine with bringing it back, but let's set some goals that we would like to achieve within that time frame.
I think if
Actually,
council should look at the things that they would like to see changed or not changed, and then bring it out and vote on it, and then we'll move on.
See, I think, I probably agree with most of the stuff that we're doing here. The thing that I sort of look at is, what's the additional cost? Because I would say an additional cost to build a house or a unit in Summerside right now versus anywhere else is probably higher because of some of these specs. Maybe I'm wrong, but you know, I guess, what's the additional cost with these requirements that we have? And I know there's probably not a quick answer, but I wouldn't mind if staff could discuss with some developer or something like that, if it maybe is did already, you know, their thoughts on it. I just, anyway, I think we need to come back to another meeting, but I really want to have a look at it too, so.
I guess I'm kind of like Corey, unless we know exactly what we're coming back for, to just kind of review all these things again doesn't seem to be a really good use of our time. I really think that, you know, it's a public document now, so I think developers who have an interest in it have the opportunity to look at it and review it, and I would encourage them to send in any comments or concerns that they have about it. You know, give them a couple of weeks to do that. And then I have every confidence in the Tech Services Committee to kind of take a look at it. They heard the discussion tonight. I know Aaron was taking notes tonight. The Tech Services kind of take a look at it and bring the recommendation back to council for approval. And
To your point, Brian, can we put something out on our city pages?
That's
saying,
what I was gonna
hey,
say.
Here, this is coming through. Please, developers, read through. Bring any concerns forward.
That would satisfy me.
Yeah, exactly. We want to make sure that we're as open as possible and desirable as possible for development, but we want to be safe too, right?
Yeah.
So to Justin's point, you got to make sure that we're not making it too easy, that people are cutting corners and making things unsafe. We want to make sure that it's.
but at least their views are given consideration as we move forward.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think too, if I just throw this in, Mr. Chairman, that, you know, we went through quite a number of ones there tonight, but if any of the councillors feel that they want to change something or not change it, that's the time to put it on the floor when we get back and vote on it. And once we vote on it, it's finished.
Right.
After we hear from the developers and others you mentioned. That's all I have to say, Mr. Chairman.
Answer, Bruce.
Just my final point, I guess the city of Charlottetown and Summerside had the National Building Code for years before the province did. And councillors got hammered all the time over how stringent the National Building Code was, and they didn't want to build in the city of Summerside, and they're doing this and doing that. And now it's everywhere. And so I guess that's why I'm a little cautious. I'm not cautious. I shouldn't say I'm cautious. That's why I guess I'm just sort of a little bit hesitant, because we did take a lot of heat over the National Building Code a lot of times. And it was thrown at councillors, not at staff, but at councillors. And so when I heard tonight that the National Building Code was minimal now, that it was kind of an eye-opener. So anyway, as long as everybody's safe and they can afford to do it, great.
And I just want, this is a very important item, and I think if we are going to take it back, we should take it as a separate meeting, like Aaron said, because we've spent over an hour and a half on this item, and we have about 10 other items on our agenda tonight, so we're going to be here a long time. So I think if we're going to do it, bring it back, which I agree we should, and I think that Corey and Brian have a great idea with getting the contractors involved, but I suggest that we do it just on a meeting all by itself, so that we're, yeah. Okay.
So over the next couple of days, maybe we can find a block of time that we can come back and, yeah, okay. Okay.
You're looking, say, for the time over the next couple of days, not to meet over the next couple of days.
A block of time to meet.
Yeah.
What did I say?
Yeah. Thank you.
Did I say, what? Okay. Did I misspeak? Or did I just miss a joke?
No, but you were saying the next couple of days, I thought you said.
Find a block of time over the next couple of days for a meeting to happen whenever.
Okay, good.
But find the time soon. Thank you. All right. Item 3 is, item 2, Enforcement and Summary Proceedings Bylaw, which also had a first reading back at the council meeting in March. And I guess I'll turn that over to Ian to maybe review or summarize what's to come tonight.
Certainly, thank you, Mr. Chair. So as the chair mentioned, council gave first reading of the new Enforcement Summary Proceedings Bylaw at last month's council meeting on March 15th. It is my understanding that it's scheduled to come before you for second reading, approval and adoption on the 19th of April. I guess I'd just be curious if anyone had an opportunity to review it and had any kind of questions. I'd be happy to field those as best I can.
I think the only question, the only question I had personally was just to maybe confirm or reconfirm what kind of, I don't know if rights is the word, but how we can go about if we choose to work with the bylaw enforcement officer on some of these, and what things they can do and what they can't, and if we had a chance. I think Chief of Police Dave was here last time, and he had some points about the unions and things like that. So my question for tonight was just if any of that had been cleared up.
That bylaw enforcement officer piece, yeah, we're working towards that. And I know we've said that before, but we had a person, and but actually just as of today, we had discussions about getting a new job ad done and out and going very quickly. So, but Ian, would it be correct to say that this bylaw is more of a technical requirement under the new Municipal Government Act? That is really there's requirements that we had to have this bylaw in place in order to enforce the rest of our bylaws?
That's right, and I think, excuse me, where the question might come from, and this is a good point, is what the requirement of the act is. You actually need to have a process for complaints and discipline and that nature, and it is my understanding that most of the collective agreements also have those sorts of things. So I think it would be worthwhile, and perhaps Gordon and I can work on that more closely to make sure that what we put in for the bylaw isn't going to cause some sort of grievance if it's a police officer or something like that. Gordon doesn't seem to think that.
I don't think you'll have any concerns with that.
Okay. Yeah.
Just very quickly, I know that when I read it this afternoon on the appeal process, it talks about the right to appeal, but it doesn't say who you appeal to. 12, no, I think it was 12. It talks about council, they would appeal to council. Yeah, but it doesn't define, like in 12.1 or 12.2, it talks about council making the decision and that type of stuff later on, but it doesn't say that, you know, the appellant has the opportunity to appeal to council. But it talks further down there in 12.5 and 12 point, or excuse me, 12 point, where was it? 12.6 maybe, or 12.8. Council shall notify in writing the complainant, so it talks about council's actions after the appeal, but it doesn't talk about appealing to council.
Right.
On the front end of that?
Yeah.
Unless I'm reading wrong.
No, I mean, excuse me. I think that could be made clearer, that the appeal is actually to council. That's certainly the intent.
No, and I knew that, but when I read it, I thought, there's nowhere in here does it say you have the right to appeal to council.
Right.
Give me an example of what they would be appealing to council. So what happens where they would be like, no, I'm gonna take this and appeal to council? I'm just wondering what gives us the, like if we have bylaws in place, laws in place,
Right.
how are we, or why are we listening to the appeal and not somebody who is not swayed? So if I get a constituent of mine coming to me and say, hey, well, this just happened, I want to appeal to council, then I'm going to be, you know, somewhat.
No, this is on the disciplinary of the enforcement officer.
Oh, okay.
So the enforcement officer would have the right to appeal to council if he's not happy with the decision of the CAO.
Oh.
Right. So the process that gets set up, there's a couple of different layers. There's an investigation, there's kind of a hearing, which is the CAO actually does that, and the CAO makes a decision, and it is with respect to the conduct of the bylaw enforcement officer. So, you know, if someone was being very abrasive to a resident or something like that, was, acting improperly, then that resident could make that appeal. Or request that hearing from the CAO. It's when either party is dissatisfied with the CAO's decision that there is a further appeal to council.
Councilman, I think the one point I'm raising is it needs to be a little more clarity on that process.
Right, and understood.
This, through you, Mr. Chair, this bylaw officer would they be working at a city hall, working at the police station? Why wouldn't they come under the police rules and policies for discipline or whatever versus somebody other than there? I guess in any other department, if somebody gets over the traces, to use one of my dad's old terms, you know, the director of that department would sort of head up whatever had to take place versus.
Gordon has that.
Right.
This, again, Ian, jump in if I'm wrong. This bylaw and the structure of it, of having an investigation process is all mandated by the Municipal Government Act, that we have this in the bylaw. That's the answer.
That's right. I mean, one of the baseline requirements for having this bylaw, the Municipal Government Act says you need to set up a process that includes an investigation, a hearing, an appeal, and one of the requirements there is that they're all set up by different people. We could have done it in such a way where you'd hire third-party people to do all this kind of stuff. The idea was to limit costs and things of that nature, was to do as much of that in-house. So that's where council's role comes in for the appeal. It would be possible to hire the former Chief Justice of the province and pay him thousands of dollars to come in and preside. You know, you could do things like that, but.
And it's generally in line with most of our employees at some point in time, if they have I was going to use a different word because a grievance is kind of tied to the collective agreements, but for most employees, at there is some process to get in front of council at some point if they are aggrieved.
Right.
Would this
They don't-
bylaw officer, through you, Mr. Chairman, have a constable status?
Not necessarily, Your Worship. So it's my understanding that under the bylaw, any of the police officers would qualify as bylaw enforcement. Police officers of the City of Summerside are entitled to enforce the City of Summerside's bylaws, and if an additional person were appointed as specifically a bylaw enforcement officer, I don't think they would become a constable, no.
Well, I'm just wondering, now, to
I-
have a little more teeth in it when they go to
Well-
enforce some of the unsightly
We-
properties or regulations or long grass or
I
you
th-
name it, doesn't they?
We
I
have
think what-
multiple staff that,
Yeah.
we have multiple staff that enforce bylaws
Right.
in all departments, right? Under the structure, they have to be appointed or designated by the CAO, which the CAO does, but
But I think, Gordon, in all due respect, in the conversation we had the other day with police regarding the bylaw, and I know you couldn't make the meeting, Mayor, but, so the bylaw is going to be doing the initial contact. If it's something that is out of his control or out of his, then it goes to police. So, you know, he's not got the authority that a police officer, or she does not have the authority that a police officer would have, but we do have that in place if
But if
need
the-
be, just like any other.
But if the officer inspects the place and there's no way they can issue a ticket or something, or anything, you know?
So, Your Worship, there's certainly the ability for the enforcement officer to issue a
Yes.
ticket, which is punishable on summary conviction in the provincial court. So there are certainly teeth there.
Yes.
They just wouldn't have the same powers necessarily of like arrest or something like.
Well, I understand
yeah,
that,
right.
but they do have the authority to issue an appearance notice for unsightly whatever.
Most
Yeah.
certainly.
Yeah.
Thank you. So where are we now?
Okay. Very good.
You have anything further, Councillor?
Was there anything else to review, or you were just here to, if there was any questions?
Mostly, I mean, I can walk through the essence of the bylaw in a bit more detail if you'd like, but mostly I understood my task was to come in and answer questions.
And I think we pretty much did that.
Yeah.
The run-through last time, but yeah.
Right. And I can be here on the 19th as well if there are any other follow-up questions.
Okay, so at this point, we're pretty much set up for a second reading on April 19th?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not even sure.
Bring a motion forward for second reading. It goes ahead to second reading.
We could probably table it if we wanted to, but I don't think there's a...
No, it's good.
So you have a
Okay.
couple more items there, Councillor?
Oh, there's a few. Thank you, Ian.
Thanks, Ian.
Thank you.
Third item on technical services for tonight is the intersection of Walker and Granville. And specifically, I guess, the discussion around turn signals or lack thereof. Councillor Adams, I believe, submitted this, so I will turn the floor over to her.
I did, thank you. So I've had several residents interested in this because it's, it's a well-traveled area by all of us, even if we don't live in the ward. Now, the work that's going to be done, there are designated turn lanes. Are there going to be signals at each of those lanes? Is my question.
There'll be dedicated left turn lanes for sure. Like when I say when I say that, I don't mean to be avoidant, but there's going to be an additional lane created. Yeah, let me just walk. This is the vet clinic.
Yep.
And Mr. Key and them's office on this side. There will be an additional lane added to the side here to allow the right turn traffic to get out of these lanes and make the right turn path. There'll not be a dedicated right turn signal.
Right.
Right, so your question was though.
No.
But we are adding additional lane in the center, which will have dedicated left turns if vehicles are in those lanes.
Signals?
Yes, yeah, like Yeah, like they'll have their own phase that if vehicles
Mm-hmm.
actually trigger and be in that lane. It'll not come up automatically if there's no vehicle there.
Okay.
Will it be longer than 3 seconds?
Yeah, because right now we're at a 3-car maximum to get through that arrow. So each of those left turn lanes that we're putting in,
There'll be a left turn lane, 2 opposing lanes on Granville Street.
ignore that.
There'll be 2 left turn lanes facing each other,
Yep,
heading on Granville Street,
yep,
and they'll have a signal there
Go.
if there's vehicles in it.
okay.
Yeah.
So there's going to be nothing on Walker?
On Walker, this is
No left turn signals?
Correct.
on-
You got a chair?
Okay. Tell them to stop.
We good over there?
So right now, on the section coming out of, I'll say, the McDonald's side of the intersection,
Yep,
whenever they done their analysis, they found there was a high portion of the vehicles were making the right turn.
yeah,
So they were now in the straight lane with the right turns.
Yes,
So
exactly.
an extra lane is being added
right,
where it's light blue here, close
Yeah.
to the vacant lot,
okay.
to allow that right lane traffic to get out of.
The way of the straight,
Correct.
okay. But what about the left turn?
There will be a left turn lane. This is the
Okay.
straight and this is the right.
Okay, is there a signal? Is there going to be a signal for that left turn lane?
I will have to confirm, but I think there's the ability to.
Okay.
Because we're gonna put in,
And both ways on Walker?
in the other side, this is the left turn as well.
Yes.
And this is the straight and right. So
Right.
we will have, they exist now.
Yeah, I know they exist, but some
yeah.
people don't realize
The
they
lanes
exist.
exist, but the dedicated left turn signal
Signal.
doesn't.
Yeah.
So, and
That's
that
the
always
question.
tends to be the question I get too, from constituents is, why can we not have a dedicated left turn signal? Because we do on Granville going north and south,
Yeah.
but we don't on Walker. And of course, you could, in theory, get behind a car that's going straight and not utilize it, but if,
But typically, it's the volumes, there's a lot more volume on Granville and Walker than on Rock.
I guess, just one more, I think we'd be very proactive if, right now, we even think that, maybe we don't need it, I think we'd be very proactive if we did put it in, sorry, I have a candy in my mouth, my throat's a little sore. Proactive, because I think it'd be safe to say that that area is gonna continue to grow and get busier, and I personally, not a traffic engineer by no means, but from the questions and comments I received, that tends to be the number one issue that people share with me, that they don't have that left turn lane,
Why
so.
don't we ask the counselor whose board it is if he's getting any complaints? Greg, are you getting it?
That's the biggest complaint
Go to yours.
That's the biggest complaint I've had since I got elected, is the arrow going straight and the arrow going left. And
Coming
9
into
times
town.
out of 10, the son of a bitch that's ahead of you, going straight through instead of taking the left. And
Yeah.
we got the left arrow.
On Granville, yes, yeah. Because they're just detecting that there's a vehicle there, and people that are choosing to be the first one in line to go, they're taking the left queue spot. So that they sense that so they're given a short cycle now to let a couple go and then go on to straight through.
So while we're at this project, I would hope that we would listen to what the residents want and the residents who drive through there. And they're telling Greg the same thing, the ones that live in the area. I would hope that we look at putting 4 turn signals in if we're putting in 4 turn lanes.
Yeah, I'll have to confirm that, yeah, but a lot of the issues, we're not gonna fix all the issues on it. A
Oh,
lot of the
no.
issues here is the people, there's 2 lanes heading north. These people here that wanna turn left, if there's anyone turn right, they will not turn left with them.
I seen 3 cars in a row do it today, and
Yeah.
it was
So, there's slow improvement, but you'll
Yeah.
sit there and they'll wait. And I understand, a lot of times they're waiting, they don't wanna go in the outside
Yeah.
lane, cause they're heading to the box stores. They don't wanna do that lane shift,
Yeah.
but they're not turning into the proper lane.
Yeah.
You know, but, yes,
Anyways,
we'll
residents
review and
want-
see on the.
Yep, residents want the
Yeah.
turn lanes, so, or turn signals on the turn lanes, so I said I would bring it forward again.
And the other major component of that is the duration of the turn. Not, like, I mean, you can get 1 or 2 vehicles now. And
But you
then-
will have a dedicated.
No, I know.
Separate now that
Yeah.
they'll be able to set a time period or
Yeah.
let it go based on vehicles that are actually there.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, and I mean, even now, if there's 10 vehicles there and all of them are turning left, only the first 2 get to go ahead, and then the rest are waiting until all the oncoming traffic is passed.
When is the work to begin?
As soon as the weather, early in May. We did actually required what was in light green. We had to purchase properties. Took us a while to get those final, that was done last year. We did have to order these poles or used to be like 14 weeks or 16 weeks from when you ordered them. We finally got some of the last things in in March. So we have the gear now that we're usually waiting. So now when the weather is starting, the contractors will be back and able to start them right away. Those items were, yes, we budget for the balance of it this year.
So you're gonna check to see what kind of lights you ordered?
Turn signals for all left turn. It's also that in the controller, yeah.
Perfect.
I don't want to look too far ahead, but is this something that's also possible at the next one up between A&W, like the Sobeys one? Or can we not put lanes into private lots? Like, is that a location where in the future we can put left signals and lanes as well?
Add and left turns.
Like, do we have the jurisdiction or the ability to
You have the jurisdiction. you
add
need-
lanes and private
you need
parking
the-
lots?
Oh, no. As far as coming out of the private ones, no.
No, or turning left into the
Turning left
private
into, but you require, like here, adding the left turns on, we'll say Granville Street, not on the individual private enterprise.
Okay, so if someone's heading south on Granville, are we able to add a left turn signal to turn into Sobeys?
Here, we're widening the road to do it. We
Right,
have
but at
to widen the road back here to fit this extra lane. Even though it's hard to tell, it's not a lot, we're widening the
Yeah.
road here to fit this extra lane. You can't fit 5 up there now.
No, of course not.
So, no, it's not that far off, but we're saying, so we did add extra lanes here for the turn lanes, but in order to fit the 5 lanes, we had to add to the overall width of Granville Street, curb to curb. So
What's
that
the-
would have to happen further south if you're gonna try and do something like that.
Yeah.
Can the lights be timed differently? Because the traffic has changed up there, that intersection, there's not near the traffic. That comes out from Sobeys there, they always go up by A&W since they developed it. Before, it was all over the one intersection. You'll sit there in front of Tim Hortons going, waiting for the light to change because it's so green coming up from Sobeys for so long.
We'll have a
Long
a
time.
review with operations as far as the timings that are there and what they actually are.
Aaron, just a couple of questions there. What's the estimate time to do it?
I don't know if it's 4 or 5 weeks, but our target is to get at this one right away, so that this is done soon, so that if this is upgraded, if Pope Central closes and we proceed with it, that work will be, this intersection will be done and more traffic will be using this.
The reason I mention that too, because it is a very busy intersection. Will there be some notification advertisement, or how will the traffic be directed? Because people coming and going from work, will it be just not, all of a
Thankfully,
sudden everybody lands there Monday morning and
we'll be doing some sort of a notification, but thankfully it's going to be widenings, so hopefully they'll be staying into the existing. Yes, you may lose the curb lane until we actually widen, but we'll do it probably in segments so that they can widen a section, and then get the add-ons done, and then.
it may slow traffic a bit, but at least it'll flow.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I guess that
That's your update.
the momentum on that one is over. We have a couple of tenders to approve. Tenders. We have the water replacement and the paving. So I guess I'll just get right to it and read these out, and we will put the motion on the floor. The first one is for the water replacement. It's COS 21-047. It was moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Snow. Whereas tenders were called for the water replacement project.
No, that's the resolution. There should be a recommendation.
Oh, the recommendation.
There's a memo and a recommendation in the package. Right after that Granville sketch.
It's on the screen. Okay, I'll read it off the screen. The recommendation, dated April 6th, 2021, for the water replacement project. The supporting explanation is that this tender consists of the replacement of 700 meters of water main and services on Central Street from 2nd Street to Beaver Street, and 120 meters of water main and services for the 1st Street project. Alternatives, there are none. Advantages, it improves the existing water main, which is causing problems for staff and residents. The disadvantages, if we're not to go ahead with this, further water problems could happen. The cost and the financial impact for water replacement, the amount approved in the budget is $1,081,000 with 10% HST included, and the actual cost that came through in the tender is $1,486,786.40 with 10% HST included. The recommendation, it is recommended that the project be awarded to the low bidder, Curran and Briggs Limited, in the amount tendered of $1,486,786.40, including 10% HST.
Moved by,
That was just the recommendation.
Yeah, there's
So
one more
now-
page there, I'll get to the, just give me one second.
I have the resolution.
No, there's a memo that, so you can see the bidders, sorry. This is basically an internal memo showing who all the bids.
The tender, the bids. Tenders were received for the water replacement project 2021 on March 30th, 2021. This tender included the replacement of 900 meters of water main, complete with services, reinstatement, and other incidental work. The water main replacement work is on Central Street and for the 1st Street project. The tender amounts are as follows. Curran and Briggs Limited had a bid amount of $1,554,367.60 with a 19-week project schedule. AJL Limited, their bid amount was $1,708,621.70 with a 24-week schedule. All unit prices and amounts have been reviewed and verified. It is recommended that the project be awarded to the low bidder, Curran and Briggs Limited, in the amount of $1,554,367.60, including HST. Then there's a 5% HST rebate of $67,581.20, which brings the total job to $1,486,786.40. The water replacement budget was $1,081,000, so that brings it to 37.5% over budget, and that works out to be $405,786.40.
If I can just add, I think we might have sent a revision of the document. Another option was to award the contract up to the budget amount of $1,086,000 or $81,000. We made a revision to the memo, and I think this earlier version got forwarded to your package.
That's what I was going to ask.
So previously, we've done it as far as if something came over, we gave you the option either approve up to that amount or find the money and award the full tender amount. We award the tender amount up to that so that the tender's awarded is probably 30 different items. So we have to award the full tender but only spend to the amount it's desired.
Aaron, on the original motion or the original resolution, I think it said 700 meters.
Yeah, and that's why this was
And this one here says 900.
It was 700 plus 120, so it was really 820. We noticed that error as well. That 900 should have said 820. That's what triggered that we had the.
All right.
Yeah.
so, sorry, I had to step out for a minute there.
Sure.
What area is that again, just quickly?
A small section of First Street and Central Street. When we were doing Central Street or Notre Dame Street last year, we crossed across Central Street, and that's when we noticed this pipe here was, once we tried to tap into it, we couldn't. The pipe is just, deteriorated down. That was actually having very small leaks, so we just put a repair on it and went on by it and made this the priority to do Central Street. It's basically the old 1907 pipe that from all the way up Central Street, so we just started at the bottom and we can go farther. We just stopped based on what we felt was budget.
When can we start?
I have to check their schedule, but I think they gave us a schedule, I think, to start right away. I should say May, not right away. The start of the construction season.
we don't need any permission from the Department of Health. Last year, we had situations that we had to look at regarding tenders.
No, every tender we do for water and sewer, we need a provincial approval. Those documents get sent down at the same time,
Okay.
so that they have the tenders when they're going out for them to review. I forget, there's a permission to construct, I forget the actual wording is, we get a letter from the Department of Environment saying that they reviewed our drawings and they gave us a letter to construct.
Thank you.
So this memo is just dated like last week, so it's changed since then, and there's only 800.
No, when we got the memo, we noticed we're proof checking it that 900 wasn't 900, it was actually 820.
Okay, so it's 820 and still at that price?
Yes, that's what we're saying, it's 37% higher than budget, so we went back to the.
Oh, it's even worse then.
Well, when we met at budget time, I told you it was $1.2 million a kilometer, and we had 6 kilometers in the old area. That was $9 million asset that needed to be replaced. So if you look at the quick math, this is 1.4 million, and it's less than the kilometer. So you know your situation is as that or worse. Yep.
So we have the decision to make whether to stay within budget or go 37.5% over budget?
Either spend $1,081,000 or award the full 1.48.
That would be in the resolution.
It's in your and this would be to your water utility. Okay. And we went back and we asked for justification. They had compared to last year. As we all know what our current fuel prices were a year ago. We got itemized from the manufacturer, the local suppliers, when they had over the last 6 months, every 2 months, whether it was 5, 7, or 10% increase cumulative when they're getting their prices from their suppliers in Ontario or the States or wherever to provide pipe and materials, they totaled up to just shy of 40% from last year increase. That's that component. And then they had their wage increases as well as their fuel. That's what we've been advised from the two bidders and the supplier.
It's always interesting that the fuel costs, when they go up, the costs go up, but when the fuel costs go down, the tender costs don't seem to go down. Anyways, my question is more around how we're paying for that 37.5%. Where is that coming from?
And that's what we have to decide as far as whether we're approving the million or 1.4.
Well, exactly. I am not really comfortable approving the 1.4 unless I know how it's being paid for.
Well, I think it's the approval of the budget amount, isn't it?
No, it's a decision to be made here tonight. What's recommended to go to council is to, are you doing the 1,081,000 or are you suggesting that we go to the utility for 1.48?
And hope the price of gas goes down. Hope the price of fuel
Yeah, I
goes
mean, I
down.
have no problem approving up to the budget amount. If we're considering approving over the budget amount, I'd just like to know how it's being paid for, where that's coming
Well, it's
from.
a $400,000 expense. We need some discussion on it.
We should approve just to the 1.81.
Is there not some, did we just not find out that there was some money coming forward to the city through the gas tax?
But we haven't decided, we haven't discussed how that.
We've put in some applications under the municipal strategic component gas tax, but we have not heard back yet.
No. But wasn't there something
It was
that
just doubling, wasn't it?
the community fund?
1.2.
We're expecting to receive a double payment this year, but it hasn't been confirmed.
It's not confirmed yet.
Yeah. But I guess I'm just wondering.
And that's not normally the utility, sorry.
Okay, all right.
So Kristen, did you say you applied for something under the strategic?
Yes, we put in,
And this would apply to that?
Additional water work or this tender, I think is our question.
yeah, the priority for the municipal strategic component is water.
Yeah.
So our projects, we did have boardwalk, but we also had some water
So if
reconstruction.
we approve this up to the 1,081,000 and we did get approval, can we add to it, do more?
Yeah.
Okay.
But we can't, if I know about that particular component of infrastructure, like any expenses incurred prior to approval from infrastructure are ineligible, is that correct?
Yes, that would be correct.
So we can't proceed with this with these projects.
I think what they're suggesting is we proceed with the $1,081,000, and if we have additional funds, if it's eligible to be applied, apply and do the additional work under this contract.
But if we've applied for, I don't know what we've applied for this under the infrastructure program, but if we've applied for the if we applied for the full project under infrastructure, we can't commence that project until you get the approval of infrastructure. It's an
What was the budgeted item, the budget?
$1,081,000.
$1,081,000.
Okay.
So how much did we apply for in that project?
Okay, just one sec.
Just while Director Kristen is looking up that information for Councillor Bryan, my second question that I did have earlier was, you indicated that it's 1907 pipes, and that was slated for last year to be done?
No, whenever we were doing a project on Notre Dame that went over top of this, we were intended to connect to this pipe we could not connect to this pipe because it was in such poor condition. We just put a repair sleeve on it and did not make the connection at this street intersection.
Okay.
That's how we became aware that this one was in the current shape it was in, which is why it went to number 1 on the list for this year.
Okay, and I guess that's why I was wondering why the 37.5 increase was because it.
No, the 37, that's the difference between last year's pricing from the contractors to this year's pricing to the contractors, from the contractors.
So
Well, yes, we used last year's pricing to determine, in this case, our budget, but
So our application under gas tax is 1.1 million for Central Street. That's the gas tax municipal strategic component.
So is there restrictions on that?
Yes.
Can you start the project before you're approved?
No.
We should know on that shortly though, shouldn't we?
I believe so,
Yeah.
yes. Because they do want the funds to be spent
Yeah.
by March
Yeah.
31st.
What year?
So,
But it's not an issue for us to continue on as far as the rest of Central Street is in the exact same condition. We just stopped at a block to try and match the budget. The rest of the pipe is the exact same condition.
yeah,
So we're not, like we're saying, we can find an additional $1 million fund or less to make our portion of the budget still be $1,081,000.
right,
We can still find more on Central Street to continue on with.
if we get approved.
If we get approval, and it'd be
That's what my suggestion, yeah.
So we're
Aaron, are you,
approving the budget amount tonight, is that it?
Yeah.
that's the chatter, yes. Current
are,
chatter.
are you saying we need $9 million to complete the project, just a certain section, or is that gonna complete the whole project?
$1 million is this year's share. During budget time, I was using what the costing was for a quick comparison. I quoted to you as it was around $1.2 million per kilometer.
Right,
We're at 1.4, and we're only doing 800 meters.
so
So
it's
it's,
way more expensive
And
this
we
year
have
than
how
it
many
was,
kilometers
yeah.
of pipe that we need?
I think we had summers in 6 to 7 in this 1907 vintage, so that was
6 to
giving you,
7.
that was a $9 million scope in that range of pipe, but we also have
The
the
increase.
12, or was it 12 kilometers in the 1960 to 70s, the other vintage of pipe that appears to break the most, or not appears.
That's under your water and sewer utility.
Yeah, that was the two scopes of our biggest current asset I was advising you of at budget time.
And I guess it's obviously no issue approving up to the budget, we budgeted that amount, so obviously we would approve up to that. I guess my concern is exactly what you're saying, we are falling farther and farther behind year after year, and it's costing more to get work done, and there's nothing more important to us probably as a municipality as our water. We need water to live, so I guess I caution us all to make sure that we're keeping that in mind as we move forward, because it's not going to get any cheaper as we go down the line. It's going to be more expensive. So.
Councillor Ramsey,
Oh, sorry, no.
Councillor McDougall?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I guess, if we do the 1.81 now, and if the strategic part of the gas tax comes, we continue on, right? So I don't think we're being
That's
neglectful on it, so, all right.
And the resolution this evening is the 1.08. so we don't have to amend that.
Okay, we're awarding the contract up to that amount.
Up to that amount, yeah. Yeah. So I'll read that resolution here now that we've been over the memos. Resolution COS 20.
No, that'll be at the special council meeting after.
This is just your recommendation to move it
It's
forward?
been a long night. Okay. Yes, yeah, this is the committee meeting, yeah.
But you still need
Just
a,
making sure YouTube is still awake. Yeah.
they still need a recommendation from this committee to move it forward.
Yeah, so we'll recommend it go forward to the council meeting.
Is that sufficient for
Seconded by
Aaron to
Councillor Snow.
notify the company to, or do you have to wait for the official resolution?
You guys have a special council meeting this evening that it's on the agenda.
Oh, for this evening, you say?
On the bottom, second last part of your
Okay.
agenda is to deal with
Okay,
these
so we'll do
tenders.
it tonight. Okay.
Okay. The next recommendation is for the paving project. The supporting explanation is the attached tender memo from Gary McGinnis, and alternatives, there are none. Advantages: rehabilitating our city streets increases their lifespan, preventing total reconstruction and associated replacement costs. It also has side effects of increasing traffic and pedestrian safety, and as well as prevention of insurance claims against the city of Summerside. Disadvantages: increased reconstruction costs of streets that may not be replaced, and conditions may cause increased maintenance and insurance costs. The cost / financial impact for paving project 2021 approved in the budget was $408,778. The actual cost, $816,235.50, including 15% HST.
Is it one bidder?
It's in the next page, yes, sir.
Recommendation from staff that the tender be awarded up to the city's budget of $408,778, including HST. Staff recommend only completing the highest rated streets up to the current 2021 budget above and no further until paving costs levels out with the current economic climate. So the memo from Tech Services dated March 31st, 2021. Tenders were received for the paving project 2021 on March 31st, 2021. This tender included the paving of 1.5 kilometers of local streets and 0.5 kilometers of collector streets. Amounts are as follows. One bidder, Kern & Briggs Limited. Their bid was $816,235.50 and a 9.4 week project schedule. All unit prices and amounts have been reviewed and verified. It is recommended that the project be awarded to the low bidder, Kern & Briggs Limited, in the amount of $816,235.50, including HST, up to the budget amount of $408,778 by holding streets to this amount until project is started, and we will reevaluate as the work proceeds. The tender amount was $709,770 plus 15% HST for a total tender of $816,235.50. We get the 5% HST rebate, and that brings the total to $780,747. The paving budget $408,778, and that is 91% over the budget of $371,969.
I have something to say.
I'd like to just clarify though before we get too
Okay.
far yet. Is that typically every year we have a budget that doesn't get us at this time all the streets, but usually we have a bigger slice of pie that we can make up if we're making up over a number of 10, 15 streets. So typically we don't adjust our budget up to the max. We always manage to we get to this situation, we put 3 on hold and we get those done because we make a little bit over. We looked at the price increase from last year's unit prices to this year is more in the line of 40%, but it's still like our water was 40%. So there's a gap between our 40% and maybe we wouldn't adjust our budgets after 1 year of increase in prices. But if we get 2 years, we're gonna be adjusting our costs to reflect to next year in the budget, these 2 years. So it's not all, we can't blame all on the contractors say they're charging us 91%. That's why I don't want us to get on the wrong, is that their unit prices went up though, 35 to 40% probably in the total that we'll get into the details of. But we're gonna have to adjust after 2 years of our budgets being high. We're gonna have to adjust our budgets up, and you'll be looking at the street, why is it costing this much to do it? Because we have 2 years of pricing to back it up, right? Even though we have 2 years of, I'm not gonna say craziness going on, but other factors affecting that, we're gonna have to adjust our numbers so we get closer to a, sorry, go ahead.
No, and I hear what you're saying, but we're not getting a very good bang for our buck right now, right, this year.
We are paying 40% more than we did last year. As same as we're paying on the water, we're paying 40% more on the water than last year.
Right, but would it be worth our while just to take, if we're not gonna get our bang for our buck, why are we gonna spend $400,000 to get 60% of the work that we would get if maybe we waited till next year when things kind of calm down and maybe we're back to, do you know what I mean? Like, I put things on hold for, anyway, that's just my,
Exactly was going through my mind, Councillor Ramsey.
point, for sure.
Can we take our 400 and some thousand, park it somewhere for a year, and see where things go? I was interested in your statement regarding no further until paving costs level out with current economic climate. What's your best guess on this? Is it going to level out? I guess that's the question.
And like I say, that's why we're saying we wouldn't recommend going beyond the budget amount. I mean, this is still only gonna be a few streets that we're putting something towards. We're taking a whole year off, but we weren't recommending going beyond the regular or committed budget and doing an additional budget for something we're paying. We are doing it for our water, but we're saying we already know the waters is at a section where we know it's.
Well, we have other money coming in.
No, we also know where our current demand is and that we're $9 or $12 or $22 million behind, right? You know, we got so we're saying yes, spend the extra 40% in that utility.
But I think we're still committed to doing it. It's just a matter of when. Like we don't divert that money somewhere else. We park it, and then see if we can get bigger bang for our buck next year.
And in saying that, there's a chance next year that the trend
could go up.
Is continue to go up, and then we're further.
And is it worthwhile waiting and going re-tendering later on? In a couple of months? I don't think it's gonna make that much difference, but if you save 10%, that's.
Well, I can't comment on their supplies, but we asked the same with our water supplier.
Yeah.
Sorry, I shouldn't say our water supplier. The material supplier for the water, the prices since we tendered it have been up an additional 15%, which is why we try and target the first round of tenders to be early. This time last year, we also did our tenders in April to try and be as early as we can to get the first round of pricing, the first round of bidders. And they've been advised that when they got another bid sheet from their supplier, that all the water main pipe are up an additional 15% since we closed this tender.
So we just went to tender. We didn't go to our RFP, right?
We went to tender, yes. We do an open tender. I think we had more than one bidder pick up the package, but one bidder bid it.
Obviously, seeing the 91%, it's concerning, but everything I'm reading or paying attention to, it doesn't seem like this is going to go the other way anytime soon.
I would just like to focus on the 40 versus the 91,
I know,
just so I don't want to get miss.
I guess that's what's concerning when I look down and I see 91%. But yeah, 40%, whatever, it continues to rise, and I just don't see it going back the other way. And I don't know. I like the idea of parking it if we were able to get better bang for our buck later. But if we park it and we end up paying more, then I'm not much of a gambler that way. It's concerning, but that seems to be the trend with everything, construction, houses, like everything's up, so.
Can't keep going.
Should table it until.
I just have one question. I'm wondering about if we did table it, would we have the discipline to just put it someplace so that, kind of like a reserve, our reserve, so that when the prices hopefully will start to come down, we will have that to utilize? I guess my concern is, and I'm being really honest, is that you know how sometimes that something comes up and we need to do it or we have to do it, it's easy to take that.
I think this should be dedicated to the paving fund and paving only, because if we continue to do, I talked to the CAO a while ago there, and our paving, we might get away with taking the year off, but we'll be paying for it, on the other end, I believe. But
It might be part of the tabling motion.
Putting it in a dedicated paving fund, yeah.
So earmark it.
Yeah. So, is this just the Tech Services Committee that
Yeah,
can
it's
do
a
this?
tech
So that somebody from the tech, if that's what they wish to do.
Can I just ask one question
Yeah.
before we, Aaron, that doesn't mean like the potholes, those are all gonna be repaired.
That's a separate budget.
That's a whole separate
That's a
budget,
separate
just
budget
as
with,
actual paving and,
operations.
right, yes.
Might want to put a few extra thousand in that one.
Right.
Potholes and speed bumps?
Yeah.
It's all different.
I'm, as a Tech Services Committee Chair, I'm supportive of the idea of tabling it, but I am hesitant to look forward a year's time from now. And are we going to be glad that we did that, or are we going to be wishing
My thought
that we
was to
didn't?
table it. No, my thought was to table it, and maybe in a couple of months, we might be able to go out again. I don't know, Aaron, if that's a possibility. To check
It
the
always
price
is a possibility we would have to review what our tender call was, the price come in, and can we terminate the whole tender, not award, zero? And we'll have to check that through, what our verbiage says, and then we can always try and go out for a second call if
And if it's the same as the pipe where it's another 15%,
Yep,
then
so-
we look really silly.
No, I guess back to the game, whether you don't award, you park the whole thing.
You may get a couple of bidders too, or three.
So, I would, so Justin, if you were to put motion to table it, because there's some questions we need answered on what can we do with the tendering process. Maybe table it for a month or so, we can come back and review it, see what our
Councillor-
options are.
Councillor Campbell here just said something, and I don't know if everybody heard it, but he did sort of direct it towards you, Aaron, and you've been around a long time, and has it ever gone down? Have you noticed it revert? I mean, I know we're in special circumstances here, but in theory, what would make them say, oh, I want to charge you less now?
Contractors have no competition whatsoever.
Yeah, the only thing that we've had, we've seen go down is actually we have the actual asphalt binder that's inside. We have a set number that goes in, and that rotates, and we adjust that every month. That part is set by I don't know where it's set by, but it's not PEI. So yeah, there's a quantity there that gets adjusted every month. They tell us how much they bought in that month, how much we used, and we adjust that. Sometimes that goes up and down, but overall, the prices haven't. We might have had small increments of increases, but not, and if we did have something flatten out or go down, it didn't go down by a lot, but we've never, I shouldn't say never, we haven't, that I can recall, had seen 30 and 40% increases.
That's it, that's what I'm thinking. There's never been that kind of
I
increase.
mean, we're obviously hopeful that
It's COVID.
but to me, as my own personal opinion, is Councilor McFeely had said, gas goes up 6, 7, and 8 cents, and then goes down 5, and we think we're happy. It's still up 30, right?
So we can't table it for 2 months and keep, like, how long is this tender
30
valid
days.
for? 30 days.
We'll
so-
verify that, but typically the tender call is good from 30 days, so this is March 31st, so we're fortunate that we're here by April 6th, so we have a couple weeks to review our options and come back to say.
Yeah. So on day 29, if all signs are pointing to skyrocketing prices, would be better off to do it.
We're gonna need this the rest of the time to verify with legal counsel what the options are in our tenure award.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess I'll move that we table it for now and revisit it,
Prior to the.
certainly prior to the
running out.
expiry of the tender.
Probably should put a date on it, a diary
Yeah.
date.
When's the tender expire?
My understanding is it would be, I'd have to say 30 days or the end of April.
So we can call
So-
a committee meeting and special council meeting
Yeah,
and the
yeah.
30th to.
It would just come to the 19th, we on the 19th, is that enough time?
I mean, you're not gonna see if you're looking for a price decrease in that time, all you're gonna come forward with is your options at that time.
Yeah, just their options at
Sure,
that
yeah.
time. Yeah.
So you have a seconder for your tabling motion?
Councillor Snow.
I guess
And
that's,
all in favor?
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that brings us to item 6. At 9:03 PM, ditch infilling.
Oh,
That
we
should
talked-
bring us
how
to
many times are we
Wednesday.
gonna talk about that?
Well, I put this on the table, in all due respect to everybody here. The only reason it is on the table is I would like to, because we have such difficulty at budget time, and it would be nice if we could come to some kind of conclusions before that. And I was hoping that our Aaron, again, could give us some advice on our cost of ditch and filling per infill. What I do know, what I have learned is the city, we often talked about the city of Charlottetown tonight, it was interesting, but the city of Charlottetown does not do ditch and fill any longer. They haven't for last year or this year. It's not in their budget. So for personal homes, for aesthetic reasons, they don't. So I'm not against ditch and fill. I want to make that loud and clear, but I am against the amount of money we spend on it. So I'm hoping that we can, I'm not sure what the difference is, Aaron, and you're hopefully going to be able to explain the difference in a $5,000 ditch infill, the program that we now have at the city of Summerside, and the 18,000. And I say 18 because some are 20 and some are 15. So I just averaged it out to be 18 from the information that I got. So I'm just wondering what the difference is and where we go from here. I know we've filled 22 kilometers of ditches, and the majority of those ditches were personal homes for aesthetic reasons. And we've spent $25 million so far on the program. So anyway, I'm just making it public, and I guess if anybody has any feedback on it, that would be great. And yeah, that's all I have to say right now. So Aaron, if you want to give a little explanation on that.
I guess to summarize, I think I had printed off one page, but unfortunately I got a lot of pages with me today. We were asked about pricing. Oh, I actually do have something. We had provided a ballpark price of 15,000 to 18,000 per lot, the cost to infill it as we're doing it now. That came about from saying if the price is basically $1,000 per meter, both sides of the street are getting done, so you divide that 1,000 down to 500. Every lot is typically 30 meters long or 100 feet, so that worked out to 15,000. If the price was $1,200 a meter, it went up to 18. So that's the rationale for that cost. What is being done for that type of project for 15 to 18,000? I just took up on Street View a couple of reasons, because this is one of the ones we just completed in the last couple of years, and the sections that are above it are on the list. I pick another one over in Balcom. I think that's another one that's on the list as well. So the method we're doing now is, you can see these culverts have been repaired in the past with the patches over them. The $15,000 method, for argument's sake, is we take all this existing driveway culvert pipe out, this culvert pipe out, we drop the pipe to a minimum of 3 or 4 feet deep, because these pipes here now are very shallow, so the frost is heaving them. The other method, so the street is not widened, there's new pipe put in the full length of the street at a proper depth and also at the proper size. These are just put in as a standard culvert size by highways or ourselves, as far as whenever someone needed a driveway culvert put in. The $5,000 method evolved when we had an infill list, and if people were, I'll say, 30 or 40 or 50 down on the list, and they desired to say, I want to fill this myself, we didn't have an option. We created, a council of the day created an option where this property owner could choose to take pipe, connect from their driveway to their neighbor's driveway, stay at that elevation, basically take the sod out between, connect between the two, fill over the top with fill. The city agreed to pay half of that up to a maximum of 25% per lot. Over the course of 3 or 4 years, the price of those still comes in around $5, because we ask for a copy of the invoice so that we pay half. We pay $2,500. So the prices that come in are about, sorry, what did I say wrong?
You said 25%.
Sorry, $2,500.
Okay.
Thanks, though. Is the invoices that have come in for those over the last 3 or 4 years have been around the $4,500 or $5,000 mark, and we've paid half. So that's where we came up with the idea that that is roughly costing, that method is costing about $5,000. When you do that method, if we were to do it right here, we would just be connecting this culvert to this culvert. The new culvert that goes in would not be at the depth to prevent freezing or frost heave, and we would not be doing anything across the driveways. So we're not repairing any of these issues as far as the existing driveway culverts. And the other part to have that is when we do the $5,000 individual homeowner method, they're paying half. Typically, those residents are invested in spending some of their money, and usually they tend to agree to not sod it, and they'll seed it out and look after it, which decreases what's being done by their smaller contractor. And then it's typically being done by the smaller contractors who aren't doing the bid bond insurance and those types of things that they're going to add to their cost of what the $15,000 method is. So those are the two methods that are explained out or rationalized as far as what the two differences are. That's the one on Balcom, just for another example. Sorry. I just went over to Balcom and just picked one because Balcom is getting up there on the list as well, as far as the same thing would happen. These ditches are here. You can see there's one fixed here. They're all similar. We're just basically connecting the driveways, culverts with the $5,000 method. The $15,000 method, we tear everything out and put the culvert at the right depth and the right size to handle the flow. Open to any questions.
How much does it cost to fix them? So when we go in and fix. So
Corey,
there's
put
one-
your speaker.
There's one up there, like the next property up, that one was fixed, it looks like.
There's
So-
2 or 3 methods that are fixing. And I'll let Greg speak to those as far as our operations does the fixing. They budget so much a year. If there's a hump there, they're either taking off just the asphalt and then patching the asphalt level, but after a couple of years, it's going to heave again. Or they're actually going to do, if there's problems with the culvert, a complete replacement to replace the culvert. If the culvert is, these culverts are steel, they last 30 to 40 years. So if they are replaced, if they have the budget or a certain amount left in the situation, they may have to reinstate the entire culvert as well as just doing the shave off the top.
So if they were to properly repair it, so dig it out, put in new culvert, put it at a depth that it's not gonna heave, so how long do you say it would last?
Well, we can't do that for one, the grades don't match, and we'd have to regrade the whole ditch to do
Okay,
that.
gotcha.
And it'd have to go do the whole street to regrade. That's part of the ditch and filling engineered project, where you make sure the water starts and flows downhill at the right depth.
Right.
So when you have open ditches, you don't get that so much. It's at a shallower depth usually when constructed. So we do 2 patches, like Aaron said. You basically cut the hump off the asphalt and replane and reseal the driveway without touching the culvert if the culvert is in good shape. That costs anywhere from depending on the size of the driveway, double wide, single wide, can be anywhere from $500 for repair up to $1,000. And to do a full replacement with a culvert, where you're digging out the culvert, replacing a new culvert, it's anywhere from $1,500 to $2,000. That's the kind of levels of ranges for the two fixes. And the other thing is, council, we usually set a limit of $50,000 per year for these repairs. So we go first come, first serve, and we put a requirement of that the level of frost heave has to be above 4 inches or above, which is the minimum height clearance of a normal vehicle in Summerside. We do have the odd exception if somebody has an exotic car and can prove that they have a lower profile vehicle. We'll take a special look at that. But normally it's 4 inches or above to get on the list. And then once you're on the list, we start from the top to the bottom until we run out of money, and then we say you have to wait till next year. But you stay on the list for next year as the next in line.
I don't know how to put this out here, but I'm a big believer and we need to figure something out. I've talked to Councillor McDougall, I've talked to Councillor Rams, I've talked to Councillor Adams, I've talked to a lot of people. And whatever we're doing now is not working. With all due respect, an agreement 25 years ago, I wish it would have been done by now. And I know there's probably lots of things that happen over there that made it not happen. But I think we put ourselves in a real pickle and put councillors against councillors, and I don't like that, and I don't like certain people in certain areas of the city feeling like they're being wronged because we can't do ditch infilling, or we do, and I don't know how we move forward here, but I really do think we need to reconsider, and I don't mean not ditch infill but I just think we need to go into this with an open mind and think of how can we either achieve some desired goals as we want as a city for these types of things that is reasonable and in a reasonable time frame. If we want to ditch infill, then let's get the friggin' thing done, or let's say we're going to try this. I assume we're not reinventing the wheel. There's lots of, I've done lots of reading online where certain municipalities are now starting to dig up ditches and put in different types of styles of ditches with some sort of growth in there so the water filtrates. There's lots of options out there, and I think it'd be poor governance if we just say we have to fill the ditches and not look at the options. But I'm not against ditch infilling at all. I understand why people who have a ditch would want their ditch infilled. I understand that totally. So I just think we as a council and mayor, and whether or not we set up a committee and ask our directors, department heads to research it and bring back what findings they have, or I don't know what it is, but I think we owe it to our city to figure a path forward. So I think that's the best I can say it without saying anything else, so.
You go ahead.
So just when you look at, I don't know if you call them what you want, using the culvert, as I understand it, by the time you deal with the driveway, the culvert, as I understand it, is a temporary fix, a one-of. But if you're looking at doing streets, the other option appears to be the option that using culvert is not workable if you're doing multi properties, if I understand correctly, that there's issues with how the water gets into the culvert, so you still need to put catch basins in. That's not included in the cost. You still need to do something with those driveways, otherwise you'll have a pipe here and a pipe there and a pipe here and a pipe there and there. I don't disagree that we need a long-term solution, and I know we visited that in the past. We had significant discussions on that in the past, and that's where we got to, and a significant piece of work done in doing all that prioritization of ditches and cutting back from, call it the Cadillac model, to a Chev model, I guess. you know, if we agree that we're going to do ditch infilling, and, you know, the majority of council up to this point in time have supported that, and we have to respect the decision of the majority of council. So then, if we agree we're doing something, I think you can still do some work exploring what other options are there. But if we are doing something, then I think we need to do it right, and not a knee-jerk reaction to something that is going to cause probably a whole lot more problems down the road, according to what I understand anyways. You know, I think people are I mean, I know the feedback I get. People are generally aware of what's going on with ditches. I think I read a tweet that there was 207 articles since 1999 with the word ditch infilling in it in Summerside. So, you know.
Was I mentioned in any of those?
People are aware of them. And people are aware of the issue, and I don't think there's been anything done that, you know, that it hasn't been transparent around ditches. That whole debate that we had on the methodology and the priority list, I mean, that at the time was all public. People forget awful quickly, but, you know, at the time it was all a public debate. So, you know, so I don't know. I think, you know, the decision is that we're going to do ditches, and if the majority of council approve doing ditches, then, you know, my opinion would be let's do it right. And you know, so I really don't want to get into a long debate tonight at 9:30 on it. So.
Okay, I guess I'm next. Well, I'm glad to hear us all say that there's nobody in this council chambers as a council member that we're against ditch infilling, because I think somewhere along the line people might have thought that, but we're not. But I think what kind of piques my interest is the $5,000 or the cost shared model. I think that was supposed to be good into about a 50-year range, the ditches, in one of the comments that were made.
I wouldn't say anything about the 50-year. I don't know what that portion, but.
Okay,
Yep.
I thought I heard that in some of our discussions.
Yeah, Greg,
during budget, maybe.
Greg said that.
But I think, I guess I have the greatest respect for you, Councillor McFeely, as well as all other councillors, but I think there's never really been a majority of council. There's always been a 4-4 split with a tie break with Mayor Basil. And I think that's why we're in the schism that we're in now, because we're not against it, but we're trying to find cost-saving measures so that those aspects for the residents in those wards can be done, but then we can get more ditches done, but also there could be money afforded to other areas of needs in the city. And I think that's what we're running into.
I think the last vote was 5-3.
The last one, but not anything previous to that. Yeah.
You mean the last term vote?
No, just this budget
The-
discussion.
Yeah,
Greg,
but I think that what happens
Previous to
though
that
is, and I don't want to get into that because we've already talked about it, but I think, you know, and I've heard you say, Mayor Basil, that even, you know, in earlier years, it seemed to be always a 4 or like a tie and you had to break the vote. So that speaks to me that there's always been that feeling about it, and I think it would be really good for us as a council if we can find some way to work together and respect where everybody is coming from on it. So that's kind of where I'm at on.
I guess I probably have something to say, but, and, you know, I have talked to Corey, our Councillor Snow on this, and I guess I've talked to all council, and everybody has probably figured out where I sat with ditches. And, you know, it's you know, if there was something between the 5,000 and the 15, I won't say 18 because I don't think it might have been 18 at one time and that was a long ditch, but I would say the 5,000 and the 14 or 15,000 model. If there's something in between there that will work, I'll be the first one at the table. This model here, the $5,000 model, was designed for one-offs, and that's what it should be used for. If somebody wants to fill in their ditch and they know that they're about on the 3rd page of the ditch infill list, I'd be doing that. But, you know, I had 2 calls this week so far, and one was over in Darby and one was on Phillips. And, you know, when are we going to get our ditches filled? When are we going to get our ditches filled? And it's a big issue, and they, you know, I'll go back to the, you know, the budget. We had all kinds of discussion at the budget. Then it became a radio show. I was embarrassed after the radio show, the amount of calls and support that I got, because the numbers were put out there. The numbers that were put out first were wrong when on the taxes. I clarified them, and I have them here. I can clarify them again.
They weren't wrong, Bruce.
Yeah, they were.
No, they weren't, Bruce.
Prior to amalgamation. Prior to amalgamation.
They weren't wrong, Bruce.
They weren't.
I got them too.
No. Well, here, I'll read them to you so that it's in the record.
Yeah.
So, the
Bruce,
council, no.
You know what? We're talking about ditch infill, not taxes.
I'm telling you why the ditch
and
infill.
I'm doing this to come up with a solution, not to
Yeah.
argue with you. There was no reason for you to be embarrassed.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm talking. I have the floor, just like you did a minute ago. So,
It's late, Bruce.
I know, and it can be late. I had a nap this afternoon, so I'm okay.
I suppose you did.
But, you know, in the council of the day, the mayor knows. When we started this, we had a promise to equalize services, and that included ditch infill. And we also had an agreement that the rates were going to $1.72, and that was over a 5-year period. The rate in the city of Summerside was $2.03, and that rate dropped 33 cents. 33 cents. The rate that went down to $1.70 until 2.08 when we did the CUSO agreements. The St. Elner's rate went from $1.48 to $1.74. It was an increase of 26 cents per hundred. Wilmot rate was $1.60 to $1.74. Increase, it was a 14 over the $100 assessment. Sherbrooke went from $1.25 to $1.74. It was an increase of 49 cents. And, you know, the people on the outside were promised, and they just can't believe that we spend so much time in here arguing over these ditches. You know, we've already put money in the budget. We were the first ones, right off the bat, as I mentioned here a couple of weeks ago, or a week ago. You know, we were the first one. Councillor McFeely dropped a street on his, well, whatever. And we made the numbers fit. So now we have excess of money that's come in, and, you know, so we did a lot. We're always the first ones to drop, but, you know, the outside community has always supported everything that's gone on in this city, and I've been supported everything. I can't understand why the outside community seems like they have to be drugged through the knothole over these ditches all the time. Let's sit down, find something that's between the 5,000 and the 18,000 if you want that works, but it's got to be a model similar to what we have now. It's got to be able to work. That will not work.
Well, Bruce, thank you for that. And no one is dragging any outside community through the knothole because we're all one community, right? We are all one community. And if I look at this spreadsheet that I got, and I look at the amount of sidewalks in St. Elner's, it's beautiful. You have St. Elner's looking like the Taj Mahal, and I appreciate that because that's part of Summerside. So, you know, you can't argue, Bruce, that you're not getting What, those are all old, Bruce. Half of them are replaced. The new ones the new ones are from 1995 and they're in blue.
That's what I'm arguing against.
That's right, because I went to find out today. So, you know what, Bruce, your community's getting very, very well looked after, your ward, and they should be, as well as every other ward in Summerside. Every single ward deserves the same. So
I
I'm
said it
not.
before, and I'll say it
Now
again.
you're interrupting me, so let me speak. So I am not here to argue. I am here to simply say there's got to be some kind of solution. I agree with you, Bruce. There's got to be some sort of solution between the cost of 5,000, I'm going to say 18,000 because that's what I was quoted. So there's got to be some kind of solution that we can come up with that is not going to break the bank. We've got to know where to draw the line. That's all I'm saying.
Could I just ask, is Kristen with us? Kristen, what was the tax rate before amalgamation? When I say that, I'm talking 1994.
They're all right here, I have it here.
Bruce, you have the information, do you?
The old Summerside rate, it was 203.
And it was reduced to what? You said
$1.70. It went to $1.70, and then under the CUSO agreement, that was down to 2000, and then 2008, it went up to $1.74.
So what about St. Helens?
St. Helens went to was $1.48, and it went to $1.74.
And Wilmot?
Wilmot was $1.60, and it went to $1.74.
So those are not the same numbers that you quoted, Councillor Emby?
Yeah,
No,
very, very close. Yeah.
they're very close.
I got the numbers from Kristen as well.
Yeah, those are the numbers. I know where you got the numbers.
These are
No,
before amalgamation.
These are before amalgamation. You took the ones in 1995.
I took them from 1995 on.
Yeah, well,
That's
before,
because
prior
that's
to
all I'm worried about.
prior to amalgamation was 94.
I got the numbers from 1995 on.
But these are the ones from 94 when the taxes were
Yeah.
50 cents in the difference.
I'll tell you, it was
there's a-
before any of the sidewalks and any of the police services and any of the community services, any of the parks, any of the fire services. It was before all of that. Yes, it was.
Here's something, Kristen is a good accountant. and
Yes, it was.
Say for conversational purposes, and I think I'm fairly close.
You're not
If
throwing
we
me
got
under the
500 or 700 homes in St. Eleanor's and the taxes were $1,200 in 94, and now they're 3,000. That's a lot of money that the village of St. Eleanor's paid every year, the taxes. How many million is that, Kristen? If it went up $1,500 a year for 25 years. Pardon? Oh, that's for 1 year. Say if it went up $1,500 a year for 900 homes.
Okay.
Everybody's house went up.
Just 1 second. Morgan.
1.35 million.
Pardon?
1.35 million.
Multiply that by 25 years, or 26 now, I guess, as of last week.
So you're looking at
What's that?
35 million.
35 million. So add that with the similar to
He's just
Wilmot.
not in St. Eleanor's.
You add that to Wilmot, with the taxes they paid, I think they deserve the same services. Pretty easy to calculate that out.
We had the same service.
I mean, I'm in favor, if there's a way we can do the ditches at less costly, but there's 3, 6, or 9 people over there in the wall. God rest their souls, most of them are in their graves. The agreement was that the service would be similar. They're not quite similar yet until we get the ditches finished. For that 70,000, I think we can't forget that they paid.
So there's just a couple things I have to say. One thing that I keep getting the impression that it was not part of the original deal. I wasn't around back then. I don't care. But this does not work for me. It doesn't work for the residents of Summerside. With all due respect, we look like a bunch of idiots in here. That being said,
I don't think we're getting
just
we got no idiots in here.
No, well, what we look at, we look like it when we're arguing over something like that. So what I think is important to note also, I asked Kristen, we identified a property or a section that we're doing this year, I asked Kristen what we would have received from taxes on those properties in the last, say, 20 years, and it doesn't meet what we're putting into ditches in that area. That is a little bit concerning. That's why I'm saying we need to discuss this as a group and figure out how we're gonna move forward, because if we're not taking in enough taxes from a property to fill their ditch over that amount of time, then there's a little bit of an issue, right? So that's just common sense money. You can't put more money out than you're getting in taxes, otherwise you end up in a debt. So let's just put that out there. I would love nothing more than to see those ditches filled for the residents that were promised it 25 years ago that nobody was able to figure out how to get it done in that 25 years. That's a lot of ditches that were promised 25 years ago. So if we could find a way to do it, let's get it done. But there's some concerning stuff when we talk about this, and then we take it all personal and we argue with one another. We gotta put ourselves to the side a little bit and figure out how we're gonna move forward here. That's all there is to it.
There was no promise in any certain number of years. The commitment was made that the services would eventually be similar.
And I'm fine with that, Your Worship. I'm fine, whatever.
And they should be
But I'm just saying, we can look at the money we brought in, or the tenders we brought in tonight, and think of how much that raised over the year. Think of what's gonna come in for the tenders for the infill here for what we have listed to do this year, and it's concerning. We gotta be a little bit concerned with the amount of money that's spent. That's all I'm saying. We need to figure a path forward.
And Corey, just to go back to what you just said, looking at that the other way, and like, I mean, you and I have talked about this at length, and we still managed to get along at the end of the day, and I think that's great. What you just said, now reverse it. You said that, we're not getting the tax money out of those properties to fill their ditches. Well, what about all the tax money that we've gotten from people and we have not filled their ditches? It goes both ways.
What I'm saying is we have collected taxes from, and without identifying properties, doing that stuff, but we've collected taxes from identified properties that we're going to fill this year. We know what we budgeted for in our budget. That's what's into it to do the work in that identified area. Over the last 20 years, roughly, in that identified area, we do not have enough taxes from those properties to cover the costs of filling their ditches. Not to mention, we have fire service, we have police service, so there's a lot of other things our taxes go into, not just that. So I'm just saying it's a big expense.
Yes.
We need to realize that as a municipality. I'm not saying let's not fill ditches, I'm saying we need to figure a path forward that's sustainable, realistic, so Bruce doesn't get a call from Phillips and something else, and when am I on, we've had the list, they know where it is, and that's concerning. If I was a resident that thought for the last 10 years I was gonna get my ditch filled, and I'm still probably 10 years away, I'd be like, oh my, like that's gotta be a down.
That's exactly what I was saying in response to what you said. Like, there's other residents out there who have paid for the past 25 plus years the taxes, and they're not getting their ditch filled yet. Like, Greg had to send a crew out to Gardner to, like, culverts are collapsing, and they're doing coal patch on them already just to get us through until they can figure out what they're going to do with it when the frost is all gone. Like, it's an issue. And those people, they've been there and owned that house since amalgamation. So what do you say to these people?
We should be out making sure that culvert is in good work. That was my question earlier. Regardless, if a ditch is a functional way to divert water, it's safe for the environment, it goes into the groundwater. Like if they have a culvert issue, then we should have been out there last year, the year before. That should be replaced, like, no doubt about it. And then let's go on filling ditches, whatever. But we have culvert issues, we have other stuff that we nitpick, and I just think we need a better path forward than we currently have. That's all, because we argue way too much in here.
If council wishes, staff. Sorry.
Councillor McPhee.
Brian.
Yeah, and that's where the frustration is. We have these arguments over and over and over again same arguments from the same people, but, you know, the way we make decisions is you bring a motion forward and we vote on it. And, you know, the majority rule. But we never bring a motion forward. Like the motion that has been approved for ditch infilling is what we do now, our status quo. That was passed by motion in the previous council after we went through all these debates for hours and hours and hours. And that's what was agreed to by the majority of council is what we're doing now. There's been no motion brought forward since that point in time to change what we're doing now. So if people feel strongly that they want to see change, bring a motion forward and council will vote on it. You know, we have to respect the majority of council.
Wasn't there a vote last year, Councillor McPhee? I thought there was council had a separate meeting and then voted on what the amount would be.
We voted the amount, but we didn't vote on the methodology. We've never changed the methodology.
I guess to my point earlier, Brian, is that's why I would like to see us figure out how we move forward. Form a committee, get staff who are professionals, get researchers
We have
already
a
done
committees here, we've got the council makes that decision.
But I think,
It's not trying to shut it off on anybody else.
no, and I don't mean to interrupt, but I think we have to be a bit more independent and neutral. I'm going back to Councillor Bryan, your comment that, you know, if we put a resolution on the floor and there's a vote, but we all know that that resolution, when there's a vote taken, the ones that are concerned about, you know, what we're trying to say, we're not, you know, against each council member, but I mean, there's things that are impacting on how we're looking at this, and the science is there saying that the ditches are for filtration and for those reasons, other than if it's a safety concern. We see the city of Charlottetown that has changed, and they're not doing ditches this year, and I don't think last year. So, like, we have to listen and observe the things that are going on around us and start asking some questions. Are we right? Are we wrong? Are we willing to listen to the science and take some of those things into consideration? Because maybe a mistake was made.
Yeah,
And
maybe.
that's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
And,
no,
and it's not to be against anybody, but we've got to listen and observe the information that's out there, and we're not.
I listen to
against
my
it.
residents all the time, and I can tell you, this is what I'm hearing. But Norma, I just want to, Deputy Mayor, I just want to clarify one thing. They didn't put $200,000. The city of Charlottetown did not put $200,000 in their budget. They put $2 and $3 million per year in ditch infilling.
Okay, Bruce, but with all due respect, okay, you say you listen to your residents.
Yeah.
Do you think that we put wax in our ears and we don't listen to our
I
residents?
didn't say that. I'm not insinuating
no, I'm
that.
just asking, no, but please hear what I'm trying to say, because
okay.
I don't want to argue with you. It's just, you know, we're hearing from our residents too. And like I've heard residents say to me, we're not setting a very good example. Like, there's a lot of things going on, and you know, we all have different opinions, but I'm trying, and I think everybody else is trying to listen to what people are feeling, and our residents are, just the way you and other folks are hearing from your residents, we're hearing from residents in the Old Town, and they're saying, we're using their taxpayer dollars to do things, and they're not pleased with what we're dealing with 1907 pipes that can't be fixed.
You should remind them that how much they saved since amalgamation. How much did they save? We'll take your home, for instance. How much would you save on your home in taxes since amalgamation? I know it's a good bit. From $2.03 to $1.70 is a good bit. I'd love to have that kind of a drop. That's the thing that's you have to remind people. And that's the thing that gets thrown up to me about our tax rate. And in St. Helens, they had all their services. They had their police department, they had the fire department, they had the water and sewer department. So we came in and, you know, we were promised something. The whole city made a promise, and, you know, we have a resolution that's on the table that we are going by right now. And if somebody wants to set up a committee, if the mayor wants to set up a committee, I would love to set on it to, if there's another way to do this that'll save the city any kind of money at all. But, you know, I don't want to argue with this.
No, I know.
I'm just being forced into this all the time. And we need to, like Councillor Snow said, we need to get together and see if we can come up with something. We need some support from, we need the support of the staff, and we need a few councillors around the table, and whatever's decided on, we got to live with.
Well, Bruce, sorry, Councillor McDougall, last year we had a special, separate meeting for council to decide on something, and there was a decision made in a certain number of dollars. This year we debated for 2 months on the budget, and things in general, and there was an agreement at the end of the day, the dollars that would be in there, it was voted on, and we moved forward. So it goes back to what I think Brian said. I mean, once council makes a decision, how come there's a half a dozen or a dozen other things in the budget that we're not bringing back because the police department didn't get 4 cars, or recreation didn't get 10 more people? There's all those kinds of things that are not being talked about tonight.
Right. And I think, in all fairness, Mayor Stewart, is that it was talked about at length at budget time. It's talked about every single year at budget time. And I guess I'm going to quote what you said earlier about Charlottetown and their building bylaws, that they're 20 years old. Charlottetown changed theirs. Why aren't we changing ours? We don't have to do what Charlottetown does. I'm not saying that. And I am not saying not to fill ditches. I'm saying we need to come up with a reasonable amount. I've said it 35 times, but I feel like I'm not getting anywhere. I got lots and lots of response, Bruce, when we did when CJRW contacted me to see if I would do an interview. I got tons of response and tons of support. So I'm speaking for the residents in my ward and the residents in the city of Summerside who are saying that's just too much money. How can we fix the problem? That's the only reason it's on the agenda. I don't want to talk about it again until next budget, and I don't even want to talk about it then. But the bottom line is, people want to know. I think if I'm not elected 18 months from now, that I want the residents of Summerside to know what's going on with ditches and how much money we're spending on ditches. And I also want them to know that I'm trying to come up with a solution to reason with people about ditches and the cost that we're spending on them. And that's it. Anyway.
No, I'm not going
No, you can go. I'm really.
So Barb, what do you think is a reasonable amount to spend on ditches?
A reasonable amount would be something that we could all sit around and discuss. But we don't discuss. We just start off at $800,000. We want $800,000, and we can't do that. That is not wrong, Bruce. That was last year's.
It was 5.
Last year was 8.
No, it wasn't. It was 5.
And the year, no, we didn't do that because it was an argument to try.
It wasn't 800,000.
Bruce.
You gotta get that straight.
It was, Bruce, let me speak. It was an amount we had to argue over to bring down finally this year, after it was a $500,000 ask this year. But one of the councillors was kind enough to say, you know what, I can give that up because I think may be reasonable. I don't know.
Let's be clear, I didn't give it up, I deferred it a year.
Well, you deferred a year, however you did it. You spoke on your own behalf, Councillor McFeely. I wouldn't do that. That's entirely up to you. You were the ones that deferred it, and that was kind of you because it put us in at least a little better situation where we could distribute the money other places where it's very much needed.
There are other lights on there too. Carrie had one on it.
So, here's the thing, I guess. I mean, we're having a debate now about when it's convenient to have our next debate. I think we really just need to move on tonight. It's 9:45. We're halfway through our agenda. I agree 100%. We need to continue the discussion and come up with something. And it's probably something that won't carry over till the next year. I'm sure our intentions are going to be pure and that we... I don't know. I mean, tonight isn't the time for the debate. I was under the understanding that tonight was for Director Aaron to kind of outline what the 2 methods that came to be were, and we did that.
That's
and
what
now
we were told was the reason it was on the
25 minutes later, and we're just arguing about arguing. And it's... So, that was the intention. We're done. I'd like to move that we adjourn the Tech Services Committee meeting, and
not to argue anymore, but should we come at it here with some sort of direction? Like, I think,
I think we need to move on to what was budgeted and do the project that we committed to for this year.
oh, no doubt
and
about
then-
that. I agree 110%. That's in the budget. I'm not looking back at anything. What I'm saying is, my point earlier was we need to try to come together and, like, this arguing and bickering is not doing nothing other than making us look poor in public.
I think
Because
we
we're doing
need-
it in a public forum.
I-
Let's make sure we come at it here saying, you know what, we have professionals, we all said that, come back with some options that we can, I'm not an expert on filling ditches or not, maybe we should be doing the 18,000, maybe we should be doing a $20,000 version. I don't know, I'm not a professional on that. I would like to have someone tell me, this is where we're at, this is what we should be doing, this is similar to what was happening earlier, to why we shouldn't do the 5,000, why we can't do it to, I don't wanna waste money on something, I wanna spend our money wisely and move forward and have the information we need to make informed decision, other than we just decided we were gonna do this 25 years ago. And I don't mean that disrespectfully, we need to have an informed decision on how we're gonna move forward.
We decide it every year.
No,
Through our budget process.
but what I'm saying is, it tends to be something that it hangs over, and we reference the guys, the men on the wall, and I respect everybody that's sat in any of these chairs before us, because it's not easy. But we need to have the informed information so we can make decisions.
I think staff have given this council and previous councils, I don't want to say all the advice, but the advice on the proper way to do it, to do ditch and filling, right? And we have reduced some of the methods that have reduced the cost slightly, and we've seen, we experienced complaints and callbacks and from a number of homeowners last season because of some of the changing methods, but that's neither here nor there. But there are other options that staff can provide to council, if council wishes, but I don't want staff to go down a whole rabbit hole doing a bunch of work and come back with options if there's no appetite for it. This city has done ditch and filling in different ways over the last 25 years. We're at a point in time where when I say we've done it a different way, we've approached it financially, I guess, a different way. Today, we do 100% of the cost. At other points in history, we've done 90%, 50%. We've had different lists where, you know, streets got prioritized by how many people on that street were willing to cost share the program. And we went through that process, and I think Aaron would be able to comment that we basically fulfilled that when we were working under that process. We fulfilled those commitments, and then we turned around and at another point in time we rebated that money back to the people who had paid. So there are other municipalities do some things differently in terms of not liens, but some costs are attached to the property and are basically form a lien that gets paid back from the property owner over 10, 20 years, what have you. But anyway, staff can do some of that work and provide options if council wishes, and now's not the time likely for you to give direction, because but just something to think about.
And I appreciate that, Gordon. I just think we're wasting our time bringing it out in public like this and having these discussions if we're not giving some sort of direction coming out of it, because we're not getting anywhere. So I guess that's my point.
And Gordon, I'll shut up after this. You know, I said the $5,000 method is not the one that we need to go with. If there's something else that we can come up with besides the $15,000 or $18,000 method, I would really like to see that, because if we can save some money, leave the same amount of money in, get the ditch done faster, I'm all for that. If we have a model that staff have got up their sleeve or something like that, I want to hear about it, so thanks.
Just one thing, I live on Collin Avenue. Those people up there lobbied to get their ditches filled, and they got reimbursed some money. But in the last 6 months, year, there's been 7 properties sell up there, and every damn one of them got 7. Well, Gordy's was $500,000. The next one right next to me is $400,000. So we're going to get the tax back from them properties and how they've evaluated with the ditches filled. And, you know, I'd like you guys go up there and argue with people and call and say, you know, dig my ditch out, I don't want it filled. Same with Walker, all Walker's done, same with Craig Avenue. Those ditches are all filled with beautiful properties that people enjoy, and it's an investment for the city, or I think it is.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell.
Are we able to move on? Because we have staff here for these other things, and it's not fair to keep them here when we're just.
I think your chair is trying to adjourn. the
I
meeting.
tried to move on twice, and I'm gonna try again. Move to adjourn.
Who's up next? Municipal Services? Bruce, you have still a... Yeah, I think you got a sweet streeper on there. You only got one item, maybe two, I guess.
I'll call the Municipal Services meeting to order. And first item on the agenda is the repainting of crosswalks. And Director Greg, thanks for staying around and putting up with us. So I'll turn the floor over to you.
Nobody would rather spend a Tuesday night.
Canadians playing?
Except maybe my wife that's watching.
Yeah.
I put that on if you wanted me to pose the
Yeah.
question.
Yes.
Well, there's a few things. We go through this every spring, it seems. Personally, myself, I'd like for us to get the school zones done first and not during school coming and going. And so as early as possible, not in the morning when they're coming, not a dismissal in the afternoon. And I'd really like us to look at doing all zebra over twin parallel. I just find it's much more noticeable, and whenever it starts to wear off, you're still going to see the zebra compared to the parallel. So that's my reason for putting it on.
And
Just so we don't have to talk about it after painting
I'll
starts.
just say it on to Councillor Adams, and I think I definitely discussed this with CAO Rob. When you travel from, say, Wilmont to St. Andrews, you'll come across 5, 6 different markings, and I know why. There was a reason behind it at one point, but personally as a driver, I find it half confusing. One crosswalk looks this way, one looks another, and I to Councillor Adams' point, I think if we just pick one, a zebra one or whatever, and I think it sort of lends well to the notification of the crosswalks.
Okay, so if I can afford the time, I'd explain the reasons why they're behind that way. So in 2012.
The reasons what? The reason they're behind?
The reason they're done the way they are for
Okay.
markings. So in the traffic control manual, there's special signing in different areas as well. You'll notice school crossings versus regular crossings. And then there's also some other special treated crosswalks that have push button actuated, as well as other ones that have the yellow warning signs in front of them, a bit in front of the crosswalk. And all those are designed on a bunch of criteria. One is whether or not it's a school zone, whether or not it has crossing guards at it, whether or not it's a designated school zone, whether or not it's near a school zone. So we kind of work our ways out from school zones for priorities, doing school zones first. Secondly is the speed of the traffic and the volume of the traffic dictates the treatment of the crosswalk, painting to make it more visible to a vehicle traveling at higher speed so they see it farther away. And it's much more noticeable, and that's why the blocks and zebras are done that way. It's usually in the high speed areas or high volume traffics where there's more risk to the pedestrian crossing the crosswalk. Secondly, in 2012, staff met as municipal services, police services, technical services, come up with a draft policy for the city of Summerside and how to treat their crosswalks. It was never adopted formally by the council at the time. However, staff, previous to that, it was an ad hoc treatment. So we decided to follow the policy as it was written in draft form. And to that day, that's what we follow. And what you'll notice is
on the package given to council, there's a bunch of different treatments and signage that's in the package, which is in that policy. I didn't say the whole document, just the markings of how each different one is treated. And I won't go through them all here, but you get an idea of where the advanced signage is for warning the motorist for the pedestrian, and then at the actual crossing, how it's treated and signed. And there's different ones based on a type 1 school, type 1 regular, high volume, mid-block, those type of things is how we treat them today. So from this review, in operations, we were missing signage at the time, and we may still, so we review it against these standards pretty well annually to see what signage needs to be repaired for upkeep. And this is basically the street map we get from technical services from all their vehicle counts. So we get their map from them to identify what the speeds are, and then if we need to change the markings, we will based on the policy of the technical data behind. And then there's a downtown boundary map we take in mindful too for the pedestrians. And with all these factors, we come up with a listing of all the crosswalks in the city and how they're currently treated for markings. So you got to realize when we do this review, we train staff and we rotate staff in it so they know what they need to do for each different crosswalk based on the listing. And this listing is actually done in order of priority. So the listing of the crosswalks were done for priority, and as you can see, number 1 through 8 is the designated school zones currently identified in the city. And then we go into the next higher hazard ones, which is designated school crosswalks, and then we get into what I call mid-block, which are the higher hazard areas where a vehicle would not expect a crosswalk to be. It's mid-block between intersections. So those are high hazard, so we do those next. And then we work from the close ones to the school zones and out into the regular area. And the bottom ones get the 2-line painting. They're the minimal crosswalks because they're deemed to be the less hazardous ones. So we do have a system in place of how to manage the risk potential at crosswalks, and I know council has added some flags in some important other areas to add another attention to detail in those special areas which come with treatment. The other thing I put in the package for council to consider when requesting of staff is a typical application of water-based borne paint. So the reason we use water is because the federal government restricted VOCs in the paint, which is better lasting paint, can be applied in longer weather durations because of the effect on the environment, basically an oil-based paint. So you can see in the application section here, and I'll zoom in a little bit to see, you can see the temperatures that's required for a proper paint cure setup. So if the paint does not cure properly and has fiberglass beads, it will not last as long. So that also detects if there's frost in the ground, it may be nice and sunny out, but the pavement's still cold. So the paint will not cure properly, will not last properly on the application. So if we start earlier, it just means we'll have to do it twice in the year or 3 times in a year to keep the markings as good as they are when we're trying to do it for one application to last a year. So you'll see there that it's a 10°C requirement for the paint to properly cure. So that means it usually pushes us out into sometime in mid-May when that temperature is consistent enough for us to get a good application and it's dry enough to cure properly. Because wetness and cleanliness of the asphalt also affects the application. The third one is the newness of the asphalt. So when asphalt is first applied, there's a curing process to asphalt where it leaches some of its binders and things from asphalt. And that doesn't help the paint adhere to the surface and wears quicker if you don't let the asphalt age before you paint it. So those are all the considerations we take into effect when we're applying the paint, and that's why we do what we do now, to try to get the best long-lasting paint cycle given our resources and budget. So if we start doing things differently, we can look at it. If you want certain specific areas to be increased in visibility that you deem may be inadvertently or mistakenly identified as less hazard, that should be identified as a higher hazard. I just want to give you the background as to what we're doing today and why we do what we do today. Doesn't mean it's not up for revision and application, but I guess staff would need some identification of what areas you might want to take a look at. From that list that I provided, if you go through the list and if you have certain ones you want us to take a look at and re-review, we're more than welcome to do that and to give certain ones a different treatment.
Was this year a little worse than other years?
Sorry?
Was this year a little worse than other years? It seemed to be higher.
No, certain areas were done late in the paving season too. So there was one identified recently, Pope and Greenwood intersection. Now there was paint applied there in November pretty late, and there might have been some frost starting to develop, so the paint didn't last very long there at all. Although Tech Services did try also some thermoplastic identifications there on the stop bars, and you can notice there is some wear on those right now, but it's a different application where they mill out the asphalt, put the plastic or thermoplastic down, and they also did it a common spot to see it, everybody sees it, is in Hunter River. When you're going to Charlottetown, they did quite a bit there, where you actually mill out and put the plastic down. It's lasted.
They did some, didn't they? I went up west today, I've seen it somewhere. I think there's an arrow turning out to the
There is, yeah. Some of the.
It's pretty well worn, too.
Yeah, it's pretty well worn. There's just the application of our winters and snowshoes and studded tires. Not a lot lasts up, so we've identified water-based products as the best alternative, but if the service level is not what the community needs or wants, we can look at that. We have done in the past, looked at a second painting crew to get it done faster, and submitted budgets to the CAO, which never got, funds were not freed up for it. So we were looking at another truck and trailer, painting equipment, and 2 flaggers and 2 staff, so we had 4 staff and equipment to go out to blitz the painting. So that's the history behind where we're at. The other thing to consider is with the resources we assign, you can't apply paint when it's raining out, so we lose production days to rain. So last year we did pretty well at the application because it was a fairly dry summer. That's just some of the history.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Draw?
Thanks, Councillor Madrugal. Those regulations that came in concerning the environmental, and the requirement to use the water-based, is that national or provincial?
National.
Okay, so is it safe to say that there's cities all across Canada that are repainting and repainting and repainting? Like there's no...
Yes.
That's what everybody...
Yeah, everybody does. So, and there's been lots of work done with the higher end products. So it's about cost and durability and the climate you're in. Like obviously Vancouver, BC would have a different climate perhaps than we would. So, but it was, those are the considerations we've done. We've always done it with waterborne paste, but doesn't mean we can't change.
Okay.
I guess, I'm sorry.
Are you, no, you go.
I guess I'm just wondering why, like, so you had the TAC manual diagrams up there, right? Is that where you got those from?
It was work with Tech Services. They originally come up with the marking designs required in the different areas.
So why can't we on Water Street East, Water Street West, South Drive, like your main arteries, Central, Granville, like why can't those be all block, and then your side streets be your parallels?
It goes on vehicles per hour, so some of them should be, I think, in review, depending on an increased vehicle count perhaps, that maybe they could be. It also depends where they're at and what the speed limit is. So Water Street East could have a speed limit of 50 spots, and then when you get in town, it's 40. Some school zones are 30, but school zones get special treatment. So it's a combination of both factors. And also where the crosswalk is placed. So for example, if a crosswalk is placed at a stop sign for an intersection, 2 lines is normally good enough for identification because the stop sign's already there.
Yes, and that's, okay, so say I'm going up Central and you're turning onto where Parkside is, Green Street, right? So you have your crosswalk, or Granville, sorry, no, Central.
Central to Green?
So you're going.
Oh, yeah, it goes all along there, yeah.
And you take a left onto Green Street to get to Parkside.
Oh, yes,
So
right.
in my mind, you should have block there and maybe bar over here.
Yeah.
Plus there is a crossing guard there.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Right.
But if people see, I don't know, like, I mean, I think when you're going all the way uptown, like, you miss a lot of crosswalk when you're driving up there because they do get worn out, but then you look at the ones that are the blocks and they don't wear out as much. Maybe it's because they're going the same way as the tires.
More paint.
And
just
they're
more
not,
paint.
yeah, but they're also going this way, right?
Yeah.
There's like,
It's a good point.
like they're going this way, they're getting run over all the time.
Yeah.
The parallel ones are getting run over constantly, but your blocks, not as much because there's.
Definitely a better treatment. That's why we
Yeah.
use them in school zones for better
So I
identification.
guess I'd just be really willing to look at, on our main roads in town, doing the block.
Can we look at those, Craig?
Other than paint and time, like, is there much more time? Because you pretty much, we talked about this before, Greg, where once they get to a spot, they sort of have to, they have drying time where they have to wait, right? So if they do half of it in block, do you know what I mean? If they do a block one, is there really much more time in doing those intersections?
There's template involved and things to apply the blocks consistently,
All right.
and some layout time. And usually the drying time's a little longer and a few more fiberglass beads, because we usually make them reflective at the same time when we do them. So it would definitely have an impact. It depends on things, and you've got to realize that crosswalks are one part of the painting process. So we do stop bars, arrows, you know, all the hatched areas we do. We do rely and try to coordinate with the province on their line truck for doing center lines and shoulder lines, because they're long continuous lines and they have the equipment for that to do it quickly and easily. So we don't get into that, but we do everything else in the city as well as crosswalks. So we always start with crosswalks first, and then we get into the intersections. And then when we get into intersections, and if you also start restricting too many times of when to do it, and I take the Councillor Adams' point about school time, is that you start restricting the workday at the same time. So it gets difficult to manage sometimes to get your production to be efficient. But it's not necessarily all about efficiency either. There's a balance between the traveling public inconvenience as well as the efficiency of the tax resource.
And the weather.
And the weather.
Yeah.
So we balance it all, trying to make, we try to get through everything once, and sometimes we will have enough time to do a second coating before winter on some of the more important areas. That's our cycle, what we do right now.
Deputy Mayor?
Or did Brian, did you?
You
Oh,
were
was it?
first.
I thought you was, okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, so what is the best approach? Do we send any comments that we hear about crosswalks directly to you or through CAO or Deputy CAO? There's a couple that I've heard from with the new apartment building down in Water, crossing over there where Kent and the trail.
So there's two things to realize when you get complaints. Due to the application of the product,
Okay.
we are restricted to usually start right somewhere around mid-May.
Yeah.
So with the resources we have, just to give a bit of the operational cycle in Public Works, is we have the resources, so we start with lawn right-of-way repair. As soon as pretty well the plowing season's over, might do some cold patch and some potholes that are really bad. So we go through that lawn repair cycle throughout the full city, with the exception of the contract areas. So we have about 60 kilometers of streets to repair,
Right.
where there's divots and stuff from things that happen from plows. Once we get through that topsoil and seed, we usually say that's try to be completed by Victoria Day weekend in May,
Sure.
because grass seed also needs to germinate around 4 degrees Celsius in soil.
Yeah.
So you don't really want to topsoil and seed before that. That's the reason for the lateness, even though it's sunny and nice and the ground temperature's not there yet.
Yeah.
So the second thing that after that occurs, then we go right into painting, and we split the crews up. One goes into patching
Yeah.
when the asphalt plant over, and another crew gets into painting when it's drier, warmer, paint lasts longer, those type of things. And everybody's winter tires are changed too.
And I think that summary that you had out on the city's Facebook about, you know, how you go through the different stages, people really appreciated that, because then there was less complaining because they saw that it was really helpful. The other one is at the library. I'm just putting a footnote into it. People that are young children, carriages, they find that sometimes the traffic there is really fast, and I don't know if it's just really faded or what, but I'll send you an email or.
I think maybe the best way for council to approach it is to gather your list from your wards if you have any concerns, and we can go through them and respond back in an itemized way. And it's good to get it in early before we start painting. That way we can set a plan to execute for this painting season.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor McFeely?
Just a quick comment, the one to belabor it. I think the other piece in this is the signage around crosswalks, and I don't know, I just find in other municipalities they use these bright fluorescent kinds of colors. They really catch your attention, whereas the white that's here, you almost don't even see it.
Yeah,
and,
right.
I'm just wondering, is over time, if we can look at it as we're replacing replacing these things to
We've never looked at changing the colors. We've always standardized with the TAC manual as the gospel. We haven't done much research in changing those standards.
Maybe we could set a standard.
I just find those fluorescent green just really catch your attention, whereas you don't even see the ones in town here half the time, and the placement of them, I guess. Anyways, I don't want to get into that debate tonight, other than to raise the issue. So.
Councillor Duran?
That written down, actually, I had green, not white, when replacing, so, there you go.
Thank you. I think just to go back and just in terms of when we're getting our complaints and we're informing staff, I think we have to be careful that we don't give direction to Greg and we go through CAO, and because I think we were early on in our term, I think we kind of were given that course to make sure that our correspondence funnels through CAO, and we're not emailing Greg for directions on where to.
I didn't specify that, but that's how it should work.
Yeah.
We'll, in fairness to staff, we'll review and we'll give you our honest opinion, what we think should happen there. Okay. And if it's not what you're liking, it's not what you're liking, and we can discuss it later.
Good. Thank you, Greg. We good? Okay, the next item on the agenda is the street sweeper.
Sweet sweeper.
The street sweeper. And we'll soon have it back. Greg.
Repaired?
Yes, more than repaired. Basically rebuilt. And a few more bells and whistles on it, and they're going to bring it over and do a test. They're going to have technicians here for a week, I believe. But I'm going to let Director Greg give us an update.
So just a bit of history. So we had some problems with it last year in proper operations. So we've been discussing with the company ever since late October, early November, or all through last year as well, and modified and tried to do a bunch of fixes to it, which somewhat helped a little bit, but not much. So at the end of the season last year, it was sent back to the dealership and said the city did not want it returned until it was refurbished to perform as per manufacturer's recommendations. So in that process, they agreed, took the unit back, and talked to the manufacturing of the company, and basically refurbished the unit with new fan assemblies, quite a few new parts. I won't say it's brand new, but they've done all their modifications from 2017 to 2020, 2021. They put on the unit from the design improvements. They were testing it this week. I was supposed to get a video today to be able to show council, but it didn't arrive. So they're testing it on site after all the equipment is completed. And once we see the videos on it's performing properly, then on April 19th, when the bubble opens, staff will be traveling to their site in Dartmouth to witness it. And if everything goes well and it performs as required, it will come back to city to start doing its street sweeping with the accompaniment of their technician to assist with the operations and maintenance for the unit for the first 2 weeks, to make sure everything's working properly on the unit for 2 weeks. And after that, if it works well, we have our street sweeper back. If not, it goes back to them.
So it's all
And we,
across so far.
Yeah.
yes, and we go, if it doesn't work out, then we have a plan for rental units.
Right.
For this season. Then we'll have a decision to make with council for budget and everything else.
Yeah.
So,
Go ahead.
Greg, that 2 weeks that there's someone coming to ensure that that's on their dime?
Yeah, the technician is. We still have to put our own sweat, our own equity into it for time, and fuel, of course, consumables. But they'll have a technician here to assist with its operation, because they want to make sure the unit is performing as it should. And I think one of the first test areas we planned was Water Street East, because it seems to be the grittiest.
No, stay off Water Street when it's working right. You didn't dust everybody,
You're gonna have to pick an area that's really bad. That's all I know.
Yeah, but I think we should pick an area, make sure it's working, and then go out there. But anyway.
I'm hoping the videos will show us that it's working fine.
So. Perfect. So that's, anybody else? I guess that's my light. So.
Just one last point. The street,
Yes.
if everything goes well, street sweeping should be starting the week of the April 19th.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Greg, and I'll adjourn the Municipal Services Committee. Thank you.
I think we move into the police committee now.
Police Committee.
It's fire, actually, and thank you, Ron, for staying here all evening.
Thanks, Chief.
Yeah.
So much of it left, eh?
Yeah, so this shouldn't take too long. Ron and I were talking, and there's concern with our open burn bylaw. I guess we don't have one. It's the Provincial Fire Act, and it's causing a bit of a situation for the firemen and some men and women in Summerside, our chief especially. So we talked about it, and Ron just wanted to kind of go over what it looks like and how we may benefit from having our own open burn bylaw.
Similar to a conversation we had earlier about the building bylaw and ours and the provincial bylaw.
That's it, right? It's things are happening in Summerside that Ron doesn't have any control over, so yeah. So I'll give the floor to you, Chief.
All right, well, good evening. I've been asked to make a presentation regarding open burn bylaw for the city of Summerside. Currently, the city does not have a bylaw regarding open burning. Therefore, all open burns fall under provincial policies and guidelines. When following provincial burn guidelines, a simple online application is completed and the landowner or the resident follows the weather index for acceptable conditions. No site visit takes place, no inspection on what type of material is going to be burnt, nor the proximity to neighboring properties or other potential situations or ignitions that could possibly occur. And in one situation, it was as siding gets older, it's more susceptible to soak in ash and vehicles. I mean, we've had instances where vehicles have get damaged and stuff, so that application doesn't take into consideration any of that. On this application, the fire department does not have to sign for permission, and that was the way they used to work in the past. After somebody applied for it, they had to, forestry would send a copy to the fire department, and they would sign off on it. Plus they actually had a copy of the form, and so they knew when and where it was going to take place. So they don't require any signatures, and nor is any notification given to the fire department that's affected in whatever community it is. This proposed bylaw would not affect the recreational campfire guidelines currently in place for the city. I do feel that the guidelines work well, and it permits our residents to enjoy some family time around small recreational fire, yet not interfering with neighboring properties in some cases. We've had some situations in the past where we had no input or no control with a bylaw in place. We would have had more control distancing the burn from neighboring houses, distancing from tree lines in smaller manageable piles and branches. That was one thing that we learned after Dorian with Parks Canada. The smaller the pile, you know, you get to control, put it out if you have to, but you have some control. The bigger piles, you just kind of lose control, and they're done when they're done. The situation that I'm referring to had two pits, this was last fall, had two pits 16 to 18 feet deep and 30 feet across. These two pits were filled and were 8 feet above ground level. The two pits would have burned for days, if not weeks. One pit was 300 feet from a residential subdivision, and the second pit was about 1,000 feet from the same street. They were both 30 feet from a heavily wooded tree line. And what happened was the landowner hired a contractor who advised him that he thought it was an acceptable solution and distances were okay. So after many discussions with the landowner, we decided this spring that the best way to handle the solution was to get a bulldozer on top of the brush pile, compress it down, and with the topsoil that was there, bury it. I feel this whole situation could have been avoided last fall with some direction and being a resource for the property owner. We could have been proactive versus reactive. And just for an example, the last 2 weeks I've had 3 requests from construction companies wanting to burn large piles of material. One of these contractors actually did burn it today. We didn't receive any complaints, so we have no right to go out there and inspect it without, I guess we could, but I'm going to assume that they did get a permit through the province.
So what that was one of my questions. When the province issues a burn permit in the city of Summerside, we do not get notified?
No.
That's,
Any municipalities on PEI that don't have their own burn policy, open burn policy,
yeah,
they fall under the jurisdiction of the province.
okay.
So it's just a simple online application. It really doesn't ask a whole lot.
So that's the provincial one, if someone wants to have an open
Right
burn.
there,
Yeah.
they email you that you have permission.
So,
I guess, I didn't fill it out.
so how is ours gonna differ, I should say?
All right, where was I here? In the last 2 weeks, I'm not a fan of controlled burns. I don't see any point in them. I'd rather promote the 3 C's, they call it. That's chipping, composting, and commercial disposal. I understand within our city we do have landowners with larger properties. Sometimes outdoor burns are a fact of life if they're clearing the land or tree lines or whatever. But having the control of these situations and conducting the outdoor burns in a safe and productive manner makes the process safe for both the landowner and the residents living nearby. That's kind of the ones that take the brunt of it because they're getting the smoke and the soot and different things. Some of the key points I'd like to see included in this open burn bylaw, if it was ever considered. Open burns would not be permitted within city limits unless a permit is issued to the property owner. Open burns permits would be issued through Summerside Fire Services. Outdoor burn permits would only be issued from April 1st to December 1st. That kind of gives us access to the area. Like if he would have lit that one this spring, we had no way to get to that second pile, no way at all. It was in the middle of a field with the mud and the snow, so it just kind of controls that part of it. Residents are encouraged to take advantage of 3 other options, as I said before: the chipping, composting, and commercial disposal. Outdoor burn permits will not be issued in residential areas of the city. We don't do the controlled burns of old derelict houses or anything like that. We recommend that they tear them down, haul them away. Residents living within city limits would have that have properties greater than 1 hectare or 2.47 acres are eligible to apply for burn permits. If the council agrees with these ideas, we'd work with the bylaws policy and review committee and put together a draft bylaw and present it back to council.
Sounds good.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions for Chief?
Just a quick question. Any idea how many of these burns we would have in a year in Summerside?
Not a whole lot. Not a
Yeah,
whole
I
lot.
would
We had
think,
one.
eh?
We had one last fall in Sherbrooke, and then this one out in the east end of town. But it really didn't
Not a
take
whole lot,
place.
yeah.
Not a whole lot. I know we went to a few control burns out by Reed Drive. Technically, they should have been okay. They were burning some stuff, but they do have a farm.
Yeah.
I think you have to consider every situation's different, but
Yeah. So it certainly, I mean, to me, it certainly seems like something that the policy committee can get their teeth into and bring back something that.
pretty well have one done up too, like for the committee. It's
These backyard fire plots, is that connected in any way, shape,
No.
or form?
No.
Even though they're controlled by them?
Yeah, we have the
themselves?
guidelines for those, and those work well. I mean, we probably had 25, 30 complaints last summer, but it's, most people are pretty respectful for their neighbor.
A lot of them from the same person?
Quite a few.
So, no, but I mean, like, when you have 25 complaints, it may not necessarily be 25 different people.
Yeah, there was a couple of people that have some sensitivity to the smoke. So,
Yeah. So Chief, the city bylaw would supersede the provincial bylaw, right?
Yeah.
But they wouldn't be able to issue a fire permit for the city then?
No, no.
Okay.
And, I can't even, Mike McGillney or something
Yeah.
for forestry.
Yeah.
He recommends municipalities like.
Have their own.
Have their own.
Yeah, perfect. Sounds good.
So when-
Okay. When you say, Chief Ron, about being proactive, to get that information in the bylaw.
Yeah, most homeowners are pretty agreeable. They just look for a little guidance, you know. So.
When do you think it will be? What are you looking at time-wise?
I mean, that's up to you guys. If you guys agree with this, you know.
I think there's an agreement among everybody tonight to move ahead with something, but
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, are you looking to bring him back at the next monthly meeting, or a month or two for
I
the
think
summer?
I'd have to find out.
Bring it to BPR and then we can.
Yeah, that's what I was.
You do it up.
Yeah.
BPR meeting, then we'll just.
Get ready for the summer.
Okay, so we'll move forward with that then, Ron. If no one has any more questions, then we will adjourn this meeting. Thank you very much, Chief, for staying so late.
So how we doing? We've gotten the end of the committee meetings. I guess we've got a
Holy.
special council meeting?
Oh, my
To-
God.
to-
Just two resolutions.
Okay, we'll call the special council meeting to order. I guess we're still on YouTube there, so we'll continue on here. And I think there's one item for the committee of the whole I see here. Anyway, resolution for the gas tax, is that finance?
We have it all ready, Your Worship.
Go ahead.
Okay, resolution number COS 21046, moved by myself, Deputy Mayor McColman, Norman McColman, and seconded by Councillor Brian McFeely. Whereas the Infrastructure Secretariat with the province of Prince Edward Island requires a council resolution to allot direct allocation gas tax funds, and whereas the City of Summerside can request that these funds be transferred to a different project. Be it resolved that council approves the request to transfer the direct allocation gas tax funds of $1,433,755 for 2021 to 2022 as follows. From East-West Connector, $1,433,775 to Boardwalk Remediation, $283,775. Duke Street Storm Sewer, $200,000. Paving, $400,000. Sidewalks, $250,000. And storm sewer, $300,000.
Moved by Deputy Mayor McColman and seconded by Councillor McFeely. Any questions? Councillor Adams.
Your Worship. I completely agree with it, but I do think that we need to start looking at the east-west connector. It's something that in coming years, we really have to, with our traffic management in the city, we really have to, before it gets too out of control. It's something that residents all over the city want looked at.
Thank you. Any further questions? All in favor, say aye. Oh, sorry, maybe I'm not quite ready. No, but you're getting some information. Go ahead then. All in favor, say aye. Contrary, nay. Motion carried. Thank you. I believe there's another couple more. Water replacement project, whose resolution, that's Councillor Duran. Go ahead, sir.
Yep, so there's just the one, the other one was tabled. So resolution COS 21-047, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Snow. Whereas tenders were called for the water replacement project 2021, and whereas the following tenders were received: Kern and Briggs Limited for $1,554,367.60, including 15% HST, and a 19-week project schedule. And the second bid was from AJL Limited in the amount of $1,708,621.70, including 15% HST and a 24-week schedule. Be it resolved that the tender submitted by Kernan Briggs Limited for the Water Replacement Project 2021 to a total amount of $1,486,786.40, including 10% HST, be accepted as it was the lowest tender received for the maximum budget amount of $1,081,000, including 10% HST. The other 5% obviously was the rebate. That's why it's 10%, not 15. This bears the recommendation of the Technical Services Committee meeting of April 6th, 2021.
Moved by Councillor Drawn, seconded by Councillor Snow. Any questions? All in favor say aye. Contrary nay. Carried. One more, I guess, is there? Pardon? Oh, the other one is tabled, right. Okay, I believe we'll have, there's one item for the committee of the whole, so is there a motion to adjourn? Pardon? Oh, that, okay, it's been dealt with. So, motion moved by Councillor McDougall and seconded by Councillor Snow, the meeting adjourned. Thank you. I guess Brian is going to